Holy moly, it's not even showing that it's live. Alright, let me see this here. Where are we at? Feeding the ducks. Dude, I don't even know what's going on. Hold on one second here. I have no clue what is going on. My channel doesn't show anything live right now, so let me check. I don't even know if it's live. Oh, finally. Good lord. Alright, let me edit this. Damn it. Alright, what am I doing here? What am I doing here? Oh, INKS? Oh, stop. Hold on. Yes, it's me. There we go. I'm just going to call it INKS Plus. I don't know what else to call it. Alright. Where am I? I'll do this. I'm going to be inking some of my some turtles. Yeah, I'm just going to save that. Screw the rest. Alright. That's that. Maximize that. Yes, that's good. I don't know. I don't know nothing. Alright, let's separate this stuff. This stuff together. It's been a long day. In a good way. But it has been long. So. Organizing some markers here. And all that. Let's see. I'm going to make sure it's saved here. Give me... You guys are going to have to wait. Let's see here. Alright, cool. Live. It's alive. Good to know. Dude, I don't know what is going on here. Hold on a second here. Move this over. Rushbrook, yes. Crowd applause. Who are you? You are first. Rushbrook's always first. What's up, Sumo? For you. I got like maybe 2 more of these, and that's it. Maybe 2 more, and then Woodrow. Como Emilio Estevez Woodrow. How you doing? How you doing? Sumo says, is this what us oldies look like trying to get a stream going? No! This is what it looks like when, you know, YouTube wants to be dumb. I went live and I had my whole like countdown intro thing and it was like, nah. It said, nah. You thought, bruh. It was like, nah. Alright, I'm gonna flip this around. I'm wearing Skeletor. Everybody loves the new He-Man movie, so, you know. Wearing Skeletor. I'm gonna flip this around. We'll do 922, and I'll go big. Here we go. Now I ignore you forever. That's what we do. Now we ignore. Now we ignore. Woodrow's listening from work. I'll try to talk a little bit then, Woodrow, since you're listening from work. You know what? Okay, so I think I'm gonna attack this hand. There's a giant hand in the corner. Giant hand in the corner. Where's my pins? Why is this? Now, I think this light needs to be replaced over here. This one. What's up, Buzz? Oh, hell no. Get, no. Do not come in here. Go. Get. I just kicked her out. Get. No. Go bother. Go bother someone else. She busting in here. What's up, Luke? Luke, I am ignoring everyone, just so you know. Let me use a brush. Brush pin. Brush pin. Freaking cat keeps coming in here just like this one right here. Just like that. She wants more food, and she has been fed many times today. Yeah, I'm taking a little bit. This is my break, by the way. This is my decompressed time. I'm spending it working on a Turtles piece. Had a couple things roll in earlier. I was able to knock them out. Had something else I had to knock out. And now I'm working on my own thing for a hot minute. And then I get to knock out some more stuff. These two connect, so I'm going to try to do my best to line them up. Oh, it's already lined up. There you go. See that? Look at it. The way I do my doubles, I don't worry about the top. I'm more concerned with the bottom. So I make sure that it is 100% lined up here, and then that's how I know to line. Oh, this is a trifold. So, yes, I'm pulling a Jason. Well, he ignores chat because he just can't, you know. We know, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, so I do like this pen. This one is nice and fresh, kind of juicy. Yes, this makes it a little bit easier when I towel them together in Photoshop. You know, all this stuff will it'll run together pretty well. So yeah, man, that's what I'm doing. Just gonna be working. Said I might be ignoring you guys a bit just because I am trying to get some of this done. I got another Youngblood 101. Some of those got some pages, so that was like my day earlier for inking. So that ball's rolling again, I guess. What else is going on? What else is going on? Let's see. Ace is sharing a link here. What is it? I can't even see it, dude. It's you guys are behind my. So right here, right in front of me. I have to lift my camera for the big stuff. It's right in front of my face, so I can't actually see. Oh, pre-order Hammer Fist 1. Nice. Nice. Right? Nice. What's up, KSSS? Let's see, Andy's here. Here, I'm not clicking everyone. There you go. That's for everyone else who decided to waste their perfectly good Saturday and watch this crap. Yeah, you guys can check it out there. Hammer Fist 1. I did inks on it. What? Andy's watching from the Flyleaf concert. All right. Andy's always at Andy's flexing his wealth. He's at all the concerts. They're advertising AFI next to my house, Andy. I think November, but I'm pretty sure all those tickets are sold out because, you know, Tucson. Am I right? You know what I'm saying? But yeah. I see Ronan. Yeah, so I'm just trying to get some stuff done. I've got a show coming up pretty soon. I know Andy will be there. Got some people from work are actually vending as well. Got a couple first-time vendors there. So been asking me for advice. I'm like, I don't know. That's literally my advice is just I shrug my shoulders and just say, make friends. That's my advice. Make friends. Where is that? I'm not working on this one right now. This one's. I'll work on that one next. This isn't the one I was looking for, but I think I threw away a grip of pins that were like not bad because I'm not seeing what I was looking for. Why do I not see them? Where are they, Andy? Where's my pins? Yeah, it's not here, dude. It ain't here. So either it's on the ground or I threw it away. So anyways. Kissa says, I can't read chat. My camera's in front of my face, so I have to wait for you to be at the very top to even see anything. Renif is asking, Shelby, stupid question. I haven't bought the non-photo blue pencils and never used one. Hypothetically, could I just use a light blue or red color pencil? I'm going to say no. Make sure it's a Cola Race. Make sure it's a non-photo blue or like a Cola Race pen. The reason I say no is because if you're going to ink art and you use a color pencil, you cannot ink. It's too much grease. Color pencils are made, or non-photo blue pencils are made to be drawn on top of. They're not a means to like full pencil, you know what I'm saying? Like they're a means to be worked on top. So buy other like graphite and ink. Regular color pencils are don't ever do that. It's a huge mistake. Because regular color pencils are meant to be permanent, if that makes sense. So you can't, you cannot ink just like a red, a red pencil or blue or whatever. So right now, I mean, you could use like a red. I mean, you could use whatever you want to use, but I'm saying you're going to have a lot of difficulty with it if you use something that is not either a Cola Race or a non-photo blue. Obviously you could sketch in green if you wanted. Like I could sketch this all out in green and then draw on top of it and whatever lands. But end of the day, the original is going to look like crap. You're better off just sticking to regular non-photo, and they're cheap, man. Non-photo blues are cheap and they're accessible. So, yeah, I never use anything outside of that. Sketch covers, I'll use that red pencil, but that's it. Yeah. I think it's a mistake. I would never do it, so just saying. Thanks. I was only asking because my friend Adam Hughes says he doesn't like non-photo blue because it's too waxy to ink on. Well, Adam Hughes needs to start following directions or he's never going to get anywhere in comics, you know what I'm saying? That's how that works. KSSS, do you have like a Twitter or an Insta or something? I got a video. First thing I thought was you, and I'm not going to play it on my stream. But there was a video I wanted to show you, which was pretty funny. But I will not play it here because I'm in the vicinity of the person that's show up on my doorstep. Mr. Milton, how you doing? How's life, man? Just, you know, I know people are getting here. I cannot see chat for crap, so I have to live the camera. I have to lift the camera in front of my face to get it so I can get a decent view of this on screen. Well, shoot. You should get one just for like clips and stuff. Yeah, this pin is. I found a pretty hilarious one. It's almost as good as when you know, canvases fall on heads. You know what I'm saying? Almost as good. Yeah, this makes page, well, today might end up being a 5-page day for me. So I still got stuff after this as well. I would like to get this one done, another one, and then a panel work thingy as well. This pen is way too thick for this. You should not be using this pen. Wait, say what? Oh, do you really get them that way, KSSS? I'll send it to Woodrow. Here, Woodrow, I'm gonna send you something on Twix. I think I got Woodrow on there. Let me see. Let me find Woodrow. It's funny. Like, it's silly. Where are we at? Oh yeah, because Woodrow gave me recipes before. Let me give you this. Woodrow does chef-like things. There's much knowledge of chef stuff. Where you go? Videos. Where are we at? Oh my god, is that it? Yes, that's it. Woodrow, I'm sending it to you. I don't know if it might be too big to text to Renif, but here, I send you that. Here you go. I sent it to Woodrow. So he, yeah, he can send it to you. It's pretty funny, dude. It's pretty funny. Even if Woodrow doesn't think so, you know, I know that you will. Okay, so there's that. Close it out. I'm never on Twix. What's up, Angie? I can barely see you. You are so tiny. Got a bunch of little people in chat. So yeah, I finished what did I finish today? So I finished a page, and then a page of INKS, and we had dinner. And I was like, I'm gonna take a little siesta, and then I decided my siesta is let's get this finished because I got that event coming up. Listen to Angie. Okay. I'll send it to Angie too. Here, let's see. I think I have. Let me see. Let me see. There you are. You're just Angela. Here we go. Where are we at? There you go. Here you go, Angela. You got a clip for your stream now. Here you go. Sit. Enjoy. Enjoy my terrible clips. Mainly it's for KSSS, but you guys are allowed to enjoy it as well. Andy saw it. I know Andy did because I sent it to Andy. It's silly. Man, I should really be inking this stuff with a brush, but nah. I hope you guys are having a good weekend. I know I am. A weekend full of drawing. What's up, some person? I only know you're here because I see people adding you. I've almost switched, not exclusively, but a bunch. I've really been liking these mono drawing pins. Like, I don't know why, like, for a hot minute I was all about my favorite castles and I was about my uni pins. Now I'm starting to get a little more, I did switch up the paper that I use. I think that might be why. But I'm able to get a lot more scatter in my line, like natural scatter from like lift and drag, you know, like when an animal drags its butt across the carpet, you know what I'm saying? It's like that. You saw it? Abba, what's up, man? Como Emilio Estevez. Como Emilio Estevez. Estevez. Right? That's how you say it? Como Emilio Estevez. Como Emilio Charlie Sheen. Any new jokes? Let me think here. Let me think. Not really any new jokes. Yeah, I don't know. Sent a lot of books out from the site. A lot of books that needed to go out. Got those back. Might be switching printers. I need to see what happens here in the next couple weeks. What else? Yeah, I don't know. Haven't really been doing much YouTubing at all. Been too busy working on stuff. If you guys have noticed. You wasn't a fan of Michael Bay? Oh, the turtles with the noses? Yeah, me either. I actually, I've never seen any of those. I've never watched any of those, the Michael Bay turtles. I like the original ones, and I just didn't want to... I don't feel the need to see new turtles, you know what I'm saying? Like I thoroughly enjoy the original movies, you know, the ones where like when they open their mouth too wide, you can see the actor's face inside. I like those ones. They were like weirdly realistic too, you know what I mean? Like there was stuff about them that just, it seemed more real to me than like the CGI stuff. Not that CGI is bad, it's useful, but I don't know. They kind of had a feel to it. The turtles had a certain feel to them that I don't think they can really replicate. Not that they were trying to, because they weren't. Yeah. Hey, you guys know who Stephen Platt is, right? Stephen Platt. He did the storyboards to, I think, the first Michael Bay Turtles movie. I'm pretty sure Stephen Platt was a storyboard artist on that way back. Pretty sure. He had a lot of storyboard stills posted on his socials way back in the day from it. And it was his art, because you could tell the way, even with fast drawings, you could tell from the way that he draws his biceps and the holding lines, like that never changed, even when he tried to draw like more realistically. It still looked like Platt, you know what I mean? So there's certain isms in a lot of our work where it's like kind of like a telltale. It's like, oh, I know whose work that is. You know, even if they draw something like a portrait, you could catch some of the stuff that they do. Your artistic eye can catch it. So. So, Bobby. And this thing is like, here, I'm gonna move this. Can I move this thing out? I guess I could do this. There we go. No, this thing is not straight. There it is, straight. There you go. It's better. It's like way over here for some reason. I don't know what's going on. I did have to move that arm for a minute. Here, I gotta find a joke for Abba. Abba wants a joke. Let me find one. Hold on a second here. I'm gonna find a joke for you, Abba. Give me a second. Right, I went looking. I couldn't find nothing good. Nothing stream worthy. Just going through my memes. I'm like, nah, I can't bring these up. I think if I heard anything recently. Let's see here. How about? Let's see. Let's see. How about... Oh, I know one. Not mine. I heard it at work. They were talking about a new rule. Sumo, this is for you. A new rule in Hawaii. So like, I guess you get a ticket if you laugh too loudly in public. You got to keep it at aloha. I heard that one. That worked. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's for you, Sumo. Sumo, feel free to use that one. Don't boo me. I said that wasn't mine. Told you it was not my joke. I just don't have any new ones of my own. Boo, I say, damn. Never heard of it. Jeez. No more jokes. Excuse me for bringing humor. I get all offended and mad. That was so bad. I'm not even gonna read that death metal. I'm not even reading that. Did you guys see that video of the guy gaslighting his chat? I think it was, who was he talking to? His chat, not his. He was talking to like his OpenAI. No, yeah. And he told it a really bad joke, and it was like fake laughing. And then he asked it to explain it to him, and it explained it really bad. Like it wasn't even a joke. It was like trying to make sense of it. This one was funnier than that. That's what I'm saying. Damn it, Sumo. Yeah, it's not a... Sumo's gonna go tell on his neighbors that there's a new rule. And they're also not gonna get it. Sumo. You can no longer laugh loudly in Hawaii. You gotta keep it at aloha. Come on, Sumo. If Ronan said boo, you know it's a good one. You know it's good. Don't be hating. It's a bad joke for me. Sumo, don't be throwing dots. Sumo's out here in the digital streets throwing dots. Damn. Well, I would show off that Hammer Fist cover, but I already sent the original to Marat. I sent him the entire... Here, I'm gonna do that. There you go. It's for you. Tough crowd. Well, my jokes are terrible. I mean, don't ask me. Abba asked me for a joke, and I was, you know, I'm racking my brain. I'm like, I don't have any new jokes. Jokes aren't allowed. You know what I'm saying? Jokes are not allowed. No more jokes. I'm gonna stop looking chat. I can't even see chat at this point. I got a giant screen in front of me like that. Just the right size where I can barely see Death Metal Hero singing Tough Crowd. You're gonna This is a serious chat. I saw that. What's up, loading? Which one? Kit Kat? What are you talking about? All right. Anyways, back to art. Back to art. There we go. I like drawing turtles, very wrinkly. Always wet. I saw that Kevin Eastman was going to be coming out for the opening of my buddy Mike's shop. He's reopening Atomic Comics here in Arizona. Atomic was the first shop. Right when I moved out here, the first thing I did was I started driving around to see the comic shops. I was like, oh, this is cool. Like, I haven't been to any shops out here yet, right? So it was like a day and a half later. It wasn't the same day I moved out, because when I moved down here, it was like 3 in the morning. Like, I'm not pulling an all-nighter to go hit shops. But anyways, it was like a day and a half later, and I happened to be walking around. Was it Park Place Mall? Anyways, it was a mall. And outside the mall, they have some other buildings like Spaghetti Factory, this and that, and they're really close to the valet area. And I saw Atomic Comics, and I was like, oh, cool. I've seen ads for this since I was younger, right? Like in Image Comics and Marvel Comics, they have all those Atomic Mike, this and that. So I'm walking in there. I barely got to Arizona. I'm walking in there, and this man walks up and he says, hey, are you Shelby Robertson? And I was like, yeah. I said, I just moved out here and I'm talking to him. I don't even know who he is. And then he finally could get a word in. He's like, oh, this is my store. I got all these other stores and this and that. And he's like, yeah, I'd love to get you in here for a signing, man. He goes, I just had, I think he just had Sylvester in or something. He's like, do you know Mark? And I was like, no, I'd like to. So anyways, that's kind of where it started. And yeah, he kind of gave me an invite for he did tell me he has a table for me if I can make it. But the problem with his new opening is it is on this, I'm pretty sure, I'd have to look, I'm pretty sure it's on the same, it's during the Tucson Con, which I can't not be there. Like, I'm guested out there, so I can't not be there. But yeah, he's bringing in Eastman. He's got some Kevin Eastman out there. It's pretty cool. Shawgust. It is a factory. It is a factory. It's the spaghetti factory. That's why you leave lightheaded. All the equipment's running the whole time you're eating your spaghetti. I ended up going there a bunch of times to that specific one. I went there for I went there with 3/4 of the Image founders. I went there with my old bosses at the video game company. I went there by myself a few times. Took family there. You know what I'm saying? And each and every time I ordered the meatballs. I don't think I've ever ordered anything other than meatballs at that place. That's right. So Eric Larson says, hey, Rob's guy what would you recommend? I would look at him and say, I don't know about you, but I'm getting the meatballs. True story. Getting the meatballs. Who's got more of like a mean mugging face? So this is Mikey, by the way, right? So Leo or Mikey, which one's got the meaner mug? I see Rushbert. Rushbert, which one has? All right, I'm gonna pull that up. Ren of Kikafor here says Spaghetti Factory greater than Comedy Factory. Shelby gets all of his cool jokes from Spaghetti Factory. Yes, that's true. Fact. I'm gonna give you the twinkle. There you go. Oh, I lost chat. Oh well. Oh well. Didn't need them anyway. They're both Raph. Good lord. That's one of the downers. The Last Ronin, I was really hoping it was going to be Raph, because you know the whole thing with like Raphael's like, leave me alone. I just want to be alone. Leo. I don't miss spaghetti, says Angie. Dude. Why do you have to give up spaghetti? Do you not eat noodles, Angela? Is that the deal? I'm giving that some thickness. Gluten. Bobby says Raph is a... You guys just like Raphael because he's the most like Wolverine. I know your secrets. Bunch of X-Men Simpson chat. Y'all just addicted to Wolverine. Sorry, I'm gonna move all this crap over here. I can't work in these conditions. I have to complain to the manager. Can't work in these conditions. Look at them balls. Who likes balls? Give Raphael Sam Hain shirt. He's the Danzig of the crew. Everything down here, I'm gonna throw like a drop shadow underneath of everything just to give it a little more weight. Probably pretty stark too. I'm not gonna shade it out. I'm just gonna leave it like a solid because I can. You hear me? Because I can. Yeah, I was gonna stream earlier and then someone threw a plate of food in front of me, so I was like, I guess I'll just eat this instead of stream. Angie says my favorite was Donatello because his color purple. Purple is my favorite color as well, but I like Donatello in the NES game. He had the most like critical hit. The staff, it was a little bit slower, but he had the most critical hit when you, especially the first few levels when you have to battle so many mousers. You know, he was very useful on those. But like, yeah, I don't know. I had a lot of buddies that would complain that they couldn't beat it, and I was like, what? Because I'm not even that good of a gamer, but I would I could beat that game like super easy. I was like, well, I'll use for the land levels. I would use Donatello, and then I would use either Mikey or Raph for the underwater. They just have a. I felt like they had a better control of like the float when you're going through all the, you know, the electricity barriers and stuff. F the chat. Make sure you quote me on that. My favorite turtle's Raph. He's the most Wolverine, but like Mikey too, because I'm not supposed. Oh no, you're not supposed to like Mikey. Yeah. Mikey's like. You guys ever play craps? Mikey is the turtle version of playing the line. You know what I'm saying? You get the cut of my jib. That's Mikey, right? He's like every game you're like, I'm gonna play the line. I'm not gonna bet. I'm just gonna play the line so that I can just keep drinking these White Russians or whatever it is that you know, your server is bringing you. You know what I'm saying? Luke, why is this popping out? I can't even read this because a freaking chat like popped up. What is going on here? Hold on a second here. Did it go away? I don't know what's going on here. Hold on a second here. How do you make this go away? I somehow pulled out Ron's comment. Let me check the actual. Let me check the actual thing and see if it's popping out. It isn't. Okay, so you can't see it on my end. For some reason, Ronan's comment is in front of friggin' everything else. I don't know what's going on here. Can I move this somehow? I don't know what's going on here. Here. Craps, what are we all, 70 now? Yes. Yeah, so Luke was saying somebody did like their own mastering of the original, which is cool. I want to play that. You know what I'm saying? I want to play that. Bobby's asking, how many original pages of body count? None. I got the hardcover. It's good enough. I got the hardcover. I just hooked. Who did I hook up with the miniseries? Oh, Andy. I think I sent Andy the miniseries because I got a trade and then I also have a hardcover. I do not have the San Diego Comic-Con hardcover because it is like $1,800. But I'm gonna let you know, if you have any of the hardcovers for it, it's the exact same pages in it. There's nothing special. You're just getting a Bisley line art cover. That is it. There's no additional content. You're literally just getting it so that you can have the pencil sketch cover, and you know, if it's that important. But I'm pretty sure the pencil sketch to that is also an interior page, so it's like, why would anyone want to damage their bank account in that manner is beyond me. Now, if it had, you know, 40 pages of like sketchbook stuff and all that in the back on top of what's already in there, then yeah, I'd be selling a kidney. Just saying. I'm doing his turtle shell now. I like giving them really big shells, and I don't know why. Every turtle drawing I've ever done is this way, so bear with me. They're like walking bowls of turtle soup, right? No spittle. I'm gonna do a bunch of spittle. Watch. All the spittle. All the spittle, bruh. All the spittle. I'm gonna do the spittle coming down here. I'm gonna drop a shadow here so I can use the whiteout in the spittle. Alright. Let's see, it's got that. I'm doing the contours of it right now if you haven't noticed. That's what I'm doing. What did I have going on here? Hold on, so I gotta flesh this out. I think that I was doing something and it's not what I wanted it. Here. Yes, okay. Oh, I'm gonna show you something I got in the mail kind of recently too. I did a little treat yourself for me. Some person wants to know if you're related to Bruce. Who? Bruce Robertson or Campbell? I haven't opened this yet. I'm gonna do a stream where I open it though. Not a stream, but I'll do a video. Not opened yet, but I got myself this. These books are cool. The first year were cool. Most of the stuff afterwards, meh, right? But the first like 8 to 12 books of all of these books are masterful to me, and I was there for this too. This is more of a time capsule for me, personally, just because I remember when all this went down, and so it was pretty cool to be able to witness that. So you get a lot of the booth stuff is okay. The Jim Lee stuff is a lot of fun. Rob stuff. Probably the cleanest lines he's ever done, and then John Sabal's inks over Rob during these runs of books, really crisp and clean. But I think where Liefeld is concerned on these books, I actually prefer his Avengers pages to the Cap stuff. The Cap stuff, he kind of found his groove around issue 3, I think. So he had like 2 or 3 books where he was in his groove. The first 2 felt way too polished to me visually, but I know what he was doing. They all had their idea of what they're set out for, and I'll discuss that when I do it. But anyways, the reason I got this too, first of all, it was cheap as hell. Secondly, this Jim Lee cover is really difficult to find. Most of them that I find for this, it's a wraparound Brett Booth cover, and I love Booth work, but I don't love that piece. And I think this might actually be part of it right here. I don't love the Brett Booth cover to the Reborn stuff, and yeah, I don't know why they gave it to him. They should have gave it to like, I don't know, they should have gave it to like Chappie Ape, or I don't even know. Even Churchill. I would have taken a Churchill cover over a Booth for that, but yeah, I think he's the most he has the most like versatility between company, right? Like he's worked for Image, Marvel, and DC. Well, I guess Churchill has too, though. So, right? All right. Oh, where's? Oh yeah, I'm doing the shell here. So let's see. And bam. I'm just doing the contours here. I'll come back and hit this leg in a minute. I do want to keep this one out. What's up, Crayon? No, I don't know who Bruce Robertson is. I literally don't know who that is. I don't have anyone in my family named Bruce. Just Derek. If there is a Bruce Robertson who draws comics, they're probably lying. They're probably telling people they're related to me. You know what I'm saying? They're probably out there telling people they went to school with Carrie Henn. People love my Prince art. But anyways, yeah, Malvi's reopening his shop. Oh, by the way, he's the same guy who runs that Old Man Con, the one that I did a few years back. Ace says, Shelby, got 3 packages coming your way. Don't let the porch pirate. Don't let them tweakers get them. Really. Sumo says, Shelby, are you related to Jason Robertson? If it is the Filipino hockey player for the Stars, then yes, Sumo, I am. I'm related to the Filipino hockey player for the Stars. If it's that Bruce. Oh, it is. Look at that. Jason Robertson. Crazy. Jason Robertson, my second cousin. No, I'm not related to. One of my best friends is Filipino. His last name's Mateo. And I am not related to one of my best friends. What's up, J-Dubs? Old Man Con is where Shelby plays craps? That's where you play craps. That's you. I'm too busy going through long boxes of discounted comics to play anything there. Like, I like being guested there so that I can shop. People operate a little bit slower at this show. It's like a true Comic-Con. Like I don't know, it's hard to describe. Like every vendor there at some point owned a brick and mortar comic book store during the 80s. You know what I'm saying? No, like now they just do their 10 by 20s, but and they all know each other from the decades of, you know, hawking books. I'm not hating, I'm just saying. It's a fact. Just saying. Oh man. Are you related to Jackie Robinson? Yes. Yep. Taught him everything he knows. I taught that man how to hold a bat, believe it or not, when I was negative 38 years old. When I was 38 and a half years old. I was like, if you stick with me, kid, you have half a shot of having half a shot. Half of one half. These pens these pens are so dead. Yeah, they're not. These pens are not gonna last. They're not gonna survive this. You're not going to survive this piece of art. Are you related to Abraham Lincoln? Yes. Yeah, he's my grandpa. Guess this is Richard Friend told me about that. Yes. Yep, I broke all the barriers, Bobby. The sound barrier too. When I wasn't teaching the youths about how to hold baseball bats, I was flying jets. If someone pops in chat that goes by Carne, ignore them. I'm just putting this out there in the universe. Shelby, are you related to pirates? What? The black hair and beard? Yes. Yes. Yep. I have pirate flags from back in the day in my closet. It's the Filipina ice. Yes. I'm inspiring. Yeah, don't ask questions. Don't ask questions, Sumo. If anyone shows up here and they go by Carne, ignore them. The way that I'm ignoring you. You know what I'm saying? Do not interact with Carne. Me and Carne got beef. I just made that up. I made it up for you, Sumo. I made that one up for you, bro. You like it? You gonna tell that one to people at work? Where is Derek? I'm beginning to think your story about him is just... I didn't send him the link, actually. Another Carne hen tail? Damn. Yes. Got beef. That's right. Angie got it. Angie remembers back in the day when Spanish was invented. Angie's pretty old for a lady. Angie remembers back in the day when they were getting accused of being a witch. Knee slapper, yes, exactly. Told you, Carne. If you guys see Carne, do not give them any attention. Me and Carne got beef. I'm here all night. We have a Laugh Factory here, and someone I know had told me, they had asked me, they said, hey, have you ever been over there? And I'm like, nah, like I know where it's at. It's actually like about a mile and a half away from my house, but I've never been there. What's his name? Adam Carolla is gonna be there pretty soon. So I was actually that's what brought up the conversation. I brought up, I was like, oh yeah, Adam Carolla is gonna be there. Like, I wonder if it would be funny. Like, I only remember Adam Carolla from like Loveline back in the day, and he was always like the comedy relief, right? So I was like, no, I haven't been there. And they said, okay. They're all, yeah, like, it's a really interesting place because they're either really funny or they suck. And I was like, yeah, that's kind of what happens with comedy, you know. Sometimes people get it and they laugh, and sometimes people are just dumb and they don't laugh. You know what I mean? Renif used to watch Loveline. Yeah, dude. Loveline. I think I used to watch it at Steve's house. You guys know Steve. Steve also went to school with Carrie Hinn. Steve might have actually... I'll have to check... Hold on, let me see. I'll have to check my... Let me check the book here. I think Steve took Carrie to prom... No, not prom. Winter formal. Let me see. Where is it? I think... It might be lying... Right, I don't see it here. I don't see it. Here, I guess I'm... Oh, wait. Here we go. Let me check these books. Man, these books are old as hell. Let's see here. Man, I really defaced this this yearbook. Let's see here. Well, there's Barry. Let's see. I don't see Steve. Where you at, man? Oh, I'm in the wrong. This is when we're in like what, 7th? Let's see here. All right, I found Carrie. Here we go. Yeah, I found. That's Sumo. If you guys are ever wondering, there's Sumo right there. That's Sumo. No, I'm kidding. That's my buddy Steve. Let's see. They might look familiar. Maybe. Mostly at night. Mostly. Let's see here. Man, these photos are quite entertaining. Let's see, I'm right next to John Roberts and Ken Roberts. I'm not related to them, believe it or not. They were often intimidated by my relation to Abraham Lincoln. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, they were always like mad. They were just big mad about it for no reason. Weird energy. Listen here, John Roberts. Listen here. Yes. Yeah, Sumo was an exchange student in 16 Candles. Correct. He still gets royalties from that movie, and then he spends those royalties and buys me coffee. He sends me coffee in the mail with his 16 Candles money. Man, I'm going through this coffee like you don't even know, Sumo. I told you I already like polished off that first bag. I'm on bag number 2 right now. It's about I got about 30% of it left. I'm a little bit past halfway done, you know. Rushbrook missed. Oh no, I'll show Rush. I got no problem showing you, dude. This is my yearbook, Rush. Ignore all the writing in it. I'm gonna find here. I'll find Carrie's picture. There's a few other ones too. I think some of these like group ones, like I don't know if they indexed all of us, because they usually don't do that until you're in was it like high school, right? I'll have to check the back. I drew all over the faces of the teachers I couldn't stand. Right there, dude. There you go, Rush. What do you think of my Photoshop skills, bro? Right there, dude. See? There you go. Yep. And then I was showing, that was my buddy Tom. I'm still friends with quite a few people in here, actually, which is crazy. Yeah. Oh, you wanted to see Sumo. Sumo, when I went, there's Sumo right there. That's Sumo. If you're wondering, that's Sumo. Dory in chat. Did Newt Wright have her? No, she didn't sign my book, dude. I don't think so. I was in one of these voted as the most, what was it? You know those most likely lists that are like real dumb? It said something like most likely to create the next Super Mario Brothers game. And you don't write them, you know, their editorial writes them. It was really bizarre. Let me find more of my Photoshop here, guys. I'm looking for more Photoshop. Here, this person here that looks like Winnie from the Wonder Years, right there. I used to hang out with her older brother, who was out of high school when I was in high school, and we used to play like punk music together and stuff. He was in the Guinness Book for he had a heart transplant while he was in the womb. He was in there for that, so he always had like issues with his like antibodies and stuff. But yeah, her older brother's name is John, and he was in there for being like basically like a fetus that underwent like a transplant, like a heart operation. Yeah, so let me see here. I'm gonna find an index. There has to be an index in here. Hold on. Is there an index? There is no index. All right. Oh, sad. Okay, I'm not showing that stuff. All right. No, nothing in there for that. Nothing in there for that. I'm actually trying to see. I mean, it could have been this one. It could have been this one. This one got torn out right here. Stay sweet and stupid. Okay. Jose Canseco, you're better than me, Jose Canseco. This is a real. I think Tom wrote that. That's not my right. I think that's Tom. It's not. I didn't go to school with Jose Canseco. I think that was Tom. Shelby, hope you have a nice summer, and thanks for warning that your dad is going to read this. Wild Bill Big Cock. Enough of that. Enough of that. I'm not reading any more of that. I could show you guys in there another friend, I got a few friends named Alex. Another buddy of mine, Alex, he was the, well, when the investigation started, he was the main detective out in Modesto. The Lacey Pearson case when she went missing. He was a skating buddy of mine from back in the day. But his dad was a cop. He became a cop, and yeah, he was a big deal in that Lacey, the Scott Peterson trial. He was a big deal in that. He's in there. And then you guys know Charles Scout WMD in chat. He's in there too. I want to show his photo. He looks nothing like his old photos. I'm not going to embarrass him. You guys will give him the business. I don't want him getting the business. He's a cool dude. We all have like terrible photos at that age. You know what I mean? Unless you're Photoshop Carrie, then you just look like AI that's cut and pasted into my yearbook. Some person's asking, Shelby, how's Wild Bill Bigcock doing? He's doing okay. He's got like 8 kids. Was Alex a shortstop for the Yankees? Asked Sumo. It's funny you say. It is funny you say. You know what I'm saying? It's funny you say. Alright, I'm inking the rest of this staff. I like making it look like it's just a piece of wood. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just wood. It's not really like tooled nicely, you know? It's just kind of just like a stick. I like imagining that Donatello secretly wants to be like a Jedi, and he uses it as if it was like a lightsaber, but he isn't. He's a turtle with a stick, you know what I mean? Like, he can never be that. He can't be something fake, like Star Wars, so he's like, I'll just be a turtle ninja then. KSSSS says, I was hoping Carrie Henn would have Bill Paxton's Colonial Marine helmet on in your... No, they made her take it off. Yeah, they said that she cannot wear that in the photo. You know what's crazy? She told me she still talks to Sigourney Weaver, which is kind of weird to me, but it's the kid connection. She said, like, as soon as they all saw, like, her kids, they were, like, obsessed. Because they hadn't seen her in years. Kids look just like her. It might be why, you know. They're like, oh my gosh, like, because that's what what's his face told me. I hung out with him out in Texas, in Tejas. He's like, dude, her kids, right? They're like clones. I was like, right? You should know, dude. You're the one in Hollywood. You should know about these clones. Okay, hold on. That's funny, actually. It would be weird if she still talked to Bill Paxton. Yeah, maybe she does. She's got a Ouija board. Kissa says, Carrie Henn won class president. Her motto was, why don't you put her in charge? Damn. Hold on. Here you go. Must be. Damn. Carrie ain't never coming on. The problem is I leave these things open to the public, and then she comes by and watches 5 minutes of the stream, and she was like, she gets mad, you know? She starts remembering how I'm related to Abraham Lincoln. Old Honest Abe, and then she gets mad and leaves. She's like, I'm never coming back there again. I'm gonna go complain to Bill Paxton about it. It's none of the weird comments, you know what I'm saying? It's just it's the whole relationship thing. She gets mad when she sees Sumo's junior high school photograph. Starts having flashbacks when Sumo said, "It'll never work. I live across the sea." She's watching right now. Her username is Carne. Telling you. Is Jason still here? I want to tell my joke. Jason wouldn't know a good joke if it licked his earlobe, you know what I'm saying? Just tell Carrie that we're all nice. Damn, dude. What do you think of that stick? Rushbreak, what do you think of my stick, dude? Do you like my stick? Some person says, Shelby, have you seen Alton Brown's new show? He's not with Food Network anymore. Being sick of it, he started a new show. A new? I have not. Who's Alton Brown? Wait, I feel like I know. Hold on a second. Were they, I'll know the face. Here, I'm going to Google it. I know the face. Hold on. Oh, yeah, I know who that is. Yeah, what was their Food Network show? Good Eats. Now it says he's a cutthroat? My stick is fabulous. Send Lance Hendrickson the link? I will. I'll do it right now. Hold on a second. I'm sending Lance Hendrickson the link. I don't know if he accepted my request on Facebook. Here's Lance. I'm gonna message him right now. Jump on if you got time. Would love to stream. Been forever. I just sent it to him. Hold on. I'm gonna find the photo. That way he'll remember. Hold on a second here. Where is it at? L. I think it's in my. Hold on a second here. I'm looking for my desktop folder here. Where is it at? I need to just name the file. The file is not even named correctly. I need to just name it Lance. Or I can send him a picture of me and Andy posing with Sasquatch. Which one do I do? Which one do I do? Hold on a second here. S. That's not it. P. This is crazy because I could have sworn that I had it saved up here just to flex on you guys. Where is the damn picture at? Alright, I gotta go. I gotta check my, hold on. I gotta check my D drive. Look under Bishop. He says look under Bishop. I'll give you a twinkle. Here, I'm gonna look in here. Hold on. I'm gonna look in here. I'm thinking it's in my D drive, bro. Because I have like all my stuff for my. Well, I found my Robert England photo. Should I send him me with Robert England? There's me and Robert where we're hanging out at the airport, and then he like, I was like, hey, can we take a photo? And then he like started choking me. Oh, here it is. Let me copy this. Here, I'm gonna rename this. Just for you, Rush. He's gonna be Lance Bishop Henriksen. Hold on, I gotta pull this back up. He's gonna not even know who I am. Oh, it says he's seen it. Hold on a second. Let's see if he jumps on here. Where are we at? Desktop stuff. Lance, where are you at, Lance? L. Here we are. I'm gonna open that. I'm gonna send it to him. I just sent it. He read the message, so there's that. Hold on, I gotta grab the link. If he jumps in here, dude, good lord. You know what I'm saying? Hold on a second here. Hold on a second here. Where the hell? Hold on a second here. Music. Should I just make him go to chat? Where is my ad? Why am I not seeing this right now? Media, screen, settings. Okay, there's that. Dude, I'm not seeing my... Why am I not seeing... You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. Here, I'm popping comments out so I can just put them over here. Hold on a second here. So there's that. Streaming mode. Settings. This is really weird. It's not... Maybe I gotta go into multiple mode? Is that it? Nope. That's not it. It's not that. Huh. Interesting. Oh, I just found it. Invite guests. They hide it from you now. Okay, hold on. Let me get the copy of the link. Here it is. Okay. Okay, it's hidden at the bottom. There's a new here. I'm sending it to Lance right now. There you go. There's the link. Okay, I sent it to him, so we'll see. He's got the current link. I'm not lying. I really did send it to him. Where is my... Oh, my chat disappeared now. Hold on. Okay, so now my chat's over here. If he jumps on, ask him to be co-host your show. I will. You should see if Jeff Speakman can stop by. Maybe. I want to get Wyatt. I'd like to get Wyatt on here. No, like I legit sent it to him right now. Like, Here, I'll show you. Here, I'll send this. Here, I'm gonna send this to Angie. Hold on, and then Angie can send it to whoever. Is Angie still even here? Where's Angela? Pictures. Yeah. No, I'm gonna wait for Derek to see if Derek ever wants to hop on. Just because. There you go. Angie can share it if she wants. Where the hell is my comments? Aren't even showing, bro. Great. Now I got to do this. I got to pull this over here. I got to pull this over here. I got to put that right there. Can I bring this back into there? I wonder. Let's see if I can close it. There it is. Oh, that's what you do. I have to close comments all the way. That's what I gotta do. All right. I'm not frozen. I'm just not moving. Angela's around. Yeah. I sent her photo proof that I actually sent it to Lance, which is true. I did. I haven't spoke to him since 2018. He's gonna be like, new millennium, who this? New millennium, who this? If he comes, can we call him the guy who played Wyatt? Yeah, we'll ask him about how it was on Weird Science. Yeah. So if I hear the beep, I know it's Lance. If we hear the beep, we know it's Lance, okay? I did it for you guys, not for me. I didn't do it for the clout. Did it for you guys. That'd be funny if he came on one try. He gets on here, Carrie, 3 years, nothing, crickets. I'm like, Carrie, people are tired of looking at your yearbook photos. Do do do. My chat has like completely stopped for some reason. Am I still live? I guess I am. So yeah, I sent Lance the link. We'll see if Lance comes on. It is kind of late. I think he lives on the, I mean, you guys think his phone's going off right now? It's like, what time is it out there? Like 1 a.m.? Something like that. Let's see. See, I got a message on Facebook. Oh, my message is from Derek Robertson. He's in Iceland. I don't care about that. Bad cell service. I don't care. Lance has not seen the photo I sent him. Sad. Let's see, who else can I send? I talked to Rob earlier today. He's gonna be sending me like a box of books apparently. So I was like schmoozing. I was like, hey, because he's got a bunch of Whatnot books, like with my name in it. So I'm trying to get some of that stuff too. Should I get Lee in here? Let's see, who else? Who else? Get Mike. I wonder if Chance would come on. Where Joe Weems, you in chat? I'll send you the link. Now that I know how to find my links, let's see here. Invite guest, copy it. And now I gotta minimize that. Okay. Yeah, just so you guys know, EV Mux now, they have this little itty bitty light arrow, and it's literally hidden over here. It's hidden behind the pole of the arm that comes around this way and down. So that's why I couldn't find the, you know, the invite guest link there, which is normally on the left side, right under chat. But now it just says branding, private chat, and has some weird icon of a monitor for some reason. I don't know what's going on with that. And my chat's frozen again. Awesome. Some person is saying, Weems, wake up. Invite Ann, she can talk sumo. I'm gonna call this part. What if I give Raphael 70s hair, like a giant luft? What if look at me and my no guess. I put all these fillers out and get no guess. I can't believe Lance Henriksen is ghosting me right now. Crazy, right? Okay. Well, that's what my cousin's doing. Here, I'll show you. I'll show you guys. Derek is in Iceland right now. I guess he's got no cell service, but anyways, here, I'll share this. I'll show you. Here, I'll add this to screen. There you go. There he is. 10 years ago, and then current. That's where he's at. So he's hanging out. He's in Iceland. He says he got no cell service, so damn it. Am I right? Damn it. Alright. Back to inking. What are these shenanigans? What's up, John Snowden? Did you invite Katie Segal? Yeah, let me... hold on. I'm going to invite... I would prefer to just have the sounds of a restaurant, dude. That'd be sick. Yeah, let me get... You know what? Hold on a second. I'm going to get Dave Faustino... Katie Segal, and what's her name that played the neighbor? I don't want no Ed O'Neill. That scene stealer, Ed O'Neill. Damn. Yeah, I invited. We'll see if he jumps on. If he jumps on, I'm gonna laugh. Let's sent him a very nice little message. It said, it's been forever. Which it has been. According to our last message, it was 2018. I sent him a, it's not there anymore for some reason. I guess they expire. It was a large video file. It was him doing karaoke. I don't remember what song it was. Some old timey song. You know what I'm saying? It was like some old timey song, like one of those old school bands, like Radiohead. Some about trees. All right. Let me do this. Holy guacamole. He's not here. What? My chat, it keeps like, hold on a second here. I think I can pop, hold on. If I pop out comments, okay. I popped them out. I think it stays. Okay. Yeah, I can see wow. You can draw and design the circle. What are you talking about? What are you even talking about? Draw some design in the circle and the sword. What are you talking about, Sumo? I don't even know what Sumo's talking. Yeah, I'm gonna draw it up here, dude. I'm gonna draw a design in the sword. Some person's trying to invoke Power of the Mystics over here. Damn it. Some person's trying to... That's my Owen Wilson impression. How far back are you? How far back are you? Yes, this says... Hold on, let me see here. I have Facebook open just to see if he responds to me. He read the first message I sent, but he didn't open it back up to see the cool photo of us hanging out. Oh yeah, let me go ahead and do this. Sumo's gonna be upset if I don't. Sumo's gonna be big mad. Big mad. Are any of you gonna go see the anniversary theatrical showing of the Transformers animated movie? I got some insider knowledge of it. You guys know they have there's gonna be a there's gonna be a post-credit scene. Just, you know, like new. All right, let me get this. I don't want Sumo yelling at me in chat. What's this going on here? This feels a little stocky. What are you talking about? He read the message. He's shaving and getting ready to go on. Yeah, there's a new... See? Look at... See that? You called. Yeah, dude. I tried to get Lance Henriksen to come on, Joseph. He put me on a read. I just want to get him on here so he can tell chat that I did in fact go to high school with Carrie Henn. Literally, that's it. And then I'm going to throw him out. I'm going to kick him from the stream. Joe, I'm going to send you the link, Joe. If I can't get a celebrity on here, you know what I'm saying? Hold on, let me see. Where's this? Oh, I can invite a guest. Okay, I can get a normie guest like Joe Weems. Dude, I can't find the freaking scroll bar now. What the frick? Where it? Oh, because it's way up there. Hold on a second. It's way up there. Alright, here, I'm going to send it. Joe, Lance Henriksen put me on read, so I'm going to send you... Here, we can talk about Lance. I'll send you a link. I sent you a Merry Christmas. Joe, you never told me thank you in 2023. I sent you a Merry Christmas. Here. I see it in my... I see it, dude. Don't be acting like you didn't see it. It shows that you looked at it. I said Merry Christmas and I put an emoji and you didn't say it back. There it is. I sent it to you on Facebook, so... I mean, I did it. That's right. You guys better respect Mr. Joseph. He doesn't like using the last name because people always think we're related. It's Joseph Weems Robertson. Just, you know. He hates it. He hates that people compare us. I'll turn the music down if he shows up. Derek is in Iceland. So then I had to go to Plan B, which is Lance Henriksen, the old man. Then I sent it to Joe Weems. I linked you in the Bad Religion Yule logs. Oh, that's right. Yeah, you did actually. Yep. When they were doing the live. What's even happening here? What is this? What is this? So, someone in one of the last streams asked if I ever inked Brett Booth. The answer is yes. I did some fill-in pages on an issue of World's Finest over him. Why'd you capitalize him? Is Brett Booth God? This would have been around 2016-ish. Nice. Nice. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, dude. Yep. That's what I'm talking about, dude. What do you know about Lance? No, I'll turn down for Joseph. Joseph Weems Robertson. He's also related to Abraham Lincoln. Bunch of haters in chat. Y'all just mad because you're not related to Honest Abe. No, I really did. Did Angie send you the photo, Renif? I sent it. Hold on. I think I sent it to Angie. Maybe here. I'll send it to Woodrow because Angie's terrible. Angie's the worst. Hold on a second. I'll send it to Woodrow so that way you'll get it. Where is it? Here it is, right there. Here, Woodrow, I'm sending it to you. I know you're busy in your restaurant making people their delicious meals, but there you go. I sent it to you. There you go. You can send it to Renif. Where's... Hold on, I'm downloading something right now. Sorry, Lance, you gotta wait. I can't let you in yet. Okay, there's that. Why is Jason Bascom messaging me? Hold on. Wait, I just left. Joe Weems is saying hi to chat. From chat? To KSSS, because Angela's the worst. Send it to... Yeah, send it to KSSS, because Angela is literally the worst. She's out here. She's probably got like 5 streams open. I think Joe Weems is shaving now. My favorite thing is Angela in chat being like, "Who am I saying this to? Who could it be? Angela, who could it be?" Am I right? My cat had 5 dinners today, chat. I'm just gonna let you know this. She had 5 dinners today, and she's yet to be satiated. I want to get Lance on here so I can ask Lance what to do about Kit Kat. And she heard me say her name, because there she is. Alright, I popped out comments so that I can move them over here. It's like not updating for me. So let me go all the way down. Holy crap, bro. You know what sucks? So when I pop comments out, it starts all the way at the very top. No hello to Kit Kat. Cranberries in his second dinner today. Wait. What do you mean you're in your second dinner? What is this? Jason wants me to show Glamour Puss. Dude, isn't that like... Hold on. Hold on. Can I download that? Oh, I can. Hold on. So, let me... Hold on. Give me a second here. I think I can upload it... I think I can upload it in here. Hold on. I'm going to close chat here. Let me Where the hell, dude? Where the hell is this? These are video clips. I think I can add it here. Let me add new. Hold on. Wait, how did it do that? Hold on a second here. Add media. Jason, this one?
Jennifer's back, and this time she wants to be a glamour puss. And voila, here's our glamour puss. She's wearing a black leotard, a little white jacket we found at a thrift shop, and look what we did with her hair. We made cat ears out of her hair. Or you can go all out and do this. Or you might prefer these ears like we purchased at a costume shop.
Bro, why'd you make me show that? Now I gotta go back to comments. Now it's saying Rushbrook's saying I'm live. Look, it went all the way to the top. It went all the way to the freaking top, dude. I missed everything. I missed the whole everything comment. Look, Joe Weems got me on read. Jason Bascom got me on read. Lance Henriksen ain't answering me. What's wrong with society, bro? You know what I'm saying? Hold on a second here. Where the hell is my... Oh, there it is. Oh, I can move you over here so I can see you. Yeah, dude. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Citizen Ronan has a question. Is Phil Diaz running this... Yes. Yes. What's up, Jay Ryan? That's right. Yeah, Jason hates chats, dude. Like, that's all there is to it. He sent me that. I didn't grandfather it in, you know what I'm saying? I didn't Abe Lincoln it. I kind of want second dinner. I want to be in second dinner, you know what I'm saying, Cran? I wouldn't mind being inside second dinner myself. Well, I figured out how to add some clips, but for some reason some aren't loading up here. I got my Norm super chat one in there. I got Jason's stupid cat thing, and then I also got my timer. So I figured out 3 of them. I don't even know what I was trying to add it, and then it was like, "Oh, do you want to add these?" And I'm like, "Those are all the preloads that I had for ever," and then they disappeared. I'm like, "How'd you find those?" You know what I'm saying? That's right. What are you talking about? Blame me. Blame you for not sending pictures to Woodrow of me hanging out with Lance Henriksen, who put me on read two and a half minutes ago. Hold on, let me check this. I have to keep my chat open to see if he's going to come on or not. let's see. Joe Weems in chat has read my link and then didn't say nothing. Lance Hendrickson. Oh, Lance read it now, so he might be shaving. He might be shaving to come on. And Carrie Hinn hasn't answered. Well, it's been 4 years now. Let's see here. Here, I'm gonna send Carrie. Hold on a second here. I'm gonna send Carrie the link again. Check this out. Well, well, well. There you are. Let me see here. Copy that. What is going on here? All right, now the internet's acting goofy. Oh, snap. That is sick. Hold on, I'm responding about some original art right now. Let's see. All right. All right, I sent the link. Sent the link. Yeah, Jay, yes. You're supposed to be, yep. Fresh and even, all streams from now on. It's a new terms of service. Shebley, if Carrie shows up when she leaves, I want you to tell her have a nice. I will. I will say, have a nice. Exactly. Well, I think WEEMS in chat has actually had a few. I might be wrong about this. Didn't WEEMS hang out for a bit at one of the shows? I forget. I got hiccups right now. It's gonna make it weird. Let's see, which dyeing pen should I use next? I'll use the 1.5. Man, that's crazy. Jason says, I'd come on, but I'm out of the country shaving my head. You better... Listen, dude. You better not be in Iceland right now. Sumo's here. Did I miss Lance? Yeah, Lance came and left. And then Rushbrook told him to have a nice. That's weird. It doesn't look like Carrie's went through. There's something weird with Facebook. All my messages are like, they have that weird thing where they're not loading the top name, even though that's them. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on here. Jason says he's in Iceland with Newt and WEEMS. Damn it. I got a show to run here, dude. I got a show. Sword looks like... No, it's not that. You're tripping. Renif Kickafort here says you were interrupting Lance Henriksen's craps game. No, she didn't. No, Angie, she didn't block me. No, it's just not. It's not. None of my messages are loading on Facebook right now. Even WEEMS, it shows the send, but the name up top is like, it's like a blurry bar on the very top. Yeah, you know, probably get mass reported, something like that. Let's see here. Back to my not Thundercats. Thinking of a theme song for this other group. Something like I don't know, like Tiger Force. Tiger Force is on the loose. Kit Kat, I don't want you. Go away. No. I do not want you. No. I have a fact for you. I do not want you. Nope. Tiger Force. He shut his laptop. Well, hold on a second. Let me turn this on. My cat is screaming at me. Thank you. Someone just shut my door because they know. Give me 1 second here. This thing is so loud. Good Lord. Maybe. I don't know if chat can hear you or not. They probably think I'm talking to myself. I don't know either. What's going on, man? Yep. Let's see here. Why is it not added? Oh, I guess now you're added to scene. There we go. There we go. Now you're tiny.
There you go.
Yep. Yeah, Bobby says, why are you talking to yourself? It's what I do. It's what I do. So yeah, Lance Henriksen was not answering my message, dude. What's up with that?
Well, never let it be said that I didn't answer the call.
How was your shave?
Smooth.
Smooth, yes. That's how chat likes it. Holy moly, what are you working on, dude?
Nothing.
Great, it's good to hear.
What am I working on? World of Warcraft dailies. There you go.
All right. See, somehow Sumo knows your voice, I guess. He says Joe WEEMS. It's Joe Weems, Robertson, Sumo.
This is career suicide.
Yep. Welcome to the end. It's funny because so I just closed the little pop out, and it goes all the way to the top, so it looks like Rushbrook is really excited that I started a stream. Sumo has a question for you here. He says, Joe, does it sting that Shelby tried Lance, then Newt first?
I mean, you're talking about the star of Alien 3, Bishop.
Right?
No, how about Near Dark? The star of you talk about the star of Near Dark? Why would I ever?
Yep. Yeah, Joe is very angered. Joe came on to let you know what grinds his gears.
I mean, look, if you got Hendrickson on, I would be impressed. Oh, how about Frank Black from Millennium and a few episodes of The X-Files?
Right.
I mean, look, I'm a big Hendrickson fan. He's awesome. If you can get him on, then kudos to you, sir.
Yeah. Maybe he'll pop on since you're on here. He'll let you know it's a career suicide. He'll be like, run. Yeah.
I mean, as for Carrie, I mean, look, she's only been in one movie, albeit the greatest movie of all time.
Right. These guys don't believe me. Did I ever, or I guess I wouldn't have told you, but I tell chat often that story about being in Rob's, when Laserdiscs were like a big deal. Rob had obtained the Aliens Laserdisc, and we were having like a little barbecue thing at the house, at his old house, that big mansion place that he lived in. When he popped it open, I was like, "Oh, I went to school with Carrie," and he's all, "Who?" And I was like, "Dude." And he looked at me like I was a liar and just shook his head in disgust. And then I shut up.
Again, only one movie for Carrie, so probably flies below Liefeld's radar.
Right. We back in the day, we were putting together, when I worked at Quebecor out there in Central California. They do like Time. They were doing like Time and Rolling Stone and all these other magazines. They did there was a special magazine. It was like Where Are They Now, right? So it was like child actors and that. And she was one of them, right? And we were all kind of laughing because the photo, her whole photo shoot, she took it in front of the house down there on Bear Creek. The guy that owns like 8 auto dealerships. My dad actually worked for him at one point, but we all thought it was kind of silly because like she lives in a very modest house, like that movie paid for her education and that. I don't think she gets any kickbacks from it, unfortunately. What's Renip saying here? Don't forget Lance was in The Quick and the Dead and Tales from the Crypt episode Yellow. KSSS has Google.
Also, star of The Terminator. Along with his castmate from Aliens, Michael Biehn, who didn't make it to Alien 3, but they did use a plaster of his face that they took in Aliens for the burn prosthetics. But then you never see it actually used in the movie. And he sued their ass for that. And got
did he?
Yeah, he got paid for not even starring in Alien 3. It's amazing.
That's awesome. That is funny. Yeah, I don't. I kind of checked out after I got back into it during like when Covenant and I forgot the other one, but so I kind of came back. I did like the series, that little mini series thing they did. It was kind of cool. I need
Wait,
to rewatch it though. I was working on pages for Marat actually at the time, so like my head was down the whole time I was watching those episodes.
oh wait, are you talking about Alien Earth?
Yes,
Ugh,
yes. You didn't like it?
no, it was very bad. I mean, like the I think
I liked it.
I thought the first episode was good,
Hmm.
and I was like, okay, this
Right,
is promising, and it looked and it felt like you were in the Aliens universe. And then it just went to complete shit. There was only one other episode. I think it was the fifth one, where it was kind of like the backstory takes place on the ship that's coming to Earth. That one was all right. It still wasn't great, but I mean, the alien design is atrocious. I am really disappointed by Weta Workshop, quite frankly, because I know they did all the creature effects for Romulus, and those are pretty good.
right,
So,
right.
anyways.
So you're saying I should have paid more attention, is what you're saying. I'm over here going, that was pretty good.
No, 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 no. You did it right by not paying attention. So,
Okay,
I
good.
mean, look, what's his nuts was in it, and I enjoyed the performance from Timothy Oliphant, but I think other than that, just oof, boy, it was not. It was very poorly written, and it was frustrating to watch. Although they did do one thing that I thought was cool, and that was they introduced other alien life forms from that universe. And I was like, okay, well, that's
Hmm.
kind of fun.
Hmm.
They've never actually done that before. It's always just been the
Like the
xenomorph.
one,
Right,
yes,
right. So
yeah.
that was really cool. Like there's this little eyeball alien that's just stole the show. So he was great. That was fun.
I vaguely remember that. It was so good that I don't remember that. It was so good. Yeah, I had my head down. I was working on, I think at the time I was working on, not that Prey of the Center thing. Oh my God, well, what's the name? Something Vengeance. Some book with the word vengeance in it. Yeah, Marat's sitting on, someone was just asking me about this. They're like, hey, what did you do in this? And I'm like, everything. I did a lot of inks in that. And then I was confusing it because he was like, "Oh, did you something with one of the images?" It's like, "No, that's a different book." And then I went and I looked, and I was like, "Oh, you're right. That was that book." Um, Murat likes to work on 2 or 3 projects at the same time. He also doesn't want me to watch any Alien TV shows. My chat keeps freezing up here, dude. What is going on?
This is what happens when you invite other celebrities to your stream.
Yeah. Cranberry's local to me. He's down here, South Tucson. Did the eyeball alien look like the periscope-eyed alien from Star Wars: A New Hope? Question mark. So I don't think Crane has watched it.
No.
Forced Vengeance. Yes, yes, that is exactly the comic that I was working on. Forced Vengeance.
So was that you inking Murat?
No, it's one of Murat's books. Just the covers. The interiors was pretty much the same dude who he uses on most of his stuff. Andrew Lunatic.
Ah,
Lunatic. He spells it with a K.
yeah, I've seen
Uh,
his stuff. He used to be kind of like a Dave Finch clone, if I remember correctly. I think he's evolved since then, but when I first saw him,
yeah, yeah. His stuff now is more kind of like I don't know, man, like bulbous kind of. Let me see if I got anything here I can show you. I guess that's a page there by him. This one. So it's got, this was a fill-in page because Murat needed it like quick for some book. But this is the same art. This is a bad example because it's all like robot shit. Let me see here. Man, I really need one of those drawers. Back in the day, I used to have like a nice filing cabinet. I do not have a nice filing cabinet now. Joe, are you still repped by Tatiana?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. I saw her streaming on I think it was on the CAF page.
Yep.
They were going over like commission stuff and that. So I said what's up in chat, but I got ignored.
I will.
Yeah, this is.
I will chastise her. Do
it. Tell her the guy that went to school with Carrie Hinn.
She will have no idea what that means.
There you go. There's a
but
face.
I will say that.
Everyone loves that face. Yeah, let her know. Let her know. I'm over here like dropping receipts, bro. I'm like, I only have 2 of these yearbooks. The other 2 are the other 3 are in stores. So I got 90, 91, 94. I was already living in Anaheim. Never tell you about that. You know that I lied. I lied about my age to work there. I told them I was 17 because in California you weren't allowed to work at like 16. I think you had to have like a parent permission slip or something like that.
To work
like,
where?
I'm 17 at Extreme.
Huh. No, I mean I don't remember any of that. I mean I think I got my first job at 15 working at Baskin Robbins. So I mean maybe there was something, but I don't remember it.
Yeah, there was. Hold on, let me get my Photoshop file. See, look, there's Carrie right there. See, right there. Bam. See that?
I see
Bam.
that.
Right
yep.
There. Yep.
Proof in the pudding.
Yep. Right next to Kevin Henry. This dude, he was like the. You ever see 80s movies where you got like the nice jock? Like he's not the villain. That was him. He was like the nice dude. I was trying to find some of these photos, like the extracurricular stuff. I can't find any because they don't have an index in the back showing who's in what. But I know she was in. Cheer. She was in a few other things. Who is hiring these kids to make comics? Exactly. Oh, Renif has a good point here. We got Renif Kickafor here, says Shelby lied about his age, and he expects us to believe his Carrie Hinn tells. Look, I was able to fool Joe Weems about it, all right, with my photoshopped yearbooks, okay?
I'm just impressed that you have the yearbooks, within arm's distance for the just to throw it in chat's face.
Oh, dude, I went into storage and actually pulled them out one day because it was like a whole like subject of contention in a chat. Yeah, I have a prerogative behind it. What's up, Sailor? We got Rick Sailor in chat.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that all my yearbooks are in a box in storage in Montana somewhere. So kudos to you for having it available.
Wait, Montana?
Yeah, that's where we were supposed to move after selling the house in Colorado. But now we're in Nebraska, so go figure.
Nice. Oh, you're pretty close to one of my sisters then. I have a sister who I found out through Facebook that I found out about. Um, my dad had a few kids on the outside.
Well,
They've been finding me on, they've been finding me on Facebook.
well, that's a fun way to find out.
Right. Well, I had a DM and I was like, I'm like, this isn't Carrie Hen, Um, they, I saw the face and I was like, I already knew what it was because I saw the face and I was like, damn, this looks like my dad, but it's like a woman, like the face. We all have, my buddy Tom he says, y'all have the Robertson nose, is what he's told me. I'm like, yeah, I can see it. You managed somehow not to get it. How'd that happen, Joe? How did you end up not getting the Robertson nose?
It's very simple genetics. It's called "I'm not a Robertson."
Not a Robert. Don't tell chat that. I've been telling chat you're a Robertson.
You also you, you also
Joseph
lied about
Weems
Carrie
Robertson.
Head, so chat can't believe anything you say.
Don't listen. This isn't the real Joe Weems. Don't listen to this person. Let me pop out these comments, dude. Now again, I'm back at the top. It's always nice to pop this out and see Michael Rushbrook is so excited about the stream. Let's see. KSSS says Shelby saw the message. I'm your sister, and Shelby was like, yeah. I'm waiting for a message from Lance. Yeah. All right. Sumo's got a real question here. Are you related to the Robertsons from Duck Dynasty? If they're Hicks, maybe. Ronan says, I'm a Robertson 1. What is that? You know what that means, Joe?
No.
Is that like first gen? Let's see. Jason's here. All right. You can't fuel up Jason. He's one of my biggest haters here. I've been saying for years, Shelby don't know no new. Listen, dude. You don't know nothing, Jason. You don't know. Ace here says Shelby was voted most likely to lie about knowing a celebrity. Damn it. Let's see, Jason. Did Joe see Glamour Puss? Yes, he was here. You saw it, didn't you, Joe?
I'm sorry, I was busy trying to upload my avatar so that at least people could see that it's me and not some fakeo. Was that the Kit Kat photos?
No, it was this thing.
Jennifer's back, and this time she wants to be a glamour puss. And voila, here's our glamour puss.
I may not have been here.
She's wearing a
We had
black leotard,
situation
a
where
little
the
white jacket we found
doorknob
at a
broke
thrift
and
shop.
I had to
And look what we did with her hair.
step away from the
We
computer.
made cat ears out of her hair. Or you can go all...
Yeah, we're not going to finish that. Very good. Are you happy, Jason? Death Metal Hero Luke, he's pissed off now. No one wanted to see that.
I didn't see anything, quite frankly, so I don't know what.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, it's a terrible video of this really bad makeup job. Something called Glamour Puss.
Should I Google it?
No. I can just send you the MP4 if you really want to see it.
No, it's okay.
It'll fit through DMs because that's how I received it. Pretty sure it's like a 240p. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Let's see here. Ren of Kickafort says Angela scheduled an appointment with Glamour Puss. That's good. Jason does want me to send it to you. I'll send it to him.
Yeah, just Facebook message me.
Yeah. Let me send that to you right now. You don't have to watch it right now. You probably shouldn't. It'll probably make you want to leave. There we go. There's Glamour Puss. Yeah, Lance put me on read, Joe. He put me on read. Do you believe it? I'm
I'm
gonna send
busy
you.
watching Glamour Puss. I
Oh
I have
God.
I have questions.
Yeah.
Oh, it keeps getting worse.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a step by step.
Yeah. Are you happy, Jason? I'm ruining Joe's evening too.
Oh, hey, it's you and Lance. I mean, it could be
Yep.
photoshopped, but
No, that's real. That's at Did you ever do Alamo City? That was from Alamo City,
no,
San Antonio.
no, I don't think I ever have.
Okay. Yeah, that was from there. That was they had an after party thing at a karaoke bar, and I just hung out with Lance, and I was showing him all my photoshopped imagery of Carrie, and he's like, "Oh yeah, and I was like, "Hey, is there any stuff you can tell me about her that I can use on my chat, to trick them?" And so he wrote me a whole 3-page essay about her and her life. I studied it, and then I started streaming. Yeah, you need to tell Tatiana, say, hey, Shelby said he said what's up. I didn't get a what's up back.
You want me to do that right now?
Send her Glamour Puss and maybe after stream. So are you doing any like books right now, or
Nope.
no books of your own?
No. Just private commissions, that's all.
Okay.
I mean, I think the last time I did any comic work would have been 2024. I was inking some Tim Vigil pages for a Kickstarter book called Jack the Lantern Labyrinth. I don't
Okay.
know if it ever came out or not, though. But I've inked him a couple times over the last like 6 or 7 years on various projects, but some of it I think is just for his personal use, so I don't know if it'll ever see print or not. But the Kickstarter,
Yeah.
I was under the impression it was, supposed to come out, but I haven't heard anything, so I don't know.
Hmm. Maybe Death Metal in chat knows.
But I've got some of the
Luke, do you know?
pages up. If you go to TD Art, and you
Mm-hmm.
look up WEEMS, you'll see some of the Vigil stuff that I have from it.
Right. Do you have any Silvestri pages left, or are those all long gone?
I've got one Silvestri page left. It's from Hunter Killer.
You had.
It's one of those pages where I don't think I could sell it for a whole lot of money, but it's one of the pages that I really, really like the storytelling in it. It highlights some of Mark's cartooning abilities, which
Mm-hmm.
I think you used to see a lot more back when he was doing Wolverine, for example, or even a bit on
Right.
the Uncanny X-Men run. But once he
Right.
got to Image, he really leaned hard into the Jim Lee thing and just went for like the big splashy images and hyper rendering as opposed to the actual cartooning. And it softened itself up over the years. Like I think once he got to Darkness, he started to kind of like get back to his roots. And then I think it wasn't until after the new X-Men book that I did with him that he really kind of got comfortable once again just doing what he
Mm-hmm.
does. So I think Hunter Killer had a lot of really prime examples of you know how much Mark excels at storytelling, right?
Right.
That you just hadn't seen for a while. Anyway, so I
Here, I'm
kept
gonna
one of
put
those.
this.
I kept one of those pages.
Yeah, I just threw it in chat so you guys can check it out. If you go up to the search bar, you can just type in WEEMS, and then you can see all of his like fucking ridiculously good pages in there. Yeah, Hunter Killer is badass, dude. I have like three. I got two hardcovers, and of course the regular series. That's one of my favorites of Mark's. Like you said, it's got yeah, it's got more the cartooning stuff in it, like emotes and all that. What's up, Mike? Is this Murder Mike? Is this Blakey? What's up, dude?
Well,
yeah, dude, yeah. This is Joe Weems Robertson talking. Yep.
Jeez.
Joe Weems Robertson.
But yeah, I think that it also helped he had someone like Mark Waid writing the project, because Mark's a fantastic writer, and he really understands how to script the characters and how to, create a functional story within 22-page comic format. You always have a beginning, middle, and end. Your first act, second act, third act. It always flows nicely, and I think that may have been missing from some of that early Image work. Quite a bit.
I don't think none of the Image, like all the Image books were just sort of they were like pump it out.
Right.
From what I remember, a lot of the early stuff was just like get it done.
Yeah, we're just going to draw really big figures and fight scenes all the time. And look, there's a place for that, and that was cool. But I mean, I think Hunter Killer really showed the marriage between great writing and great artwork that had been absent from, I think, a lot of the earlier Silvestri stuff. So, I mean, I thought Darkness was like turning it in the right direction. Like the issues that Mark did of the Darkness really shined. But I think
they were cool because it had like a lot of that like Sopranos type thing going in a weird way. It had I don't know, man. The writing, the story was cool. I think he kind of went softball on it so that Mark could draw cool stuff, though. Do you notice that?
I don't think Ennis actually wrote any of the Darkness. I think that was all done by his ghostwriter. Oh man, I'm drawing a blank on his name. Geez, it's been so long now. At least that's the impression I got.
I wasn't aware that I didn't know he had a ghostwriter.
Yeah, it's another famous writer English writer who came along, started getting published work after the fact. I'm just drawing a blank on his name right now.
Was it maybe you think it was Alan Moore Robertson?
Yes, well, another one of the long lost Robertson brothers.
He's pretty famous, yeah. So Mep here, I was going to tell you, his name is Mike Pritchard, and I have a joke about he shares the same name as Mike Dirnt from Green Day. His real name is Michael Pritchard. They have the exact same name, and this one also plays bass and is in Green Day. It's a weird coincidence. It's a very strange coincidence. Luke says he doesn't think it got funded. That Vigil, the stuff you inked, Joe.
Oh well, I mean that would explain why it never came out. I didn't even know if it launched as far as the Kickstarter campaign or not. I have no idea. Wasn't a part of any of that. Just they paid me. I inked. There you go.
Hey, you got some Will Spartasio pages in here.
I do. I think I've only.
You got some Brandon Peterson shit too.
Yeah, I inked everybody, man.
I don't like you now. Look at this. You got wait. So you inked Rich Bennett?
I am one of the few people in existence who can say they actually inked Richard Bennett on something. Yeah, Bat and
right, because it's usually the other way. Yeah.
Yeah, Bat and I got to ink a couple pages that he did fill in for Ascension, I believe. And at the time, like I don't think anyone else had ever inked him. I mean, I'm not sure about his continuity run. Like I'm sure Neil did some
Hmm.
stuff, or maybe some of the other guys in the studio worked with him. But as far as his image run went, it was always him doing finishes over someone else, or just doing his own work.
Okay. Here, let me. Where is this at? Most of my chat's super poor, but we'll show. I'll show this here. Do that. There we go. Look at some of this. See, Phil Diaz is hanging out. The Robertson clan. Yeah, dude. So here, check this. Well, this. Yeah, okay. So that looks like it's. Is it updating? No, it's not updating. My freaking channel is messy right now. There it is. Okay. Yeah. All right. So this right here, dude. Okay, check it. So this right here is like. This is my favorite era of Brandon.
You know what's funny is Brandon hated the inks on that stuff.
This is his best stuff, dude.
I liked it a lot, and I really enjoyed working with him. But I will say, to defend him, many
Mm-hmm.
years later, when I saw him again at a con, he told me like he apologized for being so shitty back in the day, and said now that when he looks at it, he can't believe how amazing the work is.
Yeah.
Because I was adding something. It was just little bits, just of texture to help separate images, and because he's so
You know what?
tight, right? His pencils are so
I
tight that the challenge is to ink it as good as
yes.
he's penciled it. But I wanted to bring like just a little bit of life to each little element. Make the leather
Right.
coat look like shiny leather. Make the matted monkey fur look like matted monkey fur, to make his hair look greasy and slick, and so on and so
Mm-hmm.
forth. Just you want everything to look different. You don't want it just to be the same dead line.
Right. No, dude. This honestly, from an artistic point, this is peak, dude. Like this stuff here. I I get I get what he wanted. Um, I think he was trying to go for that very he wanted that deadline Mike Golden thing is what I'm assuming. And
Yeah, absolutely.
that,
And
yeah,
Matt, Matt,
that shit's boring, dude. Like
I mean,
it's boring. I mean,
look, it's very clean. It's very precise. It looks great. Bat had done
right.
a really nice job interpreting that line for the first issue of Arcanum, and the work that they did together on Medieval Spawn, Witchblade, and Misery. And that stuff looks fantastic. So, um, I understand, and at the time, I even understood where he was coming from with
Mm-hmm.
the hatred. But at the same token, like I said, I just feel it's I don't want it to be simple. I want to put a little bit of life into it, give it
Yeah.
my own touch so that it feels unique and different.
No, I
But
get it.
but without
No, I
taking
do.
anything away from, his work. Because there's
Right.
plenty of
Right.
inkers that are very heavy-handed, and they'll just recreate something and make it their own, and it ceases being the penciler's work. And I think there was a time in my career where I would have been much more comfortable doing that. And then the older I've
Mm-hmm.
gotten, the more I have felt that I need to let the pencilers breathe, like let their artwork really shine through. So, um, yeah, but
I've gone the other way. I don't care anymore, dude. I literally I'm like I'm redrawing this. I hate this face. They can fire me if they want.
well, I mean, as a prime example of that, like I inked Liefeld a couple times, and on
Hmm.
the Heroes Reborn project, I got 3 pages. I got a splash
Dude,
page of the Hulk's
the whole
face, and
yeah, the Hulk face was sick, dude. You had that with you when I ran into you at Big Wow, remember? Because I was like I wanted that piece. If that show did better, I would have bought it. It didn't do great. Was the problem?
it happens. But the and then I got a double page spread with, I think it was Thor fighting the Hulk with big old sausage fingers. But the point of the
Hmm.
story is, when I picked up the pages from Rob. This would have been at Awesome Studios. Um, he,
Yes.
was very specific. He was like, "Hey, I don't. I just want you to ink what's there. Like, I don't want you to change anything or add anything." And and I'm just nodding my head, like, "Yeah, okay, sure, whatever." But in my brain, I'm just thinking, like, "Well, why the fuck did you call me down here to ink these pages then? Like, you know what I do, so I mean, I'm obviously going to do what I do and not listen to a thing you're saying right now."
Right.
And so, I took them home and I inked the pages and I just went to town on them, right? Because my attitude was, well, whenever Todd inks Rob, he McFarlaneizes it, right? And obviously, Rob doesn't have a problem with how it turns out. So my
Right.
thought process was, as long as I make it look good, as long as I'm enhancing it and not detracting from it, then
Mhm.
hopefully he'll like it. And yeah, so when I brought the pages back, it blew his socks off. He was absolutely, amazed by what I had done. But
Right.
I will say this, like, other than the rejects cover, I don't think I ever inked anything else over Rob. Oh no, you know what? That's not true. I blue lined a Deadpool cover once. Or wait, no, a Hawkman cover. I think it was for DC. I want to say it was Hawkman. Anyways, but that's about
Was
it.
it
So
was it was it the one with the? You sure it wasn't Deathstroke? It was a
maybe
Hawkman cover.
maybe it was Deathstroke. I mean, it's been a while now, and I just remember having a really difficult time working with the blue line because
Hmm.
he essentially had
Hmm.
just, I don't know if he drew it digitally or what, but he had just sent me a blue line file, and
Yeah,
man, it was.
he doesn't he doesn't know how to draw digital. It was probably something that he, because I think at the time he was just getting into uh, sending roughs and that. It
Yeah,
was
I
probably
mean,
a bad. It was probably a bad scan, dude. I've got a few of those.
yeah, it
Uh,
was it was pretty rough to say the least. So,
right,
and it was like
right.
full bleed, like there was no,
Hmm.
he didn't take into any account, cropping the image for publication. So I did my best with what I was given, but I really abhor working on blue line.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so see, this is what I'm talking about, man. Look at this. This dude's he's trying to stir the pot. He's look at Creighton Division. Jason says Shelby said on another stream how much he hated that Hulk face. Another one of the white man's lies.
Oh,
Yeah, dude.
terrible, terrible. I mean,
It's
look,
exactly what I said.
the lighting was all over the place on on that pinup. So
Dude, I know, I
so
know.
my attitude was like, okay, like he's clearly being lit from four different angles on this, so I'm just going
Yeah,
to go for it, and I'm going to just, hatch all of the rendering in and out of these apparent light sources so that I try to make sense out of it, but
yeah.
eh, it is what
Didn't
it is.
you did a DPS too though of the was it Thor punching the Hulk or hitting the
Yeah.
Hulk?
Yeah, that was the double page spread that followed
That
the
page
splash page. And it had
that dude that page was sick, dude. Like, yeah, I was actually, I showed my, you weren't, I don't think you were here earlier. um I found this for, it was hella cheap, dude. And I told him I only got it because it's this one here, Joe. So I mean, it's in it, but the Heroes Reborn, the omnibus thing, right?
oh, good
um
lord, why?
it I like it. I like it. It's an art book to me. Like, I could care less about the characters, but no, it was cool, man. Like, there's the first 5 or 6 books are fun, but I had mentioned earlier. Don't listen to Jason. You go back in the stream, and if you want to see it, I was talking about how cool the Avengers pages that Rob did to me. Uh, they were just more fun than the Cap stuff. The Cap stuff around issue 3, I feel like it got better. Um, but Jonathan's inks on it were like way too clean, dude. I mean,
Well,
I know that's what they were doing, but they were way too clean.
but think about it. Like, Jonathan was working directly for Rob, right? Like, I mean, he was Extreme Studios inker. He was,
Hmm.
obviously followed Rob over to Awesome, and I know he was freelancing around and getting other work, but he knew who was buttering his bread, and for the same reason that I just mentioned about how Rob told me, like, hey, don't change anything, just ink what's there. You have to understand that's probably exactly the same thing that he's telling Jonathan to do, right? Just ink what's
Right.
there. So I would say that that's probably a big reason why the Cap stuff looked the way it did. So, but yeah, the double page spread that you're talking about Thor punching the Hulk.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny that you like it because that's the one where it has the big old sausage fingers. If you can find it in your Heroes Reborn book, I think it's hilarious. So,
Well, I'll point it out. I haven't opened it yet. I'm gonna do one of my little like art for inspiration videos I do, where I just like showing like this is some cool shit, or reasons why I like it. Um, I get a lot of people that are like, "No, dude, that wasn't," and I'm like, "Nah, listen, man. Like, this is a me." Those videos when I do them, it's literally ones I'm like, "This is why I like it. I'm not trying to convince anyone else to. It's this is why I like it, and things I like that. I like that. I know you're saying the sausage fingers, dude, but it was still cool. You know what I mean? Like when it came out.
it was the one thing where I was like, okay, should I redraw these fingers to make them look like
Uh,
normal
this is
human
Will's.
hands, or should I give them like Jack Kirby slabs, or should I just take
Mm-hmm.
Rob's direction and just ink what's there? And that was I think the one example of those pages where I was like, I'll just ink what's there. It'll just
Right.
look too. It looked weird. I'm not gonna lie, it was
Yeah.
just absolutely bizarre looking. But look, I mean, the
It
guy's
was
doing pretty
fine.
well for himself, so he obviously knows what the fans want. So I stuck with it.
Yeah. No, this is cool. The artifacts books, I really like. I really like them. I bought that mostly for the Portaccio issues. The Wilson stuff on it was cool. Did you ink all this stuff on those too, or was that like a shared ink?
I inked all of the Wills pages
Okay.
for
Well,
the.
that was the good stuff.
I
Good.
think it was 4 or 5 issues of Wills. I did some fill-in inks on Michael Broussard's issues, which came
Mm-hmm.
first. And I would have gladly inked all of them, quite frankly, at the time. But
Yeah.
when the Will stuff came along, yeah, it was a matter of Mark had kind of slowed down. This was post Hunter Killer, and I just
Mm-hmm.
wanted to fill my plate. So, being able to work with Wills was a real joy. So,
Yeah. I got to connect with him at last year's Tucson, and I was going up to. I was just trying to tell him like my ideas about some stuff, and I was showing him. I was like, "Oh, do you mind if like I wanted him to give me like a portfolio review, because he was kind of slow, dude. It was just him and his wife, and he had like one commission. I knew the guy that was getting the commission from him, so I was kind of like using that as leverage. And yeah, he looked through my stuff, and then he pulled me aside, and he was like basically asked me like, "Hey, are you interested? Like, would you do something of mine?" I was like, "Dude, like you're one of my like you're on my Mount Rushmore. Of course I would, dude. Like that'd be awesome." He never got a hold of me or for anything.
well, I mean, reach out to him. I mean, Wills is a
Oh
busy
no, I
dude
have. He
and meets a lot of
he's
people. So,
he's got me on read like Carrie Hen, bro. Like that's what he's got.
see
Yeah.
how it is. You just got to send him
Uh,
the link to the live stream.
yeah.
That's how it works.
Michael Pritchard, who's got that Green Day money, is saying Medieval Spawn and Witchblade Sylvester pinup will be mine. Was that yours and you sold it, or because I've seen that thing pop up a few times?
Yeah, no, that was the very first time I ever inked Mark, and
Mm-hmm.
I asked him specifically if I could keep that original, and
Yeah.
he was Mark is super cool, first of all,
Mm-hmm.
so let's just get that out of the way. And he was like, "Yeah, man, no problem, it's all yours." So I had
Nice.
that framed on my wall for you know um, a decade plus. I wound up caving to a European collector who just offered me stupid money for it,
Yeah.
and I didn't want to sell it, but my art rep at the time was Joseph Damon, the guy who reps Humberto,
Mm-hmm.
and it was just so hard to say no because like JMD was doing a great job selling my Silvestri covers for me and whatnot.
Yeah.
But like I said, we got this offer from this French client, and it was like I him and hawed. Look, I even called my mom and was like, "So should I take this? I mean, that's some pretty crazy money, right?" And
Right.
I think she understood that it was something I was struggling with, but in
Yeah.
the end, I decided, okay, what the hell, I'll bite, I'll sell the piece, and I definitely wish I hadn't, but I can't complain because the money was so good at the time. Um,
Right.
and
Right.
then that guy wound up flipping it not too much long, like maybe a year. And this is the whole thing. Like when I sold it to him, like I wrote like a short story to him, basically saying like, look, this is the jewel in my crown. I don't want to sell it, but if you are, what you're offering is a good deal, and
Hmm.
as long as you promise not to just flip this thing, right? Like then I will acquiesce. And then like yeah, I would say probably less than a year and a half later he flipped it. He
It
just
was
was
for
one of
sale.
those yeah, he was just one of those guys who had a lot of money and was just a flight of fancy for him. So he
Right.
got out of comic art pretty quick and then got into like fine illustration. So,
Hmm.
you know, and then
I know a dude in Vegas that literally did what you're saying. He has the last time I had spoke to him, he kept upgrading. So he had like two Jim Lee Uncanny originals. He traded up for three McFarlane Amazing Spider-Man originals, and he ended up with like a Spidey solo titled cover. And then he ended up trading up to this really high grade Amazing Fantasy 15. He just kept trading up, right? And like now, all he does is sports cards. Like he got out of comics altogether. Like I think that they auctioned off his Amazing Fantasy book. But yeah, he kind of did that. He was like, I'm not really. He would get bored with it.
yeah, no, it
Um,
happens. And this is the thing with the medieval spawn piece specifically was after he flipped it, like someone had it for quite a while, and then it
mhm.
popped up on I want to say Heritage not too long ago. It was within the last year because Tatiana and I were watching it. We wanted to
Yeah,
see what it sold for.
yeah.
Um, you know, Definitely sold for outside of my.
Does she still
Uh,
have? Does she still have all of her? Way back when I met her, dude, she had like a quite a bit of like Mike Turner stuff, dude. I feel like,
oh yeah, no, she still has some Primo Turner stuff. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, that's cool. You got Yaki in chat. You know Matt, colorist Yaki,
Yeah,
Matt
I know
Yaki.
Matt
Yeah,
Yaki.
yeah,
What up, bro?
yeah, yeah. Matt Yaki Robertson in chat. He says, "When did this stuff come out? Haven't seen it before. I don't know what stuff you're talking about." That's an old comment, by the way. So it's probably this. Let's see, what were we looking at first? So I was looking at Arcanum. Arcanum. How do you pronounce it?
Arcanum.
Arcan. Neither way. Uh, so Arcanum. And then the other one was, well, this is Aphrodite 9. So this page here, this double pager. This is from the Wizard Zero, wasn't it?
Yeah,
No.
funny thing about that, that's not me. I did not ink that. That is Marco Galli. That's one of his pages, and I don't know why it is under my art because that is Marco's, not mine.
It has both of you listed right here.
Um, I don't think I inked anything on that. I think that's
Okay.
100% Marco. I could be
Okay.
wrong. Like maybe I did. Maybe I threw some render lines or something. But
You spotted the
yeah,
blacks
yeah,
on
I,
it.
I spotted it for him. Yeah, there you go.
um, so there's that. Let's see, Will's maybe the Lion Forge stuff here. This stuff here. Here, I got a question for you. Um, did Were you working with Mike Oliveris on this?
I have no idea who that is. No, I was
Okay.
working for. I ghosted for Bat.
Okay.
Levsey and I ghosted for Bat. So Bat
Hmm.
did 0 pages from this book that he got
Oh
100% of the
shit.
credit for, but it's all
Yeah.
Levsey and I. and we did like
Okay.
4 or 5 issues of it for him.
Of this
So
stuff. Yeah.
yeah, it was
Yeah.
really fast and easy. So,
Mhm.
but the art is done digitally, so we had to do blue lines.
Right.
So that was
Right.
an interesting project, and not something I
That
would.
stuff. That stuff was. They put a lot of money into the company, but it didn't catch, man. Them characters didn't really catch.
I
Uh,
mean, the pencils were good. This was Benuevo, I think was his
mhm.
name. Like the pencils were damn solid. I mean, good
Yeah.
storytelling and good figures. It was it was fine. It was fun. It was quick and easy, but it was just helping out a bro.
So this one here, this is one of the, like you said, Rich Bennett. Yeah, he's an inker. I don't think I've ever seen him inked by someone else.
Yeah, again, I mean, other than like I know he was with Continuity before he worked at Marvel, which led to him working with Jim at
Yeah, that stuff was
Wildstorm.
ass, dude. That stuff wasn't good. No, I'm just gonna say it wasn't good. It was like he was doing the let's everybody draw like Neil phase.
Yeah, yeah, and you
I
can
have a bunch of that stuff, dude.
yeah, and you can see it even in these figures here, like on this
Hmm.
page that you're looking at. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, like I said, I didn't collect them, so I don't know if anyone inked him back then or not. Um, I would guess that there was quite a bit of handing pages around the studio
The
to people.
Yeah, the issues I have of his, I feel like he was drawing Megalith. I
Yeah, I
think
think
that
that's
was the
right.
book. Yeah, so that stuff there, man. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like he was working off of like Neil layouts, if that makes sense. Like I think Neil was doing like breakdowns,
Yeah,
and then he was like just coming in doing fit. But he was doing a lot of brush work, dude. Like a lot of like really real janky outlines. You know what I'm saying? Like there wasn't a whole lot of like fluid control. It was just very like rushed looking. But I kind of think that's what Neil wanted. You know?
yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. No, when he started leaning into the Jim Lee type stuff, that's when I started picking up on him. I'm like, oh, dude, this is cool.
Well, I remember that first issue of X-Force that he did over Capullo. And I
Hmm.
remember they, in the credits, it said, and introducing the amazing embellishment of Richard Bennett. And I was like, wow, even
Yeah.
Marvel is like, promoting this guy. That's impressive. And look, those pages are fantastic. I mean, he probably some of the best that Capullo's ever looked, in my opinion.
Hmm.
uh, but and I like what Capullo does today, but because that would have been very early in Greg's career, so the pages would have been, and the people who were inking him prior to that were, you could tell that that stuff was just getting pushed out, like they were just busting through these pages.
Right.
But man, Richard really brought something to the table, and obviously it caught the eye of Jim. So, because next time you saw him,
Hmm.
it was doing finishes on Jim on Wildcats.
Well, he was also I don't know if you remember, he was doing all those the X-Men fill-in books and that. He did two or three. The inks on them were pretty terrible. He was doing the pencil work. Um, yeah, the inks were pretty bad, dude.
I mean, I don't know if I saw those then. I
Yeah,
remember
but it
his
was his work.
yeah. I mean, I remember his inking Greg on X Force, and then I don't
Mhm.
think I saw any X Men stuff of his. So
Yeah, it was. Do you remember that? It was. Oh God, what's it called? X-Men Unlimited.
oh yeah, I was not picking up that book. So
Yeah, yeah, it was like kind of that era there, dude. You should be inking Benitez now, dude. It would up his game so much. Does
yeah.
Mechanica does Mechanica not sell? Like, can he not like hire? I know he's doing the pencil thing, but
Well,
it would look so much better.
thank you for that. I definitely agree with you, and I certainly have thrown my hat in the ring with Benitez on more than one occasion regarding that. But I think the simple fact is, it's just not in their budget to have an
Okay,
inker on the project. So,
yeah.
But honestly, you know what? My opinion would be just cut the budget of the colorist out and get me to ink it and then print it in black and white.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude.
You know?
We don't need
No,
no color. We don't need no
no,
colorists.
no.
Colorists are lame.
Stop giving Steigerwald checks. You know, give them to Weems instead.
Yeah, dude, this stuff's fun, man. Like, I don't know. Do you have any of your did you do the Magdalena stuff too? Or
Yes.
was that you did everything basically?
I did almost all of the Magdalena. I think Victor did a couple fill-in pages over the course of those 3 issues.
Lamas.
Yeah,
Did
but
he just did he pass away kind of recently? Or was it who was
it's
it was someone
it's
else?
it's been a while. But yeah, we lost Victor a few years ago. That was
Okay.
really rough. So, um, very sad. Super cool guy. Like just a wonderful human being. Always positive, always smiling, always a great attitude. So that was a real bummer. And you know,
Yeah. I heard I never met him. I heard lots of nice things about him.
dude, he's just a champion of a human. So
This was oh dude, I remember you working on this. This is skate deck stuff, right?
yeah, that would be some of the Dark Star stuff that I did. That was I mean, I was having a lot of fun. That was before I started working with Mark because I had essentially left Top Cow and I had started freelancing around a bit. You know, I did that Hulk the End over Keone.
Mhm.
I did some fill-in stuff over Brando at CrossGen, some of his Mystic books. And then
Right.
I got this gig for, drawing skateboard decks. And since I was a skater when I was a teenager, it felt very
Mhm.
full circle for me. I was really into it. And the Dark Star logo is that helmeted knight. It's like a Viking helmet with horns. And I was
Right.
like, oh, okay, I can just, tap into my inner Frazetta for this
Hmm.
stuff and just go to town. And that was a blast. Yeah, man, 4 years of work. And, the only reason I got back into inking was because I got the call from Jim McLaughlin at Top Cow. He was the EIC at the time and said, hey, you want to ink a Mark on X-Men? So I was like, I guess I have to.
Yeah.
So, and then that was that. But it's one of those things where as much as I loved working with Mark and it was a dream come true, it kind of fucked up my career because I was already
Hmm.
doing what I always wanted to do, which was just illustration. I didn't want to be an inker. So, kind of,
Right.
hey, there's my Dragon Skull Alien Queen design right there. Speaking of Carrie Henn.
Yep.
So,
She's
definitely,
missing out.
yeah,
She didn't
definitely.
take my link.
That's right. Definitely influenced by the Stan Winston's Alien Queen for sure.
That's
Um,
dope, dude.
but yeah, lots of fun. I really enjoyed doing those graphics, and they paid exceptionally well, and it was
Hmm.
like quarterly work, so I could, do a handful of decks for them, and then I could, grab some fill-in ink work here and there in between. So
You and yeah, you and Rich Friend. I think so. You it'd be let me think here. It'd be you, Rich Friend, uh, Adelso, Corona, Danny. You guys can all like hella draw, dude. Like you're all like really good with the like uh, design wise. You know what I mean? Like a lot of that makes the best inkers, man. That's where I'm going with it. Is that inkers that can draw, you know?
well, thank you. That is definitely some quality peeps to be compared to and with. Yeah, I mean, I loved Rich Friend's black drawings. I mean, geez, that's at this point, it's
Hmm.
got to be 20 years old. But I remember hitting him up at Comic Con and getting the whole portfolio set of those.
Yeah.
Just absolutely stunning work. You
I,
know,
I went on his channel with them. We were looking at the artist edition. I'm a big McFarlane guy, so it was the Spider-Man artist edition book, the oversized hardcover. But yeah, we were talking about that for a bit, and then he kind of disappeared. He was working on his Plaster Kid book, and he just sort of like disappeared.
yeah, the last time I saw him post something
I love the
was
stacks right here, dude. This you have a lot of things in here that, and I know you don't pull from it, you and Mickey do a lot of the similar chunky things that I try to do right here.
That really heavy
Like just
texture, bloopy
yeah,
line. Yeah, yeah. That's
yeah, dude. Well, no, nobody today does it. I don't know, man. A lot of comic art today is just fucking boring, dude. Like, this is what I love. I love this stuff.
well, I definitely do a lot less of the bloopiness these days, but I
Hmm.
understand what you were referring to and appreciate the compliment for sure. But what I was saying about Rich just now is the last thing I saw from him was that he had gotten a gig doing line art for a tattoo shop down there in La Jolla, San
Hmm.
Diego. So I think that was very much keeping him busy. But it's my understanding that he is still
Oh,
working on
it's the logo.
Blaster Kid in the background. So maybe
He's
someday we'll
still
see it.
working on it. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. He did his like yearly. He did his yearly San Diego Comic Con. He walks through there and streams like uh, showing. Really, just he knows what it's all about, man. He goes and he hits, like the art booze. Fucking Albert Moy, all the expensive stuff, right? Like that's where the good stuff is. He'll hit those, and so yeah, I hit him up. He didn't respond to me, but yeah, no, he's a cool dude. He's a cool dude. I just need to corner him at a show, really.
Yeah.
And just be like, dude, what are you doing, man? Like,
Yeah.
slightly concerned.
This is my experience with Rich is he's always super go-getter when you see him in person, and he's
Hmm.
up to talk and shoot the shit and talk and talk shop, have a great time, and
Right.
always says like, oh yeah, we got to do that, I got to get you on my YouTube channel, or we got to do this thing, and it's like, okay, cool, and then you reach out to him after the fact, and it's just like Carrie Henn ghosting you or Lance Henriksen ghosting you.
Fucking
It's like
Lance.
no,
I haven't
no
checked.
shot.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, no. I'm gonna get Lance on here, man. We're gonna talk about red wine and how weird Carrie Henn's kids are because they look just like her. Yeah,
There you go.
Dark Star Will. What was this? What was this stuff for? Was this like a slime ball type design for packaging, or what? Like what was this right here?
No, that was
Oh, two.
that was a straight up wheel. So the middle of it would be, drilled
This.
out, but you would
Okay.
see the hands and the face and the bottom of the
Right.
robe, and then they would add lettering to it. So yeah, it
You
was
weren't.
a wheel.
You weren't skating with Danny, were you? Because Mickey, back in the day, we used to dude, he would leave the studio and just go skating sometimes. I only went with him twice. I went with him and Marlo a couple times, but he was still skating, dude. Like, yeah, he'd go.
What's funny is Danny's probably one of the guys that I spent the most time hanging out with.
Hmm.
That was a contemporary, but I never skated with him because I had pretty
No,
much by the time I had started working professionally, I'd pretty much stopped
right,
skating. I didn't want to, screw up my wrist or
right,
something.
right.
So I always, and the thing with Danny is he's a ramp skater. Like he loves his half pipe and
Hmm.
his pools, and I
Oh
was
yeah,
I was a
yeah.
street skater. So for me, that was very intimidating. I would not want to do what he does. So he's got the Christian Hosoi in him.
Oh, fucking Christian Hosoi, dude. That was my second board. My dad bought me this cheap ass Tony Alva when I was younger. My older cousin Richard used to be a huge skater, dude. He used to actually go to tournaments. He met Christian Hosoi a few times, and he got me a signed poster at one point that ended up getting like black mold or something on it. Like I kept it like in the bathroom, dude, on the back of the door, and it ended up getting like California infected, from all the moisture and all that shit. This is cool, man. Damn, I'm enjoying looking through this. You don't have any other Wilf's pages. You just have what's on the site right here, Joe, or is it like
Yeah, I think it's just that one page. I think all the other Will stuff is sold. So
were these for cert? These were just for skate decks, right?
yeah, yeah, those are
Okay.
those are two pro
Why
decks.
did Why did I think this was a surf deck?
I don't know.
Okay, I guess I'm a weirdo. All right, let's go back. There was something else here. See, it's got you. It's got you and Marco both listed on this one. Was that Jason Johnson?
The pencils are
Jeff Johnson.
Jeff Johnson. Yeah. So
Okay.
I gotta work a couple issues of Fantastic Four over him. That's what led me to getting the Hulk the End project.
Right.
So
which, dude, I'm gonna be honest, man. Dill's never looked better than that. That book to me, I have that book out all the time, and I have like pretty much everything Dill has drawn up until like 2013 ish, kind of disappeared. What is this?
more skateboards.
This is okay, dude. Don't take this the wrong way. This looks like it could be a Brandon piece.
So wait,
the right side.
Let's see if you scroll down. I wonder if it says after Silvestri on it. Yes. So that is, you know what that is? The gesture.
This one's after Mark.
Yeah, the gesture on that figure is from one of his Angelus that is falling. I think it was it was a splash or a double page splash from one of the first couple issues of Darkness.
Right.
And there's all these Angelus warriors that are being jettisoned down from the heavens towards Earth. And I always loved that like you can see it in the hand, right? Like that's a Silvestri hand right there.
Oh, yeah, dude, that's Wolverine and the Brood, bro. Yeah, that's.
But yeah, that's a straight just like I looked at his gesture and was like, okay, cool. I'm just going to use that. That works perfectly for what we want to do for this graphic. So
right.
But I credit where credit is due. So, and then the one on the left, that's actually
literally nobody would know, dude. I mean, I'm not telling you not to. I'm just saying nobody would know this side here. Like,
I mean, well, you see swipes all the time, and it's like, I mean, I can almost always spot a swipe. Like, oh yeah, he was just looking at this or looking at that. But the one on the left though, that was penciled by J.J. Kirby. I got him to pencil a couple of the graphics for me, and then I inked them. Always loved J.J. Super cool guy.
It's Javon, right?
Yeah.
Javon?
Yeah.
So my old inker actually, check this out, dude. My old inker after Extreme was Cabin Boy.
do I know Cabin Boy? Yes, yes, we know so Cabin Boy.
Yeah, Caleb was an old inker of mine when I was doing like indie shit, dude, way back.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I'm just saying he had hooked up with getting work with Javon. So that's how I was familiar with Javon. And then of course Caleb ended up inking all that Deviate stuff with like Ali Garza.
Yeah.
And
he sure did.
He did some stuff. What was that dude that drew like Campbell? Ryan Otagawa, right? He was doing some Otagawa stuff too. For a hot minute.
He's represented by TDR, so look at that.
Nice.
And I keep seeing people in chat talk about how Ryan Otagawa talks about some book called The Game, and I want to know what that's about.
My chat loads for you? Dude, my chat hasn't loaded for me in the last like 30 minutes, dude.
I have to scroll down every now and again.
Let me pop it out again. Yeah.
I mean, it might have froze, I'm not sure, but I saw some people mention it earlier.
I gotta look at 3 out. I gotta pop it out. So all I see is Michael Rushbrook. Yeah, I gotta scroll all the way down. Oh, go on, Joe. Go on, Joe Weems Robertson.
No, like I said, I just want to know what The Game is.
I don't know. I see Woodrow. I can barely see it because my camera. Sorry, chat. You know what this was. I got my third string Joe Weems in here talking about art. All right, we got. I miss this era of Benitez right here, dude. I was hanging out with him in Hawaii at did you guys ever go out for Jimmy J's Hawaii show? The Amazing. It's in Oahu.
Not me, no.
No. Okay.
No, I think we mentioned, or I mentioned on the last time I hopped in one of your streams that I've only ever been to. I think I went to two amazing shows. I did one
Okay.
in New Mex. It was either New Mexico or Arizona. It might have been Arizona. And then after that I did one in Las Vegas, and
He used.
that was it.
Okay. He used to do. So I've been buying comics from Jimmy J and his brother since I was like, bro, I was like 12 or 13 years old. My dad would drive me up to Oakland for like WonderCon. You remember when WonderCon was in Oakland?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I used to go there. My dad would drop me off, give me like, $40, and then go on. My dad would just go fuck off somewhere, and then I would go in and I would just buy comics, and most of it was from Jimmy J because he always had the best books. He was the guy you went to if you wanted the Silvestri, the Art Adams, the McFarlane was still pretty green at the time, right? Like I think it was still on Amazing, but yeah, he started up those shows. Amazing Arizona is where he started.
Yeah, that's the one
Um,
I went to. I think it was when I was inking Ku Cha, and we did that where we were working on a book called Hex the Lost Tribe. So we were debuting the sketchbook at that
was it
show.
okay? Okay. Here, I'm gonna show you something. If I can find it. Oh yeah. Oh
He's
yeah.
gonna pull out the sketchbook right now with his yearbooks, guaranteed.
It's under my yearbooks. I actually don't see him right here. Um, you know that he did like 4 versions of that book?
Of Hex?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised. I only
Yep.
ever worked on the sketchbook. I had inked some an interior spread, and then I had also inked a quadro oversized
Hmm.
splash, which took
Yeah.
forever in a day. But man, I put so much work into that. I was so proud of it. But I was inking Mark at the time, and I told Ku when he asked me to hop on the project that, look, yeah, I'll ink it, but you have to understand Mark's stuff comes first. So like
Hmm.
whenever I get pages from him, that's going to be my priority, and the Hex stuff is going to have to wait. Especially considering that there was no set publication date for Hex, anyways. He agreed to that, but then of course once I had to start prioritizing Silvestri pages, it was like
Right.
Ku quickly lost
Right.
interest in waiting around, so he
Right.
wanted to fast track the stuff at that point. But
Well, I don't see them right here. I do have them though. I have shoot. Yeah, I was gonna pull them out. No, I have. There's 2 oversized sketchbooks. There's also a preview book. There's also and I have them all together, so I'm frustrated. Like, where the hell are they? Um, he had a crowdfund with the Joe Benitez cover, and I was gonna show. I wanted to see that because I was gonna ask you if you had inked it. I don't remember if it was inked or not.
well, it was definitely not inked by me.
Well, then I'm gonna burn it.
Attaboy.
I'm gonna burn this fucking book, dude. Let me find.
But look, this is all news to me. Like I never saw anything beyond the first
Yeah.
sketchbook that was released.
Yeah. Well, at some point I'll pull them out when I can find. I don't know where the hell they are, dude. I know for a fact I have them because I was like just looking at them like last week. They might be at work, dude. I might have them at work. I got like half my collection sitting at work, so this is dope. Let's see what else you got here. What else are you selling on here, Joe? Some of this stuff is not too. Dude, these pages are. So I'm gonna get past the $500 darkness stuff, right? You got $75 and $50 pages here, dude. Why? What's wrong with you?
They're those Lion Forge books. Like no one, like A, no one knew I did it. B, they're all inks over digital blue
Blue line.
lines, and C,
Well,
it's
all of my Liefeld stuff right now is blue. Like all of it. He doesn't pencil anymore, dude. Like,
yeah, but those aren't Liefeld pages, so you know.
okay. Look, you got one of the only. You know, Will. I don't think Wills even has any of these pages for sale.
I mean, he certainly got
Uh,
his fair share of them. So he either sold them all or he's hoarding them. I don't know.
I think he's hoarding them. I was going through his originals trying to figure out something. I'm a huge Wills guy. I know that Buzz from chat is like humongous Wills fan too. I was trying to find some affordable stuff. And he didn't really have much, dude. He had like pre-drawn commissions. Yeah, I kind of overspent though, man. I spent a bunch of money with James O'Barr. He was boothed up right next to me, so he was easy to just drop a few bills with here and there. Let me see. I want to find these damn books so you can see. Give me a minute. Look up here. Okay, they're definitely not there. Oh, I think I found them. I found them, Joe. Haha. Found them. Here. Check this shit.
Oh
Check
yeah.
this shit. Okay, so I gotta.
I've never seen those, so that's news to me.
Here, let me remove this from screen. All right, that's all the shilling you're getting, dude. I'm not shilling for you no more tonight.
Yeah, that is definitely a Benitez cover right there.
Yeah, so check it out, dude. So these are. I told you I have all of Koo, because Koo was next to me in Vegas when these were brand new.
Yeah, so the bottom ones there, the two on the bottom.
Yes, these are different books.
That's the same cover. So I don't. Which one of those is the sketchbook? I think it was through Image, so I feel like it's the one on the left was the first one.
Some of it. So none of your inks are in. This is all pencil scan straight to color, right?
As far as I know, I've never even seen that before. So I have no idea.
Yeah. So this is pencil to color. Dude, these pages were friggin' gigantic, dude. They were huge.
Yeah, they were oversized. Like they were doubled up, oversized, single pieces of paper. It was a real challenge to work on. So
my freaking chat just reset again. Hold on. every time I pop it back out, it goes up to Rushbrook. He's all, "Hey, you're live." So this is also pencil. This whole thing here is pencil. You're probably in here. There's you right there with your devil horns, dude.
Yes.
Look, there's Joe Weems right there. You were cosplaying Sean Gordon. You look like Sean Gordon Murphy right there, dude.
Well, or he looks like me.
He's copying your style, bro. So this is you. This is inked. Is that you? Or is this just pencil and it's darkened up?
I don't think I inked that, so
that's not you? Oh no, that's not your lines.
That might just be pencil. And if it is inked, it might be someone else. It might be Victor. I saw a photo of Victor back there, so he might have worked on it.
Maybe. So this one's a sketchbook. This one is. This one.
Turn it over. Let me see the back. Turn it over.
They both have the same illustration.
Okay, yeah. So I inked.
This is you though. This says Weems.
Yeah, I inked. That's why I asked you to turn it over. So yeah, I inked that piece and I inked the cover. Then I inked the quadro spread and I wound up inking one of the interior.
Well, this is the 4-pager and it's not inked.
I mean, that's if it's not inked, then he chose to print the pencils and not the inks. I don't know. Yeah, that one right there. Oh, stop. Go back. No, the other way. You were just at a double-page spread. That one. I have that original in the closet right now, fully inked.
Put it on the site.
So I don't know why. Well, try scanning it is the problem. So I don't know why he didn't print the inks for that. So you know.
Well, hold on. This is the sketchbook. This one here is like, so because he was trying to explain it to me, and I threw $60 on his table and walked away with all this stuff. So this was Image. So check it out, Joe. This is the one he had at Vegas as its own thing. This is the one that Image was backing. See that?
Yeah, I think that's I think that's the first one then, because I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so that's
uninked. Well, let's see. This
Yeah,
is the pencils to the inks that you did. This is the pencils to your inked back cover of what's the name, Rune. So you got what's her name, Arua and Zorn.
Yeah,
These names are funny,
this
dude.
is this was the first one. The one you're looking through right now, this was the first sketchbook that he released. Because
Right,
it was supposed to be through Image initially, and then
right.
I don't know what happened, but I wound up I won't say I left the project so much as I was removed from the project. So
Your
I would have,
bad attitude got you fired.
I guess so. No, I would have gladly continued to, yeah, because that's just pencils. But yeah, I mean that's part of the Quadro spread that I inked. So I don't know.
Right.
As far as I know, he never published it anywhere.
Well, just these ones, man. This is it. Because this is literally everything that he had at his booth. This was a damaged copy, so yeah, I ended up with that. That thing's damaged. This was this thing here. He was doing advanced sales on a Kickstarter book, so it's called Primal Edition. This was like the preview to it. So I think that the Kickstarter books he did were this is a saddle stitch. I think they were square bound like these. I'm pretty sure. So your inks might be. I don't have that one. I didn't do anything with this crowdfund.
I would hazard to guess he just didn't use any of the inks at all. He just probably colored straight from the pencils on everything that he published. So other than the cover and the back cover to the sketchbook, but I don't know. I don't know for sure.
This is a buddy of mine right here. He helps run Rio Herrera. He helps run what is it called, Rocky Mountain Con in Denver. Did you ever go there?
No, I didn't. I was living in Colorado for like 3 years, but
him and Tim Moret, dude. Yeah, Tim Moret and Rio and my other homie, my PP bro. They all run it up there. Someone snapped a photo of us taking a leak from behind, and it looked like we were like high-fiving just to be stupid, and then it like made the rounds.
Messy.
Yeah. No sword fighting, just high fives. High fives are okay. You gotta be you have to have a stall between you though, otherwise it just looks weird.
Yes.
Yep. Well, you need to be inking more books right now, dude.
Nah.
I take issue with this. I know you say nah, but I say
look,
yeah.
The bottom line is this: the major companies, they're not going to pay me to ink, so I stopped chasing it probably around 2019. I just was like, okay, this just isn't a thing anymore.
Do you have any books of your own that you're trying to do like anything with, or like
No.
what?
No, I have zero interest in comic books, quite frankly.
Don't tell me this.
I mean, look, I'm happy to do a cover or a pin-up for somebody,
right.
Here and there. But as far as like penciling the interiors of a comic book, no, I've never wanted to do that. I mean, it's a hard job, like legit. It is very difficult to do it correct, to do it well, and it takes way too much time for me to pencil out something the way I want it to work, that I would be any sort of success at doing something on a regular basis like that. So that doesn't interest me. I like to do illustrations. I like to do drawings. But that's about it. I don't really have an interest in, panel to panel
sad
comic work anymore. And that goes for inking it as well. I just don't like inking comics. I don't
either.
Like if I got someone like there's only a couple pencilers whose work I've seen in recent years that made me go, okay, yeah, that would be fun to do, or I think I could do a
Mhm.
really nice job on that. Someone like Ed Bennis or Eddie Barrows. I really like
Oh,
what Eddie's been doing lately.
s- bro, fuck yeah. Ed Bennett here. I'm going to show you a book. If you don't have it, you need to get this book. I was. Are you friendly with Chance Wolf at all?
I mean, I'm not unfriendly with him. I don't think I've ever
Do you
met
have you ever
Chance, but
have you ever bit him in the neck? Here, let me show you this.
negative.
Let me get this book out of here. Okay, good. Um, actually, this is not the right book. Although this book is pretty dope. I like the art. I like the art in it. Um, well, shoot. I don't see the book I was looking for. It's another one of these mystery books. Anyways, there's an annual. There is an annual by. Is it up here? Holy shit! It's all this stuff I was just looking at too, man. Damn. So, anyways, there's an annual drawn by. Half of it's Tony Daniel, the other half is Ed Bennis. And I'm looking under my desk here to see if I can't see it. Anyways, it's a Wonder Woman annual, and it's dope as hell, and I think you would probably like it a lot. It's got like this big fight scene with like dark sides, and I low key kind of hate DC Comics. I'm a Marvel dude. I've always been a Marvel dude, but really good art pulls me in.
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
really awesome art.
I'm very much in the same boat with you in that I was pretty much a Marvel zombie growing up, and
Yes,
the DC
100%.
characters, just even though they had cartoons and there'd be a live action special every
Hmm.
now and again, it never captured my attention. It always felt like, oh, these guys are just second fiddle to what Marvel's doing. But again, this would have been comics in the
Right,
80s, right? That's when I was really collecting.
right.
And then, going into the 90s,
Oh,
I
I just found
still
it.
still felt the same.
Hmm. So this has, I think it's 52. I'm not entirely sure, but anyways, this has a really really cool Ed Bennis artwork in it. Chance and I actually were just talking about this because we were looking up some different pages of Ed Bennis, and uh, I was like, dude, I'm pretty sure he did an annual. It was like Wonder Woman Annual 2 or something like that. And his pages in it were like amazing, dude. The whole fight with was it like Doomsday Superman or was it? Let me see here. There's a double pager in particular. Both of us, the pencils are on like Google, and we were both like kind of nutting up about it. There's, let me see here. It's these pages here. Pretty sure. But anywho, he was like. He was, we were both kind of fever dreaming it. He was like, oh, this page right here, man. It doesn't look like much here because of the dark colors. The pencils to this double pager are amazeballs, dude.
Yeah, I've seen the black and whites for this on Facebook.
Yeah, dude, they're insane. It's weird. It's weird how much the colors dummy this down. Like if you were to see just the liner, it's
Oh yeah, no, I
freaking
I, I know.
ridiculous, dude.
Yeah, the really heavy saturation in the colors is
Like this,
not
this
appealing. Yeah,
page. Yeah, the colors killed this. This piece in black and white is so sick.
yeah, I've
Yeah,
seen
and the
that
same
one
thing
too.
with what are those books called? Task Force Z. Those books are sick too. Have you seen those? The Eddie Barrows. I'm pretty sure it's Eddie Barrows. Task Force Z.
I have no idea. Again, the last time I bought a comic book it would have been Sean Gordon Murphy. It was either Chrononauts or
Okay.
The Wake. I forget whichever one of those came out after the other one.
So I'm not going to pull it. Lance Henriksen gave me a thumbs up on our photo.
Well, there you go.
I sent him the link, dude. He was supposed to be here, not you, dude. I'm pissed.
I'm just a replacement bishop.
You're my fill-in. Yeah, you're my fill-in. You're my fill-in guest.
I'll be your rook.
Yep. You're my used to draw, used to ink. Facebook, stop trying to sell me shit. Who else? I'm gonna have to talk to you about this. I'll have to talk to you about it. DeBalfo's local to me. No comment.
I mean, yeah, he's Arizona, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
he's local to me.
Yeah.
He's also going to be right next to me at Tucson.
Hey, there you go. I mean, I've met him a couple times. Oh man,
if I had $20,000, I would buy this. You got a Silvestri Witchblade cover that is so good. Oh my god! You ink that?
I don't know what you're looking at.
What? I'm not showing you. You inked a Mark Silvestri cover.
I inked a lot of Mark Silvestri covers.
It was for issue 90.
Go on.
It was for 93, and it was a pinup in 92, and it was also a poster. It's the one of her coming up here. Well, no, I'm not pulling it up.
You're gonna have to shill. You're gonna have to shill some more. Come on, let's see it.
I said I don't want to shill no more for you, dude.
No, you have to.
God damn it.
Yeah, this is your fault. You brought it up.
Son of a biscuit. All right.
Chat knows.
I'm not sharing. I don't want no more money for Weems, dude. Weems hates comics now. Weems is done. Weems is like, screw your scene.
I don't hate
Here,
comics.
this one. This one I was talking about.
Yeah,
dude, this cover's sick, dude.
Yeah, that was the anniversary, 20th anniversary cover.
Yeah.
I believe. That was a lot of fun. That was just amazing pencils. Mark is.
Yeah. He really channeled what I do in this piece.
There, absolutely, yes. He tapped into his inner Shelby.
Yeah, man. He's like, why is this right here with these? Oh, this was the issue. This is what's going on here. Why does Tatiana have this picture with it?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't have that original. That is. Oh, I think you know what it is. I think she is selling that on consignment. Here, let me just double check that. Hey, are you selling that Witchblade anniversary cover on consignment on TDR right now? Yep, she is selling that on consignment for the owner.
Also, tell her she didn't say hi to me. I'm very butthurt.
Also, Shelby is very butthurt that you did not say hello to him on your stream the other night because he said hello in chat.
Yeah, I'm American Discord and chat. Tatiana, you did not say hello. She knows who I am, dude.
He's American Discord in chat.
And I'm pissed. Use the word pissed.
She apologizes. She was very busy doing all the things.
I'll let it.
So
all right.
She didn't see it.
She wasn't though, but it's okay. Look, Mark signed it down here. Where's your autograph?
Well, that original was with Mark. That was one of his art returns. So doesn't have my signature on it. I mean, in the top right.
If someone brings this, my name. If someone brings this to you at LA Comic Con, how much are you going to charge them to sign your name right here, like right there in that corner?
Well, I wouldn't charge them to sign it. Although I will say I always preferred it when Mark would sign to the bottom left, and that way would leave room for me on the bottom right to kind of like follow his signature. I always felt that was more appropriate.
Well, what I was going to recommend is that you just sign on top of his since he's signed in your spot.
Yeah. Just big old fat Sharpie right over that. Mm-hmm. Maybe I'll do it with like a red Sharpie.
Sign Robertson over top of it.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Huge. Mm-hmm. And then I'll get my cousin to. You'll bring it to Derek and be like, "Hey, your cousin Shelby said to sign here," and then he'll sign it.
Scroll up to the top. Does it have my name in the top right? because I
Yeah, right
usually
there.
yeah. So I always sign like whenever I ink a piece, I always slash WEEMS in the top right.
Yeah, dude.
So people know that one was me. I mean, I didn't do it in my earliest work, but somewhere around the time that I was working for Top Cow, I started doing that, and I've pretty much always done it since.
Yeah, you started doing it after Cabin Boy started doing it. Another
God
secret.
damn that Caleb! I tell you, that's so
Caleb
funny. You
South.
brought his,
Caleb Southstrom, bro.
yeah, you brought him up earlier, and I haven't thought of that name in like at least 20 years. It's amazing. So
Oh yeah, dude.
what a wacky fellow that Cabin
You
Boy
know who
was.
shows up in my chat sometimes is did you ever so he was really close with Mike Taylor, who was another one of my inkers
Yeah, I
way
know
back.
Mike. I still stay in
Okay,
contact with Mike. He's doing all
okay.
the video
Hmm.
editing and production and filming stuff.
Yeah. Well, he was working in he was doing all the trash TV stuff, like the Real Housewives nonsense. And then he was, what was he disappeared on me and then he started like blowing me up. He's like, yo, dude, we got to do a book. And I was like, where you been? He's like, I've been directing, it was Real World New Orleans, I think.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, he was like producing it. And I was like, what? Like, how'd this dude go from comic book inker? He was he was in prison in France for like a year.
I heard I heard something about that. I don't know the particulars, but yeah,
Well, I'll just tell you,
he'll
there's
send.
only like 8 people here, I think. So what happened with him was when he saved up a bunch of money, we worked on a 3-issue series and a bunch of covers, and then he's like, "Hey, dude, I hate to do this to you, but I'm gonna hand like basically it's like I felt like the girlfriend getting handed off to the buddy. He's like, "Hey, Caleb's going to be your inker because I got this vacation I've been planning and this and that." I'm like, what the hell, man? Because like his inks were cool. Caleb's were okay too, but um, he's like, yeah, I'm going to go over to Europe. We've been planning this for a long time. I've been saving up. So he gets over there. He takes his car with him because he wants to drive wherever they end up. He has his car boated over. He decides, oh, we're going to drive into France. He's got a brick of weed under the passenger seat. That's what hit him.
That sounds like something
Yes.
Mike Taylor would do.
So he was there. Yeah, he was there for only a few weeks or so, and then yeah, he spent almost a year in the pen, dude, washing dishes for like that was 9 months. And he goes, dude, it sucked. No one spoke English. I was like, dude.
Well, I mean, you are in a foreign country, so
Right,
shocker.
right. Yeah, so he spent a year there. Obviously never got his car back, and then came back home, and then he went to art school and became a filmographer. Man, like that's what he did.
Yeah, I mean, he'll send me even to this day. I'll get a link. He'll send me a link every now and again to one of his new projects. Like, hey, check this stuff out. Oh, and it just came to me. Earlier we were talking about Garth Ennis, and I said,
Mm-hmm.
I was saying, I don't even think he wrote the Darkness books. That it was his ghostwriter,
Right.
Malachi Coney. That was the guy's name, because he wound up taking over on the Darkness, if I remember correctly, and then he
Yes.
wound up doing
Yes.
more and more work within the industry.
Yep.
But yeah, like
No, you just reminded me. Yep. Yep. Malachi Coney.
yeah,
Yeah, because
I'm pretty sure that Garth wrote the Medieval Spawn Witchblade book himself, but I think Darkness, like I'm pretty sure that was all Malachi. I don't think Garth was doing anything other than maybe plotting
well,
it.
now that you say it, yeah, dude, because that book never skipped a beat. It didn't feel like someone took over. Is what I'm saying
Right.
because I was reading it. Yeah,
Yeah.
dude.
Yeah.
No, I believe you.
Like the script felt the same to me. So,
Mm-hmm.
anyways, I don't have any proof of that. That was just an assumption that I made based on, I was inking the book, so like I was reading it at the time.
Yeah, it's pretty. I don't know, man. I can see it. I can see it. Green Hornet Legendary. Yeah, see, imagine this with your inks. What would happen? It would sell.
I agree. Yeah, I mean, I love inking. He's one of my favorite collaborators, and I hated working with him initially.
Mm-hmm.
on Weapon Zero, because it was just so hard. It was just so much work, and it was so loose and so sloppy and so scribbly and scratchy. And I just brought 110% to every page. I just put my heart and soul into those pages, but it just wore me out. So by the time I was done with that and I started inking Finch on Cyberforce, it was like, oh, this is such a breath of fresh air.
Right.
I can get really
What
loose.
you inked? You inked. You inked my favorite issues by him. The ones with the Ash crossover. Those books, dude, they're unmatched. Like they are like the best Cyberforce books, aside from Mark. That is.
Yeah, I mean, you can't compete with Mark. But as far as Finch's run, I would agree with you. I think those two issues he really stepped up on, because he wanted to
Well,
prove
two and a half.
himself.
2.5. There was a month there where he only did half the book, but those were also good. Um, yeah, it was, what was it, 27, 28, 29, something like that.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
those books were fantastic, dude. Like he killed it, you killed it. They were like, you know how I know they were good, because other inkers like Sabal and Mickey and Jaime Mendoza were looking at it. They had it open. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how I know, because they were even looking at it. Like you're not looking at stuff because it sucks. You know what I mean? You're looking at it because it's like, oh shit, like someone's doing something that you're not doing, right?
Well, I will say that those particular issues had some of the more heavily textured work of my
Mm-hmm.
career in them. But unfortunately, by the end of those couple books, I started getting much chunkier with my line work, and that kind of led to a problem with Finch after those issues. So that was a bit of a bummer, but because I was supposed to ink Ascension next over him, and
Oh, okay.
but he wound up going with Bat, and that's why I wound up inking Benitez again on the Darkness, and that's where I learned to
Mm.
love to ink Benitez. So because I remember sitting in there with Dave Wool. Um,
Mm-hmm.
he was the publisher at the time, and we had a big meeting about it because that was on Ascension now, so I had an opening, and he offered me. He basically was like, "Hey, you can ink the Darkness over Benitez," and I was like, "No, I don't. I don't want to ink Benitez again. It's so hard, man. Like, no, I don't want to do it." And Dave will, and I literally said, I just want to ink Finch, because I was really getting into what Dave was doing. I was really
Mm-hmm.
enjoying like the perpendicular line work of his rendering, and also his style of heavy shadows
Right.
really appealed to me. That was a lot of what I loved about Mark's work. I always really liked how he, would establish his light source and keep it consistent, page to page, panel to
Yeah, it
panel,
is.
and he would use heavy shadows quite a bit. But so I was
Right.
really digging it, and I said that to Dave Wool, and he's like, "Well, I don't know what to tell you. Dave doesn't want you to ink him, so you could ink Benitez on the Darkness or your SOL." And I was like, "I guess I'll ink the Darkness." And
Sad.
yes, and I wound up loving it. Like it turned me around working.
Yeah.
My opinion on working with him. So that was a
Right.
absolute blast. And he's also probably one of all the people I know in the industry. I've said this before on other people's podcasts, but he's one of my only like real friends that I have that I've
Mm-hmm.
collaborated with over the years. To the point that we still talk all the time, and whenever we
Yeah.
hang out, it feels like 25 years ago, like nothing.
Well, don't forget, this isn't a podcast. It's career suicide. Some person said, "Is
True.
Weems your real name?" It's a fun name to yell, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's my last name. It's my real last name. Yes.
Yes.
So, but anyways, yeah. So back to the Darkness, or the pencils you were just showing me. Yeah, like when he started, we did the Magdalena. I wound up inking Wraithborn over him, which was his cliffhanger book that he did. And then when he started Lady Mechanica, we definitely were in talks. And I would have been very happy to do it, but it just, they were footing. He and Marcia were footing the bill for that book, and to my knowledge, still do to this day. So it just
Yeah.
didn't work
Right.
out in, the budget to make it happen. So
You know,
bummer.
Tony here is also local. I guess Tatiana's got a lot of. She has a whole like stable of artists here in Arizona, right? Like Tony here is local. He teaches.
Hmm. Yeah.
Because we've talked about that. I teach as well, but I just teach people how not to do things correctly.
I did a golf
Joe, let's
clap
see
for
some
you.
links. Good. I need it. What's going on here? He drew. Oh, look at this. Did he do the anime face so everyone can get mad? Yeah, kind of. Ah, man, he needs. He needs you, Joseph Weems. Yeah, like this stuff's fun and all that, but man, um, I have the same issue with Benitez as I have with Campbell when they ink themselves. There's no sizzle to sell, if that makes sense. It's very. It just feels like let's repencil it, kind of. You know what I'm saying? Um, I
I
don't know,
know it.
man.
I know what you're saying. I don't know if I necessarily disagree, or I don't know if I agree with you on Campbell because I actually prefer Campbell inking himself these
You
days.
like his own inks? Okay.
Yeah, much better than other people inking him now. So I mean, but to be fair, I haven't seen any contemporary inkers work with him. I mean, he's been inking himself for
It's
25 years now.
it's been a while. It's been a while. Uh, so I feel like he was getting some inks from, well, like Alex Garner, like I think the year that he quit, I ran into him in San Diego and we were talking a bit, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm just doing painting now." Like he like quit inks all. He's like you. He's like, "Yeah, inks suck."
Well,
And
I still ink and I still ink my own stuff, but Alex has definitely stepped up. His illustrations are fantastic.
yeah, yeah, yeah. He pulled up some of his paintings, and I was like, "Dude, this makes me feel like you wasted your time inking, dude." And he's kind of laughed because I'm very honest, I was like, I, I think you should have been doing this instead of inking because it's so good.
Yeah,
Um,
he's amazing. He does fantastic work.
yeah, yeah. But oh, I was gonna say, I feel like Sandra Hope was doing some inks for Campbell for a bit. Um, and speaking of small world, her dad was a high school teacher at our high school's rival school. Like, um, yeah, I'm pretty sure she's adopted. But yeah, her dad was the math teacher out at Merced, and I was at Atwater with Carrie Hinn from Aliens. Even though Chad doesn't believe me. Yeah, it's a small world. And then like also out there, when I first got hired by Rob, I had all kinds of phone calls, dude. Like other people that were like, trying to break in this and that. And one of them was Jim Williams. I used to talk with him a bit on New Comic Day, and he was trying to break in, and he ended up getting a gig on. It was like a Nightcrawler one shot, and then he was doing what the hell, some Judge Dredd floppy books, right? And it's Jim Williams the third, J.H. Williams the third.
Yeah,
Is what I'm
GH.
talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I can still remember back in the day. I think the only book he had to his credit was the comic adaptation of that movie Demonic Toys. I actually talked about it on my stream. Most of my stream was like, I don't know what the hell that is. It's a movie. It's like Puppet Master, right? Yeah, he penciled it, and then there was a guy. I don't know if the guy is still pro. He's an inker named Larry Welch.
Yeah, I know Larry. I know Larry well. He
Okay.
actually assisted me a couple times back in the day.
Okay. Yeah, so Larry was his inker on that. I don't know if Larry was. He might have been local because we had the Air Force Base next to us. But no, I mean, I'm just telling you, it's a small world, man. But when I started working at Extreme, Jim was like blowing me up over there, and he's like, "Hey, show my stuff to Rob. Show my stuff." And I remember showing his Nightcrawler pages to Rob, and I was like, "Hey, this was my neighbor back home, and I promised him I'd show you. So if we have like an annual or some, whatever. And I just remember Rob looking at it and he goes, no, it looks too old school. And I just told Jim, I'm like, yeah, he doesn't have anything available. I didn't tell him what Rob said because I'm like, I'm not going to do this. You know what I mean? And then, hey, look, he ends up creating Promethea with Alan Moore and doing all this other shit, right?
Yeah, I'd say that everything turned out just fine for him.
Yeah, he turned out just fine. But I'm saying it was such a weird situation because I remember showing stuff to Jim. He used to manage. Do you remember where Blockbuster Music?
Yep.
Yeah, he used to be a night manager at a Blockbuster Music and for years and years. And then it was cool because when he got the Promethea gig, they ended up being able to buy a house. They had kind of like your thing with the guy in France, selling the piece. He found someone that wanted to buy the entire first issue, and that basically bought him a house.
Nice.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, dude, this bought us a house, and now I can focus on just doing good work, And I was like, that's dope, dude. Like, that's cool. I'm like, yeah, man. I'm like, about me? He's like, no, not about you. I'm like, no, thanks for asking. Let me tell you. I'm like, hey, listen, I'm making $60 a page at this shitty independent company right now. I went from $220 a page to 60, dude.
Yeah. Well, and you know what? Since we talked about it a little bit earlier. One of the reasons why I'm just not doing the work is just simply the fact that, like I said, the companies won't pay me, right? Like,
yes.
I mean, I was making good money, working for Top Cow, and any time that I would work for Marvel or DC, they would literally pay me half of my page rate. And, and it was always with the promise of, well, don't worry, you're going to make so much more in royalties that it's worth it, right? And I can't tell you how many times I've been told that by editorial at one of those two companies on a project. And so I wind up agreeing and I do it. And then, yeah, maybe I make a few $100 extra in royalties after the fact. It certainly wasn't worth the page rate reduction for sure. So I just got to the point, I think it was around 2019, the last time that I worked for Marvel, they pulled that same thing on me. And after that, I was just like, I'm not going to chase this anymore. There's just no reason to, right? It's not worth the time it takes me to do the art. Look, if they're going to pay me my full page rate, then yeah, in a heartbeat, I'd jump back on a project. But I mean, I don't have an assistant and I don't have the means to set up for an assistant anyway. So I have to do everything myself, which is fine. I've been doing that for the last decade anyways. But, the bottom line is the money's not there. And it's not that they can't afford it. It's that they choose not to, right? They don't value inkers or colorists or letterers like they do the writers and the pencilers. And it's one of those things where you look at the product that,
Well, we've established colorists are useless, though.
I mean, look, I'm all about good color. A good colorist is fantastic. I'm just in reference to the Ed Bennis book you were looking at. Those were some really heavy saturated colors, so you're going to lose a lot of the line work. And again, I'd seen the line work online, so I knew what it looks like, and that definitely. It doesn't translate to the printed page, unfortunately. But when you work with a great colorist who knows how to, enhance your line work, right, then it's a whole nother ball game. And I absolutely love, like Steve Furco is a prime example of someone who knows how to work with his inker. Every time he sits down on a page, it always comes out looking better than it did to start with.
There's like 3 good colorists in the industry. There's like 3. I'm just taking shots at Matt Yackey in chat. You should go along with it.
Well, I mean, I like Matt.
Yackey's good.
Yeah, Matt's a good dude.
Hey, how do you like his work? He's a good guy.
He's a good dude. I like that guy. No, I've always liked
good dudes. Del A here, he has massive vitamin D deficiency. I'm just going to point this out. Do you have any advice for Del A who has no vitamin D in his bloodstream?
I mean, get outside, just take a walk. I don't know. There you go.
Touch some grass.
Matt
Yackey says, I know. See,
yeah, Matt knows he's a good dude. He's like, yeah, I'm great. Everybody loves me. Everything's coming up Yaki. What is it?
Sumo says Sumo lives in a paradise. By the way, if you can't tell from that awesome illustration. Shall we go to that Fantasy Elf by Benitez, inks by Joe? Did you ink a Fantasy Elf?
Yes, I think it was the cover to TD Art's first sketchbook.
Is it down or up?
If you're asking me, I don't know. I have no idea.
How do you not know?
Because
you're all over this page.
It's under the Benitez section. It's not under the WEEMS section. I have no idea. I'm not sure.
Okay,
it's in there somewhere.
Let's go by price. Okay, so 500. We got to get to the 10,000 range.
I don't know about that. There it is.
Is it one of these?
It's right there.
This one.
It's right above Snake Eyes.
Did you ink the? Oh no, that's Lamas. Victor inked the Snake Eyes.
Yep.
Did they put after Shelby? Because that looks like my pose, bro.
I don't know if they did or not.
I did a Snake Eyes cover. I did it last year, and I did not see after Shelby on theirs.
So the funny thing about this piece was Marco was going to ink it, but then he wound up having some issues where he was unavailable. So I think he had started it, if I remember correctly, and then he wound up mailing it to me, and then I wound up finishing it for him. That's why it has both our names on it. But I did the majority of the work on that piece.
Dale says, "Dang it."
Yeah, it was a fun one.
Dale.
The paper was really bad, though. So, like, if you look at the hair, even at that resolution, you can see like the bumps in the hair strokes because that's all freehand. I don't use a curve for any of that stuff. And so
I don't either. French curves are dumb, dude.
They're baddies, only baddies. Anyways,
dude,
but
that was cigarettes that fell. That wasn't plastic.
But in order to keep the energy of the lines, you got to throw them really fast. And when you have bad paper like that, they bleed. So you get these really like spidery looking lines, which sucks. That is always a bummer. And I try to get Benitez to draw on good paper, but it is impossible. The man just doesn't understand.
Yeah, he is pretty dumb.
Well, I'm not saying that. I just wish
I agree with you about what you just said, that he's dumb, dude.
Yeah,
I agree.
You go. Just give me some good
this is
crystal,
cool.
smooth, or plate finish to work on.
You know what I love? I love this right here. You see that splatter he did right there in that shadow?
Little bit of toothbrush to break it up.
That's dope as shit. I love splatter. I throw splatter. I'm gonna throw splatter on this stupid turtle I'm drawing, dude. I'm gonna throw splatter on it. Splatter is awesome.
Surprised
people that don't know how to. People that hate. Okay, so like, I have a couple friends that don't like to. They don't like splatter. They like really clean. I'm like, you don't like splatter because you don't know how to do it right. Am I right?
Bam. You tell them.
No, 100%, right? Like, am I crazy?
No, you're correct.
Because every time they do splatter, it's ass. Like, they don't know what the hell they're doing. They think they're brushing the teeth of the page, and the whole page is a tooth. They don't know what they're doing, dude. Like, they don't understand controlled. Let's put it this way: if they were a scorpion, they'd be killing all their prey. You know what I'm saying?
There you go. Yeah, if you look at
I want to look at the Snake Eyes. It's dope.
If you look at one of the Magdalena pages that I have available, there's quite a bit of splatter on it. It was a DPS, but it was drawn on 11x17 sideways, and it's on. I know it's
in
on
here.
Yeah, well, it's on under my stuff, not Benitez's. So I mean, like, look, it might be under there somewhere. I don't know.
On it.
But if you
put ownage on it, that's what happened.
Yeah, let's see here.
You showed him how to draw. I know what you're saying. I do that to Rob. Is it? Let's see here. I'm just kidding, Rob. There's next results.
I guess.
Wait, you have a page too? We don't look at this shit.
Oh yeah, see, there's a bunch of the Tim Vigil stuff up there.
This.
Keep scrolling down. I don't know if it's alphabetical. There's Magdalena stuff, so it should be in here. Unless we sold
Hold on a
it?
second.
I don't remember.
Max Steel?
Oh yeah, I did some design work for those guys.
Wait. Max Steel?
Yes, yes, Max Steel.
That's pretty dope, actually. It looks good. I
That
like
was
the hair.
fun. That was fun.
No, listen, I like the hair.
I
That's all
don't.
you get.
I don't
Is it?
see. I didn't
It's
see
okay.
the
There's more
Magdalena
stuff to
page.
look at. We got weapons there. Oh, dude, this is one of my favorite. Oh, you son of a bitch. This is one of my favorite splashes. Well, I'm gonna say splash. It's like a splash with the. It's not a DPS to me. What would you call this?
It's a DPS.
Is
It,
it?
it's a.
Is it
It's a.
though?
It is because the right side is basically a splash page.
Yeah. You could separate these two pages and not notice it.
Yeah, you could, but this
Okay, let
visually
me put it
more
this way.
interesting.
Del A in chat wouldn't notice it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like he doesn't have enough vitamin D to like notice it. He would be confused. That's a nice piece too. I like it. You inked. Wait, I thought this was Silvestri. This is Mike Shaw?
That's Mike Choi.
Choi.
Yep. I inked. I think it was just one issue of Witchblade over him. I'm pretty sure that was
Okay.
the cover for it. I don't think I have any of those pages left.
Did he trace his hand? This looks way too accurate. Did he trace something?
You'd have to ask Mike. I don't know.
This looks like Renee Gearling's knuckle right here, bro.
Why
Is that Renee?
Why would
that,
you know what Renee's knuckle would
Why wouldn't you? That's my question. You worked with her.
I mean,
did I tell you she hired me and I couldn't take the job because I was a single dad? Did I tell you about this?
No, that's news to me.
Yeah. She hired me to be an intern. She said it was like, what'd she say, 300 a week, and I'd be living with like a bunch of other. And I was like, okay, I can't do it because I have my two kids. I was trying to get like a gig. It was around the time when Platt was doing fill-in pages on Darkness. It was literally during that. Yeah.
Scroll back up to where the Magdalena pages were, if you don't mind, because I have a feeling it's up there, but I don't think it's sideways. Keep going.
Oh, wait, hold on, real quick. You know what's funny about this right here, Joe? So you inked these the Vengeance of Vampirella stuff back in the day?
Oh yeah.
My buddies and I, they had a Wizard magazine contest to win different prizes, and it had to do with that whole run of books, right? My buddies and I wrote. It was like it was a Valentine Day poem thing. My buddies and I, when I say buddies, there was like four of us. We all wrote these like super X-rated nasty poems and sent them in, right? I think we were, I don't even know how old I was. I must have been 14, 15. Anyways, I won. So I got a signed book. Joe Sniegowski. I got a signed book with like a certificate of authenticity and shit.
Tom Sniegowski.
Tom Sniegowski, yeah.
Okay,
yeah, we were dying though.
Stop. No, go back down. All right.
There.
So I'm trying to see.
Yeah,
none of those are the page in question. I'm pretty sure I still have it.
You said it's a splash?
Well, it's an 11 by 17 page, but it was printed as a double page spread.
Oh, sideways.
Yeah, so I was expecting to see it sideways. I don't see it there at all, but I'm pretty I mean, like, I know I have.
Did you have to turn the book?
No, because it was like I said, it was printed at actual size. So
okay, and it's not that. It's
not
this.
there. I don't see it. That's really weird.
Here, let's go.
It's on. You know what? It's on my Facebook. I mean, it's got to be on my Facebook. Hold on, now I've got to check.
Yeah, you better check that.
Making me do work now. What is this?
Yeah, dude. That's what you get for coming on this stream, bro. You get insulted. You get the business from chat. You get to learn about their medical history.
I mean, that vitamin D deficiency really does seem like a problem.
Sumo's making claims in chat.
Oh
Some
yeah,
person says
okay.
I'm acting normal. No,
Here it
I'm
is.
not
I found
being
it.
normal.
Control C. I don't know why this isn't on the TD art page, to be honest with you.
I'm trying to give Joseph Weems Robertson some room to breathe, so that next time when he comes in, I can like, you know what I'm saying? So I can throw some prime insults. No, I'm just kidding.
How do I link
Am I
something in
kidding?
chat so that they can just click it? Is there a
Uh,
secret sauce to that?
let me find. Hold on. Let me find. Here. Let me go to. Hold on. I gotta close this thing. Stop screen share there. I'm gonna go to YouTube, and then I have to go into the live. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
We ain't talking.
I
Say
well,
something in chat so I can say something in chat so I can just say like just anything. You could say like tell Dell to. There you are. All right. So now I can do this, and now you're a moderator. I'll make you a standard. You can say you can share links and stuff now.
all right. Well, no,
Yeah.
that just. Oh, it worked. It worked.
Yeah, dude.
I am now a
And
standard moderator for this. Oh my God, the
yeah,
power! The power!
yeah. So all I ask is you send me that Weapon Zero page 910 from issue 13. I'm just playing with you. But for reals, I expect that page in my mailbox tomorrow. Let's see
But
here.
but this has a lot of
This
different
shit's dope as shit.
splatter techniques. Since we're talking about it, this is almost all toothbrush. It's just different.
Mm-hmm.
There's different levels of it. So, and I think it's two different toothbrushes. Like I got
Holy
like
shit, bro. Yeah, let me make this one big. This one's cool. Dude. You should have put After Shelby on this because I do that. You have that for sale. Why is that not on the freaking.
I don't know. I just said I don't know.
Can you go yell at Tatiana and let us hear it? Can you scream at her that
That would
chat
that would be
go
that,
yell at first thing
hey look
yell at her
look
that
look.
Del A needs vitamin
I'm
D.
fine with career suicide, but that would be social suicide. So I'm not going to do that.
Okay. Listen, you do you, boo. All right, check it out. We're covering a little bit of the bottom there. That is sick. That's really cool.
Yeah, I don't know if you can scroll up.
I am
So
a.
okay, there you go. So if you look on the right side of the page specifically
Mhm.
above and below that first string of panels, I would just take some Frisket paper, cut it out, and yes, and sweet in
Dumb.
chat. Uh,
So dumb.
and then I just go in with a toothbrush, or dip it in the ink, and just start layering it in and to create like a nice gradation effect there.
Right.
And then I was using like a smooth toothbrush
Hmm.
for that top bit, and then I went to a bit of a harder bristle for the second
Hmm.
bit, and that's something I would probably use more for like blood splatter or something. And you can kind of see it. This is so below that string of panels, like it's in between the two strings of panels there. You can see it
Yeah.
gets a little bit more aggressive. Like you can see larger
It's a little more.
blotches,
Yeah.
less
Yeah. So.
smooth and airbrushy and more toothbrush
Hmm.
splattery. And then if you go down below that second set of string panels, you'll see another grad effect, and this is going the opposite direction.
The white.
Right. So this was initial. I did the smooth toothbrush from right to left with black India ink to create a soft gradation, and then went back with after it
Yeah, dude.
dried,
That's dope.
used the harder bristle with white ink to
Why?
go back the opposite direction, just to kind of create a
Why?
interesting effect.
Hmm. Why did they run the black all the way to the holding lines on that face right here because it's gray.
Yeah,
Here.
that's and above her hair, you can see it too. That's part of the
Did you
splatter. Yeah, I
did you
frisked.
frisk it? You
Yeah,
frisk it did that? Is that how you? Okay,
yeah,
that was what I was gonna ask you. Like how you did that.
yep, yep.
Right.
So, and then if you look on the
Okay.
top left, I got some Zipatone, which I think is the only time I ever used format paper on a top
Where
cow
at?
page.
You
Second
said
panel.
top left. Oh,
Yep.
this.
Yep. That's the only time I ever used it at Top Cow. And you were talking about Renee Geerlings earlier. She gave me shit for using format paper, and I was like, "Well, like, wait, why are you giving me a hard time for that? Like, I did it to create, a cast shadow from the window, and
Well,
to
what
help
you need
pop
to
the
do
finger."
is, yeah, if she wants to say anything about Zipatone, just point out that knuckle, dude. Be
Yeah,
like,
that's
"What's up with that right knuckle?"
I'm going to the next time I never talk to her.
Do it. Do it when Tyler is not around. Let's see. Are they still married? She married
Uh,
Tyler Main, right?
yeah, as far as I know, yeah,
Yeah.
I think they have a podcast together.
Oh, do they?
Yeah, I've never heard it.
Podcasts are stupid.
Uh,
Podcasts are dumb. YouTube's dumb. Dude, look at this. So I can see the toothbrush you're talking about. This is a Colgate, and this is what? Which one was this? This
Probably,
was soft bristle.
yeah, that is definitely a
Hmm.
Colgate soft bristle. Here, I still have
Jason,
it. I don't think this brush actually has a type name on it. Let me see here. It is a TEK
those are the
toothbrush.
free ones you get after your checkup.
Yep, it's like a harder bristle, so it's great for.
My chat's never got one of those. If you know what I'm saying. Um,
Is chat a bunch of yuck mouths?
uh, you know, WEEMS with great power comes great irresponsibility. Yes, I agree. Hold on, let me give him applause for that. I got 4 sound effects. Jason says, I prefer Oral B.
Yeah, Oral B is great. I'm all about the sonic toothbrushes myself, but
Yeah.
for inking, I'll take whatever brush I can find.
Yeah, J. Ryan says, Joe gets a wrench because he isn't a creator. Yes. Yeah. He's retired from these stupid comics, man. He's done with these.
Pretty
I want
much.
nothing to do with them. He said, comics for fun until these stupid colorists started messing up my lines. I'm like, I agree. Yeah, this is dope too. I do like this a lot. I like this effect. I'm gonna steal this from you, just
Sure. Go
That's cool.
knock yourself out.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
Yeah, the challenge with that is, since I knew they were printing it at actual size, is that you have to ink it tighter and thinner than you normally would at 11 by 17
Right.
if it was a
Right.
single page. So that was interesting. I wound up getting a bunch of Brandon pages from Arcanum that were drawn at half size as well. So
The irony of this is the most number of panels that he's drawn on a page in his life.
yeah, it was a lot. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's crazy. Shoot, I might have to start doing that. Well, that's cool. That's something people can't buy in chat.
Well, they can if they go to my Facebook. So there you go. I'll
No,
make
they
sure.
only know
I'll make sure
they
to
only
do
know how
that.
to go to sites. They can't do
Yeah.
Facebook.
I'll
Most
make
of the chat doesn't have a Facebook. They said it's for old people.
Well, I'm an old person, so it's
Yeah.
appropriate. But yeah, I'll get Tatiana to put it on the site.
Yeah, you need to put that on the site.
Will do.
Let's see. That's in the. Let me see. What else is here? I didn't even know you had another page of work. I thought you only drew one comic book. Yeah, let's see here. Oh, you got a Tyler Kirkham page here. What is that from? World's Finest, 25. All right.
Sounds about right.
See, yeah, dude. So, what is up with everybody? Here, I'm going to point something out. Everybody who worked with. Check this out. Okay, so I'm like, all right, this is cool. The hand looks familiar. Look, Renee Gearling hands again, bro. Like, why
I
does everyone at Top Cow draw Renee Gearling
I
fingers?
I I
Joe
really
Weems said
think
them
you
are
have
Renee.
I think
Would you
you have
say Knuckles?
I think you have an unhealthy obsession with Renee's knuckles. Uh, I haven't talked to her
Yeah,
in,
dude.
I don't know, 25, 30 years. It's, not since I was like legitimately working at Top Cow.
Right.
And that was before, and that would have been before I worked with Mark because I don't think she was still there when I came back in
Okay.
'04. So,
All right.
I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think she was still there at the time. So, uh,
Nice.
but I don't know. I
Nice,
mean,
nice.
I had very little
Some people say
interaction with
nice,
her.
nice, Joe.
Nice, nice.
Nice, nice.
There you go.
Yeah. Yeah. Someone who sometimes is in chat, who's a young man. Uh, I'm gonna tell you a story, Joe. You ready?
I'm ready.
He he so he works at like a copy center, right? I hope he's in chat so he can hear this. I'm telling Joe Weems, who's inked so much Mark Silvestri, dude. Your embarrassing story, Noah. His name's Noah. He he works at like this copy center. It's like a shipping place, I think. Not really sure.
Wait, hold
Maybe
on.
maybe a FedEx.
Is this the story where there's like a girl that he's
Uh huh.
serving and she says like thank you or something like that, and all he can say in response is nice, nice?
Yes.
I heard this
Yes. This is
story.
a story.
I heard it.
Okay. Well, I'm a dad, so I like to tell stuff twice, Joe.
Fair? Go for it.
Yeah. So, anyways, that's the story. I'm glad you know. I'm glad you know it. You should tell Tatiana the story.
I will definitely let her
Tell
know
her that.
after after the stream. Sorry, I almost
Yeah.
said podcast. My bad. I forgot those are dumb.
Yeah. Yeah. Podcasts are dumb. Like you. This isn't. This is just a hangout.
Yes.
Yeah. I try to keep my my viewership under 10.
It's definitely the way to go.
Uh huh. Wait, what? Mike Pritchard may or may not be from Green Day asks, but when you did talk to Renee, did you use sign language? Yes. Knuckle language. Do you ever put your hand out and say Knuckles? Uh, some person says Weems make Noah your apprentice. He'll do any. Oh no.
Oh, is this the nice guy?
Yeah.
I mean, is he in Nebraska? Because it's kind of a prerequisite.
Noah, hit the streets, dude. He could make it there in like a month.
There you go. I have no paying work currently, but you're more than welcome to stop by.
Jason, Jason, this is not after Sam Keith, dude. This, look, I'm not like Weems. I don't give credit, all right? Don't worry, he's in his 20s. I like this page, dude. Tyler, so I did a cover for his Final Boss book.
I saw it.
Did you like it?
I didn't say I liked it.
Fuck.
No, that was fine. It was good. Yeah.
So, anyways, I'm getting a message right now. He sent me a page last year. So I don't know if this has ever happened to you. He sold one of those. Do you remember the painted book he did, which he just did pencils? It was oh god, Wolverine in the Darkness. Do you remember this book?
Tyler? Tyler did?
Yeah, Tyler penciled it, but it was uninked. It was just pencils. Do you remember this book at all?
Huh.
It was called Wolverine. I think it was Wolverine Darkness or Wolverine versus Darkness. It had it had a digital painted finish. Okay.
Okay.
So once in a while, he'll sell an original, and then he'll pay me to ink it. Because he's like, I don't want to ink it, dude. Because he's like, I don't even draw like that anymore. And I was like, he's like, I need it to be like clean. And I was like, yeah, man, I can ink that. But anyways, I was just gonna ask if you ever had anything like that where you get a pencil page in print, but they're like, oh, I want it inked, Like one of
Oh,
those Benitez Lady Mechanicas or something, where it's like, do you ever get commissioned for that? Where it's like it's a pencil published piece, but they're like it feels incomplete. Like how much for you to ink it? Because I know Bat does that. I've seen Banning take on some of those.
I have not. The only time I can think of something like that was someone had a Mike Turner Supergirl pinup
Hmm.
that I think was printed in like a sketchbook or something, and they reached out. They had purchased the original from Mike, back when he was alive, and they reached out to me after the fact to see if I'd be interested in inking it because they just wanted,
Oh, okay.
a piece that was inked by me over Mike. So
Was it
I did that. It was fine.
was it oh God, what's his name? I know Tatiana would know who he is. Was it Eric from Belgium? Do you know what I'm
I
talking about?
don't remember. I don't know if she would remember, but
He
hold on,
was he was
hold
he
on.
was in a tank to ask her. He was in a tank that blew up. That's all you'd have to say to her.
Okay, let me ask. Hold on.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah,
no,
yeah.
you know what? She's got her headset on. She doesn't want to
Oh,
hear our
okay.
she doesn't want to hear our shenanigans. I'll ask her
She's
after.
missing out.
There you go.
She's missing out, dude. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, I was wondering if it's him because he had actually approached me about inking a headshot that he had, and I was like, nope. Just because if I mess it up, I will basically go straight to hell. I was like, I'm not messing this piece up, dude. Like, I'll do a blue line, but I'm not inking he wants the original inked.
Mm.
He comes out to Phoenix for shows once in a while, and he has some disfigurement in his like face from it, but he was actually in a tank that blew. That's why I'm asking you because like she would know, you know what I'm saying? Like uh, uh, he was in the tank when it like blew up. So and luckily he survived, but he's pretty easy to spot like at a show. Yeah,
Well,
but super nice guy, super nice. He owns a bunch of Mike though, dude. A lot of Turner. The last time he came out, uh, yeah, he was like, "How much to ink this?" And I was like, "Oh, is that like a photocopy?" He's like, "No, it's the original." And I was like, "No way, dude.
just got to put your
Uh,
big boy pants on, man.
no, I'm not doing that.
Come
I'll ink,
on.
I'll ink a Jim Lee before I'll ink a Mike Turner." Yeah, I can't. I don't know. It's a mental thing. I can't. I can't.
I don't
I
like
feel
inking. I don't like inking Jim Lee. I've done it a couple times and it never comes out the way I want it to come out, and it makes me sad.
like. What do you mean? Like the faces or what? What part of? What? Wait, you never ink Jim.
Yeah, I have.
Just because I lied in my chat doesn't mean you can.
No, no, I
What'd you
worked.
ink?
I inked some Superman pages, and I inked some Justice League pages, and I inked actually the one thing that was kind of fun was they had a cover uh, that he had penciled for, I don't know, it was either like a Superman anniversary or a DC anniversary, something or other,
Uh,
and they made blue lines. They had the indicia for the like the logo and everything printed on the blue line, and then they sent them out to a bunch of different inkers to have all of us do our version of inking Jim, and then they were giving those originals to people on the editorial staff as presents for whatever anniversary it was, which I thought was, kind of nice. At least
mhm.
at least DC does nice things for its people. I will say they were always good about sending product and Christmas presents, getting a card in the mail. Oh, here's a DC hoodie, etc. Things like that. They are always kind of cool.
Right.
Um, but yeah, no, I've done a few things over Jim. I wanted to say, oh, and the first thing I did was Fantastic Four during Heroes Reborn, but they were always fill-in pages, right? It was always a situation where Jim's late on the deadline, Scott can't get to these pages. We need to farm out 4 or 5 to different people just to meet the deadline. So
So you're in several books in the Heroes Reborn thing then.
just those two. Just an issue,
Okay.
a couple pages from a Fantastic Four book, and those 3 Rob pages on
Avengers.
Avengers. Yeah.
Avengers, right?
Yeah, and then obviously the Fighting American stuff, which was all inked as Captain America, so that overplat.
What?
But we don't need to get into that.
What? I'm
But
kidding. I know.
well, I'm sure
I
you
know.
do.
We all know.
But yeah, the gym stuff, like, since it was always a rush job, I would not get what I would consider to be great Jim Lee pages, like great artwork. They were always the very, like, you could tell. I would get them and like, oh man, this is rough. Like, he just burned through these. I would say, like, the Superman pages I got from him, like, if he spent 3 hours a page on them, I would be surprised. You know, and then it's like I see what Scott's doing, and Scott's getting like these big splash pages and double page spreads, and there's lots of detail and really cool dynamic figures, and then I'm just getting a bunch of talking heads that were drawn very fast. So it's so first off, it's not very inspiring, because obviously as a fan of Jim's work, being able to ink him is a huge honor and something that you would want to do. But then you get these pages and it just felt so lackluster that it was kind of like, oh, I'm just the fill-in guy. Like, I'm not getting the goods. So I inked them. They kind of came out a bit chunky and kind of rough and not very appealing.
Right.
So
yeah,
it is what it is. I mean, look,
you just described my first 4 years in comics, dude. That's why I'm laughing, because I'm like, Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, it happens, like, and look, that's the whole thing with deadlines. Like, you got to get this stuff done. So, that happens a lot on a monthly grind.
Right. Deadlines. Pff.
Yeah.
Crazy talk.
They're the real deal. And when you're working for Marvel or DC, like, that's something they don't mess around with. With Image, there was
Image doesn't either right now. I mean right now.
Right now, but in the 90s,
yes.
Obviously that wasn't as big of a concern, because what the Image boys wanted to do was put quality above quantity.
It wasn't even that. Okay, so here, check this out. So you inked some of the pages of my, like, I think I was 17 when I drew that Crypt book. You inked some of it, right? You inked some of it.
Yep.
Jeanette inked some of it. Danny Mickey, John Sabal, right?
Yep.
So I drew that when I was 17. Bro, that book came out when I was 19. Like, it was on the shelf when I'm just telling you, that's how long it took for the coloring department to cycle through other books to have an opportunity to color it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I will say, I think you have to put Extreme Studios kind of in its own little bubble. It wasn't like the stuff, at least in my experience, okay, like with Top Cow, where everyone has a very competitive edge with each other. The penciler,
right.
primarily, right? Like, the pencilers really are trying to one up one another, and everyone's putting 110% into every page. Again, this is at Top Cow, so if a book goes late or it takes longer to get out, you can understand that. Well, at least these guys were putting quality into it, because that's what they were trying to do. Now, look, inevitably you always get to the crunch time. The last 4 or 5 pages kind of get rushed out a little bit. You saw that a lot. It happened. But at Extreme, it was a very different beast. The way that Rob produced his books there, kind of unlike anything I've ever experienced. I loved it, though. It was really great to me, because they were in Anaheim and I lived in Huntington Beach, so it took me all of 15 minutes to get to the studio. And I would just drive up there. I'd go into Eric Stevenson's office, and he would have just a pile of original artwork, and he'd just hand it to me and be like, just take however many pages that you can get done in a week. And I would just thumb through them and be like, okay, Shelby Robertson Crypt page, I'll take a couple of those. A Murat Nightmare page, okay, I'll take a couple of those. Oh, Dan Braga, what book was it? God, what was the book? It was
Was it Kid Supreme?
No. It was a team book. What was the team book that he was on before that? I think it was
Wildcats?
no. This is extreme. It was I think it was his own creation. I'm drawing a blank on the name now, but grab
Wait,
a
who are you
couple.
talking about? No, wait, who are
Fraga,
you talking about?
Dan Fraga Boom.
Well, yeah, he wasn't doing.
Berserkers, that's what
Okay,
it was
okay,
called. So
yes,
a couple of those pages, and so on and so forth, right? That's how it always went. So I'd take,
yeah,
5 or 6 pages with me, drive home, ink
hmm
them, and then just come back the next, Wednesday or whatever it was next week and
right,
hand those in and do it again. So, but
yeah,
yeah, the books, I mean, they were churning them out. There were so many properties
hmm
that I think they just kind of got lost in the sauce.
What I'll tell you this now. I don't know with Top Cow, but something that I noticed was that we were producing more pencils than the coloring department could color. There was more line art. So for every page being completed by the colorist, there was probably 4 or 5 pencil pages to each one, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't be
Because
surprised.
coloring just takes so long back then. And a lot of the late books that we had was because the coloring department either uh, they weren't staffed kind of properly. I think like Yaki came in towards the end, because that's when we started having freelancers and you had people who were quitting and going doing their own thing. Chris Leitner and Arn left. They went and started Liquid Colors.
Mhm.
Yeah, so a lot of them started there. Chris Leitner was coloring all of the Steve Platt stuff.
Yep.
He was the color guide colorist.
Yep.
And he actually, do you know that him and John Sabal were hired to be pencilers? Did you ever hear about this?
No, no, I didn't.
Yeah,
I've seen some of Christian's illustrations that he's done, which
yeah.
was that was like way after the fact, and I was
hmm
surprised because I had no idea.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was a. I'm not going to say a failed penciler, but he was an aspiring penciler, and they started bringing him in, and then they saw his colors and were like, oh, uh, you know, the color guide thing came along, and so he started doing color guides. And who's going to say no to coloring a plat? Even if you're not a colorist, you see that plat stuff, you're like, yes, right? So yeah, he
Eh,
colored. Really? He did all of that relaunch, volume 2. That was all Chris for sure. And he did some of the other stuff too. Yeah, one of the problems with the color guide artists though was that they would turn in the stuff that's like it's on par with like a Shioto guide, where Shioto stuff's basically finished. You could scan it, and if you're an independent company, that was good enough, right? Um, for what Shioto was doing on color guides. And a lot of the extreme guys, Nathan Loom was that way too. Um, the color guide was like super complete. And then the colorist would get it and just butcher it because they're like rushing it out. So like all of the nuances of cool are just like omitted from like the final color page. So I always felt kind of bad for them because of that. Because I saw some of the guides for Crypt,
hmm
and I was like, dude, this book's going to be literally the best book on the shelf. And then when it came out, I was like, ugh. I remember
Wah
looking at the colors and I was like, oh God.
wah wah.
Uh, you
Eh,
didn't have that problem at Top Cow.
I mean, I remember I mean, I think the colors in the crypt turned out all right, but I didn't see the color guides, so I don't have anything to
Oh, they were
judge it on.
they were they were gorgeous. They were like, yeah. I don't know wherever they are. I hope they're living a good life. They were beautiful. Yeah, the computer coloring portion just, and it's not their fault. You know what I'm saying? It's not their fault. They they're performing under the gun pretty much. Um, but yeah, it would happen all the time, and a lot of us would fight over who gets Drew Posada, right? Who gets Drew on their and Drew's like, well, I only color splashes, I would go back there and try to get him or his brother Alex. I was like, hey, can one of you like request this page here? Because I was doing a lot of that Badrock stuff for Rob. Do you remember that? All that Badrock, like the one shot and all that. I was a ghost penciler on a bunch of that.
Did
And
not know that.
yeah, that was actually my first thing when I got there. I was doing ghost pencils for Rob. Yep, and Platt. Small panels. I was doing tiny panels for Platt. I did.
I mean, I could definitely see the Platt influence on your work with those crypt pages for sure.
Oh yeah. We were all biting off him. I used to hang out with him in his office a lot too.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Talk about super inappropriate shit. I mean, you're sorry. I was in what do they call it? I don't know what they call it. I think he's one of the only ones I confided about my age. He didn't turn me in.
Well, there you go. He did one nice thing in his life.
That's right. He likes his
he likes his young boys.
He likes his young boys, bro. Hey,
clip that.
Wait. What do you Can I ask you something?
Sure.
Wait, hold on. Let's see how many people. There's only 15 people here. So, in a nutshell, is there ever gonna be like a collected Soul Saga book, dude? Is there ever gonna be asking for a friend?
I mean, I have no idea.
The friend is me.
Right. I have no idea about any of that. You'd have to ask Christian if you are
okay.
If you're on good terms with him. He would know better than anyone. Steven is a monumental, not nice person. We'll leave it at that. So I know that when he left comic books behind him, and I know that he's been making it on the con circuit over the last year or so again. But when he left comics behind him, he definitely left all of us.
Well, the bottom fell out of. Speaking of turtles, he was a storyboard artist. All the storyboard art is literally AI at this point, so a lot of them are coming back. There's a stream of mine 2 years ago. I called this because I already saw. I was like, oh, this is going to happen. I talked to Andy Parks about it. Andy Parks used to be we used to share a table at Extreme. I had talked to him about it, and he's pretty much well known with the MCU. He did all their designs,
Oh yeah.
For like 14 years, man. He's been there forever.
I mean, he's the reason why we see comic accurate costumes on the big screen.
Right, and he got let go of recently. And
they let their whole art department go.
Yes. And I called that a long time ago, just like I called with Inkers. I told my boy Sean Parsons. I had told Sean about it. Like, dude, you should probably start drawing some because the cost cutting portion of the scanned pencil thing and that, I was like, it's coming, dude. As soon as people get wise, you know what I'm saying? So it's just part of it, I guess. It sucks because a really good inked book is worth its weight in gold, man. And I don't like some pencil stuff's okay, but it has to be intentional. It's not just for the sake of it, right?
Yeah,
I'm kind of here and there with Turner stuff. I'm kind of here and there with the pencil,
Yeah, I mean, well, Mike is a prime example of someone who really stepped up when he decided to do his own work without inkers. He definitely penciled very, very tight, and Peter did a great job coloring straight from those pencils. I mean, they would just threshold the lines, and it almost looked inked. So I can't really throw any shade at him for that. But when whenever I hear anyone at the big two complaining about how their books don't sell anymore, I can't really feel too terribly bad for them because it's a product of their own design, right? Like
Hmm.
they're the ones that
Hmm.
chose to, stop paying for good pencilers, to stop paying for good inkers, to just send the work overseas, have it, done digitally, have it done quick, have it done cheap, and they expect the same sort of sales that they were getting, when the image guys were there. No, it's not going to happen, man. The
Right.
art was on a completely different level when Jim and Todd and Eric and Rob and everyone was,
Hmm.
working for Marvel and doing the X books or the Spider-Man books or whatever they were on, right? Um, there's very few artists that have been able to uh, maintain that sort of level of quality at the big two in the last
Hmm.
20 years. And I think a lot of it is just due to the fact that they're not taken care of, right?
Right.
When Marvel, like after Image was founded, what did Marvel do? What was the first thing Marvel did? They stopped promoting the artwork and started promoting the writers. Okay, which
Right.
I never understood why they did that, because it's like, well, you're just going to create the same problem, right? Like you're just going to what's going to happen is you're going to make all these
They.
superstar writers, and then what are they going to do? Well, they're
Yeah.
going to leave and they're just going to go to Image or wherever and create their own characters. So,
Yeah.
which is exactly what
And
happened.
yeah, and what they, in my opinion, what they failed to recognize is that there was not another upcoming McFarlane or Jim or Wills or Mark.
Nope.
So them doing that made no sense. Mark Bagley was never going to sell a million books.
No. No, you're
That was their
absolutely.
top dude.
Yeah.
Bagley was never going to sell a million books. Even if he went to Image, he wouldn't sell a million books because he did not have the razzle dazzle that the founders had.
Nope.
He never had it, right?
You're absolutely
Uh,
correct.
he could sell 50,000 books. He's not selling 100,000. He's not selling a million. It's just
No.
not going to happen.
I mean, look, he's
Not in
solid.
the.
Right? Like it's solid. It's
Mhm.
solid storytelling. It's solid artwork. There's nothing wrong
Right,
with that. But it doesn't have the flavor. It doesn't have that,
right.
sweet sauce
The.
that the Image guys had.
Mhm. Yeah, and it's like a lot of the offshoot Jim Lee guys, like the Ian Churchills and like even both of the Kubert brothers, right? Um, they were not able to make those sales. If they did do it, they would have been able to do it through Jim on his coattails, but not on their own. Because us kids we were the ones buying the 10 copies of the books, right? Um, their work wasn't appealing to us, and we already kind of started even with Rob stuff. We were already recognizing the B team artists. You know what I'm saying? Like we were already seeing it. So like we were like, oh, um, even Brandon was kind of in that zone
Yeah.
for a minute.
Oh, absolutely, he was. Like Brandon's early work at Marvel, because he took over for Jim on.
Yeah, well, Brandon. So check it, dude. Like a lot of us bounced, even if the artwork was good. Brandon Peterson. They tried to push Tom Rainey on us. None of us were buying it. Art to Bear was good for a hot minute because it was like Jim Lee. I don't want to say Jim Lee from Wish. It was good enough, right?
It was I would call it Jim Lee light.
Right, right. But it didn't have. There was nothing. It's like you could say Finch is just like Silvestri at one point, but he was always different. There was always something different, and it's usually in the faces. I don't know, man. Like I don't know if you notice this. It's the face, the structure of the faces, and when I look at, um, uh, maybe the bodies are similar and the rendering is similar, but when you look at the faces, it's like uh, Tom Rainey stuff was very. It was more in the realm of like John Byrne with all cheekbones had that feathery shit, right? They weren't chiseled out. And then you had Art to Bear that was basically line for line. It was almost like he was aping Scott, not Jim, in a weird way.
Well, that's
Like there
exactly,
was
yeah,
something.
yeah. That's exactly it.
Yeah, and it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad work. It's just I'm just saying for at the time. So for the knee jerk reaction that Marvel and DC both had to like, all right, full halt on promoting artists because all these dudes are doing is getting big heads, right? They're all getting big heads. They all think they're going to be the next Image. We have to put a stop to this. And it's like, that's what's selling books right now.
Right. That's my point. I mean, it's a visual medium. So, look, I know that Todd is very vocal about how, writing doesn't matter in a comic book. But I disagree. I think writing is just as important. But it really requires the two. If you want a great comic book, it requires great writing and great artwork. It is a visual medium, so your artwork has to pop. If your artwork doesn't pop, then Todd is correct in that, you could have an Alan Moore story, but have a, Joe Schmo artist, and people aren't.
And it's okay. It's okay to like support people that don't have selling power. Like, dude, I love Mike Allred's work, but he doesn't appeal to anybody. Like, as far my friends don't collect his work. My friends don't collect his work.
I would definitely agree to disagree with you on that. I think Mike Allred definitely appeals to plenty of people. It's just not your cup of tea, not your taste. So, but that's less of the issue that I'm talking about. Like with Marvel specifically being the ones who are pushing hard against promoting artists, right? That I think really bit them in the ass, because even to this day, I don't think they've ever really truly recovered. I mean, we've had
when they do have someone worth a damn, they what would they do? They would throw them on a book for 3 months, and then they put them on Lionel Yu, bro.
I was just about to bring him up. That's exactly where I was going with this. I was going to say post-Image, there was very few people that I really feel they had working regularly that turned the needle. Now, Francis, definitely one of them. When they got Finch, obviously that was a big up for them. But they're just, it hasn't been the same. And again, when the Image guys were working for Marvel, they were promoting them. They were promoting the books, and they were selling like hotcakes. And then they just, turned around and decided we're not going to do that anymore. And that, I think, hurt Marvel Comics more than anything.
Yeah. Speaking of hurting Marvel Comics, here's Sketchcraft. Love that turtle here. Which leg? He likes this leg. Which leg, dude? Have you met Rob Duenas, Joe? Do you know who he is? Right here, Sketchcraft.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah. He's the one always jumping on your. He's the one always on your Facebook post saying it sucks.
Oh, that guy. Yes.
Yeah, it's
big
Sketchcraft.
Fan.
Yeah.
Big fan.
Yeah. He's one that's always like, "Hey Joe, learn how to hold a pen." That's Sketchcraft here.
Yes.
No, I'm just kidding. So Sketchcraft here. Yes. Friend of mine, friend of my podcast here. My podcast. He's the artist on that. If you go to the comic shop, Joe, you can find a book called what is it called, Rob? Spawn Kills All Spawns. He's the artist of those. He did a really cool cover recently of the Popeye comics. He did a Popeye cover that was super dope.
I did not realize they were still making Popeye comics.
Are you living under a rock, Joe?
I haven't. I haven't bought a comic book in a decade.
Joe, have you heard of a Pokemon?
I am familiar with a Pokemon.
Do you know a Pokemon? That's
like Magic the Gathering, right?
It's just like Magic the Gathering.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah. No, Rob here, he's hella cool. He does really cool art. He does a lot of like his icon there. He draws like that. Like it's very in the vein of like, I'm not going to say I told him he's better than Scotty Young in my opinion. I like, if you were to compare cartoony artists of today, I really like his work a lot. More in the realm of like who was that artist that was doing Venom? Was it Herrera? Kind of like that, like very angular, a lot of thick and thins, a lot of tapered rendering, not a lot of cross hatching, but a lot of Duncan Rouleau, kinda, but more fun. He's got more bounce to the ounce. He's a good artist. That's what I'm telling you, Joe.
Alrighty.
Probably close to Carlos Maglia. That's what he says. Yeah, that's right. How's it going, Troy? I can't see my chat for shit. If you saw my rig, you would know why. I have a camera here. I have a camera here. I got my screen here, and then all of chat is behind the whole bar, so that I can like show this kind of my stupid crap. So you can see this. I have to have all of this. So I'm guided by the voice of Joe WEEMS Robertson, my co-host. Hold on, I got a message here. Oh no, that's Thomas. Never mind. I never did get a message back from Lance Henriksen. He gave me a thumbs up.
I mean, that's a reply.
The photo I sent you, Joe, so I sent him the link. I'll read it to you. I sent him the link. I said, jump on if you got the time, Lance. Would love to stream with you. It's been forever. And then I sent him our photo, the one I sent you.
Mm-hmm.
And he gave me a thumbs up. And that's it. I don't think he knows the internet.
I mean, maybe he doesn't. I don't know. He is an older gentleman. Older than
Joe, can you message Carrie Hen for me and ask her to come on your show and then send her my link?
I mean, I didn't go to school with her, but you know what? The next time I talk to her and Renee Gearlings, I'll get some knuckle photos.
Yeah, dude.
And
get some knuckle photos.
Yeah, and get them on
That's what I'm talking about.
Get them on the stream.
Yeah. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much does Tatiana hate you right now, dude? Yes.
I don't know. I don't think that
No.
it's an issue. She's
Alright,
walking
cool.
around. Hold
Alright.
on, let me ask. Shelby wants to know on a scale of 1 to 10 how much you hate me right now. Yeah, that's what I figured. I didn't think it was an issue. No, she says she doesn't care.
Very low.
No, she's
Very
going.
cool.
She's going to bed,
Right.
so it's all good.
Well, I don't want to take too much. I don't want to take too much of your time. Your precious non-comic book time. Like
yes.
us poorers in our comics. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't have a camera set up. I just
You don't
have my
You don't have to.
Yeah, I just
You
have
don't
my
have to.
PC
And
sitting at the desk.
my chat will get screen grabs of you and put you on things like, like the creature from Neverending Story. You know what I'm saying? Like, Falcor, dude. They'll put you on stuff. You don't want that.
Just put my face on a predator, and we'll all be good.
Nice. Oh yeah, you love your Predator.
Yes. Yes.
Look at this. Look at this guy right here. Rob says, in Wildstorm terms, I'm probably closer to Jason. I don't. No, you aren't. You're closer to Rob Duenas.
I mean, I can. Yeah, I mean, Jason, of all the Wildstorm guys, was probably one of the most cartoony. Not so much anymore. I'm not sure if you've seen his pinups these days. They're much more like kind of traditional Marvel style.
Right.
Pinups and such. So.
Right.
But I can see where he's coming from with that.
Joe, do you judge me because I'm using a fine liner on this cell?
Well, I think we have ascertained over the previous times I was in chat that yes, I do judge you for that.
Damn it!
So I feel like you could probably get this done a lot faster if you were using a quill.
If I was using a brush.
Or both. Just something that you don't have to sculpt the lines with.
So did I tell you the reason I don't on streams? I did it once and I spilled my ink and you said rookie move.
Well, it is a rookie move. That's because I think the issue was you had the ink on the board that you were working on. So
I don't know, but Del A made me do it.
Okay, well, he made you spill the ink.
Yes,
All right,
he tripped me up.
I see. Well, I'll have to take your word for it. But the move is, and I think you said that you didn't have the space in your current office, but you want to keep your ink on a
No, it's
separate table next to you. That way you
yeah.
don't have that problem ever. And it makes me so cringe whenever I see like one of those Proco videos, and like Ryan Benjamin's sitting there inking and he's like holding the ink, or Richard Friend will do this as well. Like they're on camera and they're holding the bottle of ink in one of their hands while they're working, it's like directly above the page, and I'm just like just shaking watching it, like, what are you doing, bro? Put that
They
ink bottle down, put it on a
Yeah,
table.
that's a very Todd McFarlane thing, dude. I don't get it. I know what you're saying. That's always weirded me out too. These guys get nervous when I'm on a stream and I start doing this and I'm like just shaking these things are empty, dude, so I mess with them. I like to give panic attacks to people like KSSS in chat. They get really freaked out, or I just put it down. You know, they get super like it's like their art somehow.
Yeah, I can see
What is
that.
K? What is Renif Kikafort says? Lance said he's busy. He's playing in a Pokemon tournament.
Yeah, like Magic the Gathering. I knew it.
It's exactly like Magic the Gathering.
Just, with fluffy, cute monsters, right?
How's it going, Liam? Lord Liam says, is anyone familiar with Dan Lapham? David Lapham? Oh, Dan
Yeah.
Lapham. He was my best friend in high school. I met David Lapham once. If that's the same guy, I met him once.
Yeah, David Lapham was the Warriors of Plasm, right? Wasn't that the book that
Yeah,
that kind of
wasn't
like made him a thing?
he was the one who I met was a letterer. At least when I met him, he was lettering books. I think he actually I think he actually lettered that Demonic Toys book I was telling you about earlier that J.H. Williams and Larry Welch worked on. Yeah. I think he was the letterer on it, dude.
Isn't that Lamphere? Isn't Lamphere the letterer?
Is that who I met?
I think.
It might have been Dave Lanphier then. I must be mixing them up.
I mean, I don't. That seemed something in my brain is telling me that one of the letterers was
I
Lamphere,
think you're right.
but I don't.
I think you're right.
Yeah, don't quote me on that. I know that David
I won't.
Lapham was the penciler who did Warriors of Plasm. That was for the Jim Shooter company. The one that didn't they do a crossover with him? It wasn't Death made a crossover with them.
Valiant.
Valiant, yeah, that was
Hmm.
Jim Shooter's company, right? Isn't that the one that he created
For
after
for
he
a
left
minute it
Marvel?
was. Yeah,
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 yeah.
it was for a minute, yeah.
So I want to say that was so. There was a book that got so much hype at the time, and yeah, that guy Dave Lapham. I think it's
He was
pronounced.
the artist. He
Yeah,
was
he
the
was
artist
yeah,
of
I
it.
think he penciled inked
Okay.
it himself. So
I think my entire life I've been confusing the two with each other. I think that's what happened.
fair.
Yeah. I think that's what happened. Pretty positive that's what happened because I've never met um, the plasm guy. I've only met the letter. I met the letter. So Lamphere, yes, that would be who I met.
Now I want to Google this, but I'm not even sure I'm going
Google
to
it.
spell it right.
Google it.
No,
I know
you.
Lamphere is like it with an N.
I have no idea. Like I said, don't quote me on that. It was something in the back of the brain pan was ringing. My spider sense was tingling.
Spider sense tingling.
My Peter tingle.
Your Peter tingled.
I don't know. I went up watching
What do
those.
I need to do to get Tatiana to be an art rep for me?
Probably just ask her.
Can you ask her? She's right there.
Well, she just went to bed, as
Go wake her
previously
up.
discussed.
Wait, hold on. Go do what I ask. So Del A, when he's in chat, I tell, or not Del, Noah, when Noah's in chat, I say, hey Noah, go kick your dad in the foot and tell him you're hungry, because he's always complaining about, because he's like a growing 20-year-old, he still thinks he's like 14. I'm like, go kick him in the foot, bro.
And
Tell him
this
you want a
is
sandwich.
the nice guy.
Yeah, it's the one that told that. Yeah, he had like a 10 that walked in, and when she walked out, he goes, have a nice. I told him, I said, hey, you need to just like give them your uniform. Don't even go back to work. Mail it to them, because you're done, dude. Yeah, the minute you do that, like on the job, it's game over, dude. The minute you do that, I was like, you can't come back from that. There's no coming back from nice, dude. It's fantastic. Gonna wake up Tatiana, man.
Yeah, I'm not. Well, I doubt that she's asleep already, but I'm not going to bother her. So, but I mean, look, if you want me to
You're
ask,
nicer than me.
if you
I
want me
wake my wife up.
fair. If you want me to ask her tomorrow for you, I'll do that. But
Yeah,
I would say
that'd be
just
awesome.
reach out if it's something you're serious about. Then just reach out, send her.
There's three things I'm serious about, and none of them are comics.
There you go.
Yeah.
Is that Ethan in chat?
I can't see chat. Let me see. Ethan. Oh, Evan Skyber.
Yeah, at Comic Artist Pro Secrets.
He said, "What's up, Ethan?" He says,
He's enjoying watching you draw the turtles.
Thanks, man.
He commented on one of Robert Norton's videos the other day, and it was so funny because I read his comment and I was like, "Yeah, that is legit. That is exactly what happened." It was in regards to Petty. Do you remember Petty? He worked for Extreme for a hot second.
Okay, yeah. All right, check it. Yes, Petty worked with Extreme. Something I didn't know until I streamed with. I was telling you I streamed with Rich Friend, right? We did our. I don't have the book. It's fuck. I can't get to it, man. It's too far. We did the Spider-Man Artist Edition review, right? So we're going through all the pages, and then after the stream, we're hanging out a bit, and I was talking to him about his Blaster Kid book. When he's like, "Yeah, I'm not showing nothing off because like I'm still like all this stuff," and then he had brought him up, so I guess he used to go and like hang out with them.
With
the Petty.
With Petty.
Yeah. He said he used to pick me up on his motorcycle.
On his motorcycle, yeah.
Yeah, and he would drive him around and like just take him like when he was breaking into comics. I was like, the fuck? Wait, what? And no, the funniest thing to me about Petty was that do you remember his autograph?
Yes.
Okay, do you know what that squiggle was?
Can't say that I do.
It's a sperm.
That makes sense.
Yes. So anyways, we had a giggle about it because it's so ridiculous. But no, Petty came from like a family that's like friggin'. So he quit drawing comics. His family are like freaking multimillionaire, right? They bought him all this like computer stuff to draw digitally, and then he just like quit comics. Like I don't know if he's ever even like come back, dude. I've never seen him on anything since.
Yeah, I can't say that I have either. I mean, I heard that he'd gone digital and was working, for video games and design and stuff, but
right.
I couldn't tell you what exactly.
He's got one of the weirdest like origin stories, man. It's so weird. I was like, what?
I just remember like the family drama with his wife and his baby mama, basically. Like I think because when I knew him, he was visiting SoCal. Like I think he got an apartment to rent out there while he was working for Rob, and I think his wife was still living back whatever state that he'd come from. with the kid or whatever. And I just remember they're all like, I remember I would hear him like on the phone, like screaming.
Yeah.
Like you could hear
Yeah.
her screaming through the phone at him. It was wild.
Mhm.
So there was always issues, but yeah, man, wild
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah. It's just hilarious, man. Yeah, he was a he was one of those short-lived artists at Extreme. Another one who I feel like they should have had more. They should have had more time on books. Another one was oh my God, what's his? Not Brian Murray. Not him. The guy that was on the Chapel books. He kind of was like fly by night because after him, I was doing layouts. Calvin Irving did an issue and a half, and then I remember that. I think Rob fired him, dude. Do you know what I'm talking about? Or I'm actually no. Blood Wolf, not Chapel. Blood Wolf. Do you remember the painter?
I can't say that I do. Like I remember the Darker Image book because I picked that up when it came out. That
Right.
had Blood Wolf in it.
So
but I don't think I ever saw it.
Blood Wolf had like his own book. He had his own book, dude, and that dude was coming in and dropping pages off, and I just remember like, you can tell like people just don't vibe. Like when Dale A pipes up in chat and the chat's like, yo, who's this cat? You don't even have any vitamin D. You know what I'm saying?
It is a problem.
Yeah. Or like, when I'm messaging Carrie to get on my stream and she's like, nah, it's like that, dude. But anyways, there was like a weird vibe with when anytime he'd come into the studio, man, it was a weird vibe. Not like his work, but I think he wasn't vibing with like Stevenson and Rob. I think neither one was really like feeling the work,
I mean,
and so they kind of gave him the soft, like, yeah, we don't have nothing right now, like, and it's like, oh, they got plenty right now. They just think they're kind of pushing this guy out the door.
Yeah, I mean, if he's not gelling with management, it's going to happen. So,
Yeah.
And there was quite the turnover at Extreme back in the day.
What? Are you sure about that?
Pretty sure. But again, they were producing an awful lot of books. So that required an awful lot of talent.
I did more work there than got published. I did more pages of work than published pages of work. I think Rob could actually start a company today with the old stuff and probably run for 4 or 5 years on monthlies, dude. Because do you remember that Will Smith book that he was doing called The Mark?
No.
Okay. So he had a deal with Will Smith, and he also had a deal with Jada Pinkett Smith. So the Jada Pinkett Smith book did happen, and that was drawn by my old roommate. Well, I was roommates with Dan Frega back in the day, right? So it was me, Frega, Pat Lee. This is pre-Transformers, Pat, like before he moved back to Canada. And Logan Lubera, who was Steven, well, for a while it was Dietrich Smith. And then Dietrich Smith moved in with Marat, and then we got Logan Lubera, another Canadian. He was the college roommate of Platt, right?
Sure.
I just lost my train of thought. I'm looking at this stick. Anyways, we had a book called The Mark, which was a Will Smith property, and Rob was producing it. And it was originally drawn by, give me a second here. It was originally drawn by, it was either Chris Sprouse or Jeff Johnson. It was one of the two. It was a freelance gig. And then that was scrapped. And then it was drawn by Mark Paolillo.
Okay.
Right? That got shelved. I was the third version of that book. That was like my busy work. He's like, here's a script. And I was like, oh, this is already done, isn't it? He's like, well, we want to see your version and we're going to pick the best one. Dude, that book never came out. That's all I'm saying. Like, he has books that have never seen print. He's got like crazy stuff, dude. Bisley stuff. He was always spending money on artists and just never using it. There's whole stuff by, he was able to get stuff from like Ian Churchill before he signed that crazy contract for cable, things like that. They just never came out. He had Randy Queen. He had Randy Queen doing stuff when he was doing all that Top Cow stuff. Like I remember it coming in. It was before the Dark Child books. Do you remember that?
Vaguely, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It was crazy times, man. And as a young kid, because I was still a kid, man, like it was cool. It was cool to see it. But when I think about it, there's a lot of weird shit. You can just agree with me, Joe.
Yeah, no, I mean, I had only one uncomfortable experience at Extreme Studios, and that's when I was essentially going there to get my first job with them. I'd been working at Harris Comics for the previous year and a half or so. And at one of the conventions, I wound up talking to some of the Extreme guys, and they had, said, oh yeah, like come to the studio on such and such date. Like they gave me a card, like come to the studio on such and such a date and, meet with Rob and we'll see if they have anything for you. And so, I showed up promptly on time and then proceeded to sit in the studio for about 2.5 hours waiting to be seen by Rob, which, I was fine with, because for me it was like, okay, cool. This is my first time at Extreme. I get to see how these people are working, what they're working with.
Were you sitting on that, what do we call it? The casting couch out front, dude?
No. I was in the studio. I brought my tools and work with me. I brought some,
oh, cool.
I think I was working on the Rook at the time. And so I figured, well, look, if I'm going to be waiting around, I'll just get some work done. And so they gave me a desk to work at, okay? And they said, yeah, this is an empty table. You can work here. But it wasn't an empty table. It was empty at the time because the penciler who usually sits at the table wasn't in the office yet. But he wound up showing up while I was waiting. So I'm sitting there inking, going about my business. I've been there for about an hour and a half or so. And then, I'm starting to get this like uncomfortable vibe from behind me. Like someone is standing there and they're not saying anything. They're just standing there. And, I turn around and that was my introduction to Anthony Wynn, who I would go on to later work with on Riftclaw, which is a fun irony there. Yeah. But he was not pleased that I was working at his desk. And I'm pretty sure Snakebite and
Byron,
Byron and Kurt and one of the other guys who had set me up at that desk knew exactly what they were doing. Because if you've ever heard any stories about Anthony Wynn from back, this is for chat. If you ever heard old Anthony Wynn stories, he was a bit of a difficult fellow to get along with, to say the least. Short temper. And so I think they knew exactly what they were doing when they put me at that desk. And he just kind of, let me know, like, hey man, what are you doing? I'm like, well, I'm just waiting to meet Rob. I'm here to see Rob.
Right.
Yeah, but what are you doing at my desk? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm just working. This was the desk that they told me to sit at. He's like, okay, well, I need to sit at my desk, so you're gonna have to move. I'm like, okay, cool, right on.
Oh, I didn't get set up. I have a similar desk story, Joe. I don't know if you've ever been because you're in my chat a lot.
I have been in your chat recently.
I tend to tell the same stories 50 times. Because I only have so many stories, dude. I remember going to work. This is when I'm going to say I was 16 still. I was going to work and at Extreme Studios, and we go upstairs. And we walk in, and Todd McFarlane is using photocopier. He comes around the corner, and I'm like, holy shit, that's Todd McFarlane. And he walks by and gives us the, hey, fellers, or whatever. He walks by and goes inside. Then I walk inside, and there's Eric Stevenson hanging out, talking to Eric Larson in our lobby. I'm like, okay. And then I walk down the hall, and I see Mark is in the round table, right? So you have all the image guys there. They're having a meeting in Extreme at do you remember that big round table room? It was like it's where we would do all the sign stuff. Like anytime we had like 5,000 signatures, they all went in that room. Like there was one room, it was like a meeting room, but we never really used it for that unless all the image guys came in. So I go to my desk, and I'm like, oh fuck, bro. I was like, Andy, why is Andy Parks using my desk? And he had my Appleseed book, my trade. He had my Appleseed trade paperback out and open, and was sitting there drawing a page. And I walk up, and I'm like, hey, motherfucker, go over there. Like, your desk is over there. And he turned around, he goes, oh, sorry, bud. And it was Jim Lee. And I was like, I'm getting fired today. I looked at George. I don't know if you ever met George. George was in there spotting blacks for Sabal, and he looked at me and he goes, oh shit. And I go, am I getting fired today? And he started telling me I was. He's like, yeah, man, you're gone. I was like, oh fuck. Dude, I was sweating that whole day, dude. I was like, oh my God, I just told Jim Lee to fuck off. I'm done, dude. Like, I'm losing my job.
And that's how you never got work at Wildstorm.
Yep, Jim Lee never hired me. He hired Pat. Pat did all the Wetworks books. Yeah. No, Jim doesn't remember me. I asked him. I saw him at San Diego, and I reminded him the story. He didn't even remember it. And I was like, okay. I feel like I tell myself when I walked away, there was like a small tear that came out, like his body remembered it. You know what I'm saying? Like, he remembered it. Yeah, but I was like, I just told one of my heroes to get fucked. I can't believe this. Yeah. I didn't know how much pull they had, like, with the other studios with that. And then later on I found out, oh, they have no pull. They just steal other people's artists. I was like, oh, shit, it's actually high school.
Yeah, that is about how they operated, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I was like, oh, it's not professional. It's high school. I'm safe.
Good times.
Yeah. I'm like, I'm the pro here. This is weird. Yeah. That's my story, man. That's my Jim Lee. That's the only like Jim Lee story I have.
I mean, it's better than my Jim Lee story, so there you go.
Yeah. Your Jim Lee story is getting rushed pages.
Yes.
Damn, A1. Shelby has tons of stories, otherwise we wouldn't come back. Oh my God. Oh my Lanta. Well, look, Rob's heard that story probably a few times, and he's still laughing about it. A1, so I feel good. That's right. What? Sumo says, as Shelby walked away, the song from the ending of the Hulk TV show played. Dope, dude. I used to love that show.
You wouldn't like him when he gets angry.
No, man. KSSS says, Shelby asked, do you remember me? And Jim smiled and said, no. It was like, fuck. You know what, man? He gave me a thumbs up. KSSS, I took a screen grab for proof. I got the thumbs up from Lance. I figure a photo will help, because he is older. He's pretty old now. So,
I mean,
Lance, get on here.
Shit, we're pretty old now.
Speak for yourself, Joe.
Yeah,
I am. What year were you born?
73.
Oh, wow. Why did I think that you were younger than me?
Because I look so good.
Damn, dude. Yeah, I'm 76.
Hey, you don't look a day over 75. You're doing great.
Oh, thanks, man. That's good to hear.
Yeah. I got your back.
I told this dude, I'm like, oh yeah, man, I'm gonna have this thing cranked out tonight. I didn't know I was gonna have a Joe Weems show up.
You guys
After-
summoned me. What do you mean? It's your fault.
I'm gonna blame you when he asked me. He's like, hey, how's the turtles? I'll be like, oh, you know, Joe Weems, bro.
I'm pretty sure chat manifested me is what happened. Because
They did.
I mean, I got on my computer and you know, I checked out YouTube and it said you were live streaming. So I was like, well, I'll just see what Shelby's up to. And then like the first thing I see in chat is like my name all in caps, like someone's asking for me.
I like that you're like, you know, it was really fucking boring. So I'm like, let's see what Shelby's up to. I was dying, man. Right? She's like doing real work, and you're like, man, this is boring watching you do this work. I'm gonna go see what Shelby's doing over here.
That's right.
No, I like when you show. No, I've said it. I said I'm gonna get you on. I'm gonna get Rob Duenas on, so he can talk about all the artwork, because he buys a lot of art, dude. Do you remember? He might actually have something of yours. He can say in chat if he does. I gotta scroll. My damn chat is like stupid as hell. Let me see here. I gotta move this over here. I can't see. It went all the way to the top again. Look, this is where it takes me. It's live, bro. That was 5 hours ago. Here it is. Weems, bro. Some person says I need to drink some booze. A1 says I never even knew what a Weems was before this. Hey, Jesus.
Knowing's half the battle.
That's right. Well, how would you? Joe quit con. Okay, so like my thing is what I want. And Rob will vouch for me in chat because I've said it. Even Rushbrook. I want to see a creator-owned book from Rushbrook. I want to see a creator-owned book from Weems.
That's never
because Weems can do it. I know, dude. I will do your layout.
Happen.
Listen, man. Listen. I will do your layouts pro bono. I want to see you do a book. I'll do your layouts.
Never going to happen.
Shit, man. I think it would be cool, dude. I think it'd be cool. And also, Rob, Sketchcraft and everyone in my chat would buy your book, dude.
All 15 of them, huh? Let's do it. Let's
I got any pull. Yeah, all 18. Thank you very much.
Okay, sorry, my bad.
I could sell 50 books, dude. I could sell 50 books. No, dude. I'm sure Murat would love to, do. I mean, you got to think outside the box. Let me give you some advice, Joe Weems.
I'm listening.
You need to draw a comic. You need to draw a comic, dude. Comics are life. One of my best friends, Andy, I convinced. Well, I can't say I did. I think Rushbrook convinced him in some weird way. He's starting to work on a book that I've been trying to tell him for like 10 years, get books done. All he does is like commissions, sketch covers, commissions. He has comic work in the past, but it's not like he did. Was it like Sharknado? He did like a Sharknado comic for like stuff like that, But like his commission stuff's all like mainstream and that. And I know Rob Duenas in chat. He's doing all that stuff for McFarlane right now, but I still think he needs to have his own thing. I think every artist should have their own thing. Every artist. I think you need your own thing. Even if it's where I was going to go with this, even if it's a one shot, if you do events or whatever, just basically slap a new coat of paint on it, which is a variant cover. Just do a new variant for it. Like for every event, have a new cover for it and sell through them. And then, you're keeping it limited, but you're also respecting the insides, right? Because the insides are unaltered,
Sure.
I think you need to do that. Ask Tatiana. Say, hey, Shelby said I should do my own book.
I'm sure that she would love that.
A one-shot. Just a one-shot, dude. A 24-page one-shot.
I think the only thing that would interest
I will
me
fucking
enough.
do. I will do your layouts for you, dude. And you don't have to give me credit.
Don't need that, but thank you. I would say
But I
that
want to be able to tell people I did your layouts.
sure. We'll just tell them you did them anyways. I think the only thing that would interest me enough to want to do a comic would be like an Alien versus Predator comic. That I could go for. That would be fun. But
Alright.
unfortunately, that's in Marvel's hands now. Like back when it was a
No,
Dark
dude.
Horse, I think that could have been a thing that happened in my career. But under Marvel, I don't think that will ever happen. So
Well, I got some good news for you. I'm gonna make up your own version of Aliens versus Predator.
yeah, it's not the same. It's not the same.
No, it's better. It'll look better than their book, dude. It'll look better. That's all you need. We'll get a Lionel U cover for you,
I would ink the shit out of a Lionel U cover.
right? If you do the book, you know what they say? Draw it and Lionel will come.
There you go.
Jay Ryan says you can lead a horse to layouts, but you can't make him ink. I thought I said you can't make him drink. What's going on here? Ace says I had the weirdest dream that Shelby was streaming with Joe Weems. Yes, you are asleep right now, Buzz. This is a dream. Let's see. Michael Pritchard may or may not be Green Day's bassist says, am I hearing this right? Joe Weems doing a Creator Own? You heard it here first. You and 16 people.
Wait, I thought we were up to 18.
No, they got bored.
Ah, well, yeah, I can't blame them.
Yeah, it's the women. The women in chat got bored. Aryans versus Predator. Straight up, man. That's right. Look at Rushbrook. I'd buy a Joe Weems anything.
Aw,
Look, they didn't even know who you were.
I know, right? And now you did
like-
such a great job shilling for me earlier that I have now gained fans that will buy my comics that I'll never make.
Right. Damn. Why do I even stream, Joe? Why do I even stream, dude?
To get work done? That would be my
I guess. I don't know.
You do seem to be rather productive. I mean, other than like the hour and a half of shilling for me. But
Yeah,
when you're actually drawing, you get stuff done.
Yeah, a little bit. Not much. All right.
I also appreciate how you flip around from piece to piece. Like you don't have to because you're not waiting for the ink to dry. You don't have that issue, but you're just doing it because probably like ADHD or something is like, oh, I gotta ink these balls over here now.
I have figured out that I do have some ADHD, like severe issues going on because yeah, I figured it out without being, yeah. We were discussing some stuff at work, and I have a coworker who is like very severe ADHD, and she was describing a lot of, and I was like, "Oh, that's me. That's weird. Oh, that's me."
Yeah, they just never diagnosed us when we were kids because
No,
there wasn't a name for it then.
Right. Yeah, I mean, my oldest son, he was diagnosed. He has autism, but they didn't know what so he was born in 1996, right?
Wait, 90? What? Wait, what?
Yeah, dude, 1996. Yep.
You've got a
Never told you about that?
You've got a 30-year-old son
and a 27-year-old. Yes.
Wow, you started young, didn't you?
Yep.
No, I never knew about any of that.
They saw them. Yeah, they saw them Image Comic paychecks. That's what happened, dude. Like when I think back, that's what it was. Because we were all driving them nice cars and shit, getting big checks and just being idiots, you know. Um, yeah, man. Yeah, because like their mom, yeah, dude, their mom was like, what is she, 4 years older than me? So she was already in her 20s. What, 25? Yeah, I think 25. Yeah, seduced,
I see.
bro.
No, didn't know about any of that. You kept it mum's the word.
Yep. Yeah, so yeah, my kid, yeah, I got a 27 and a 30. They're both great. They're good. They're cool kids. I mean, my daughter is, well, she's turning 12, so the age gap, they're not raised together, you know.
Sure.
They also got different moms, by the way.
Yes, I figured
Like,
as much.
yeah.
Because your current wife, didn't look 4
Isn't
years older than you, so
Yeah, it's the
like
other way around.
yeah, I was gonna
She's
say,
like
she's
10 younger.
yeah,
Yes.
someone robbed the cradle.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So actually, I think Calvin was with me, dude. The last time I saw you at Big Wow, or no, was it Silicon Valley? I don't remember the last time I saw you, man. It's been a while.
Essentially, they're the same thing. The Silicon Valley promoters bought out Big Wow.
Is it still owned by Wozniak? Does he still own it?
I have no idea. That last time I saw you was the last time I went to that show.
So when I saw you there, I was in an elevator with the guy. He's like, "Oh, are you going over here?" And I was like, "Yeah." So we went, and there was a coffee cart, and he bought my coffee, and we are talking a bit. And I was explaining kind of what I work on and stuff. And then my buddy, you worked with Mary
Buxton?
Buxton, yeah,
Yeah, she was great.
yeah. She helps me at shows once in a while.
Oh,
And
nice.
she goes, "Dude, was he talking to you?" And I go, "Yeah." She goes, "That was Steve Wozniak." And I'm like, "Who? I don't even know who." She goes, "Yeah, that was Steve Wozniak." And I was like, "Oh, he bought my coffee. That's nice." We were just like chit chatting.
Well, he can afford it.
Yeah, it's his show. But anyways, that was the year that he purchased it. So I didn't know if he was still the owner of it or not. That was the year that they had. Do you remember they had the whole Back to the Future cast? Like that was their thing, right? Do you remember that at all?
Vaguely. It's not when I'm at a show, I'm pretty much at my booth the whole time, so I don't get to go around. And this is the thing that I think the fans don't realize when you're a pro at a convention, whether you're in an
Well, I don't get
artist
to go either.
alley or you're at your own
Mm-hmm.
booth, like you don't see the show, you don't walk around, you don't get to do anything other than sit there and work, basically.
Right.
So it sounds familiar to me. Like in the back of my mind, I seem
Mm-hmm.
to recall that they had a Back to the Future reunion at one of those shows, but I
Yeah.
really didn't see it or see any of the actors.
So what they did was it was like this crazy cost, man, like a crazy high cost to get the autographs, like the group. But they, what does Michael J. Fox have again? I keep forgetting. Multiple sclerosis.
Parkinson's, right?
Parkinson's. Yeah, they donated all of that money to like a Parkinson's foundation, and I think Wozniak just like compensated them. You know what I'm saying? Like for their time for being there. I'm pretty sure that's how it worked. So that was kind of cool. So it made people feel good about dropping $800 on, 5 autographs.
Sure.
I did 2 sketch covers that they both got 9.8s. Chat, by the way, both 9.8. I did 2 Back to the Future sketch covers for this dude I know, Paulie. He's out in San Francisco. He he commissioned me for a few. I didn't know he was getting them signed by the whole cast, but he did. And then he flipped them. Yeah, he flipped them.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah. He was like, "Oh, these are like my." You know what's funny? He was like, "These are like my grails." He goes, they got 9/8, dude, 9/8. I was like, of course they got 9/8, man. I hover handed that shit. Yeah, he flipped him. He's a cool dude though, man. He's one of those guys. He used to hang out outside of the Giant Stadium. He knows most of the San Francisco Giant players. I have the entire 2010 and 2011 signed balls. He literally would just mail me baseballs signed by these dudes. He would get them like inscribed and stuff. I was like, oh man, that's sick, dude. And then I just hook him up, do a commission here and there. But it's been a while since I know he's still doing it, but I think he kind of stepped away from comics. He's like, you have no power here. He's a nice guy. Let's see. Mike Pritchard is saying, do they have Michael J. Fox sign first, last, or in the group photo? Didn't see. The signatures that I saw on my sketches were right in the top, like, and he signed big, like really big. Remember that? Yeah. Wozniak, that nerd. Yes. Wozniak, the nerd.
Donatello is the one with the staff, yeah?
He's one of, yeah, he's the big stick.
So I like on the rim of his shell, you've got like a real, like the kind of cracks in it. You kind of got a nice Finch sort of flavor going on with that. It looks cool.
Oh, thanks, man.
Like you can really see the depth in between, the different layers of whatever you call that on the rim of a turtle shell. I don't know what it's called.
Yeah. I don't know if it even exists. I'm going to be completely honest. I don't know if this exists. It's the way that I've drawn them since high school. Like, I put it on all of them. I give them some sort of like a...
With turtles in nature, they do have a rim like that, but they're pretty consistent in width and length all around the shell, and they usually have a bit of a shape to them, a bit of like they can get a little spiny or a bit smoother depending on the breed. But what you're doing with the line work, it's cool. It looks good. I like it.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay for what it is. I'm getting kind of lost. I redid this whole thing like 4 times on him, so I was like, you know what, screw it, this is where he's going to land on this piece, because it's a trifold, so it's like that, and then he's on the outside over here. So I'm trying to give it some balance. Like, I'm looking at the spot blacks on it where I want it to kind of be able to kind of like a letter W. I know that sounds fun. When I do layouts, I try to designate like a letter. Like, I try to stay away from T. Anything with the formation up and down the middle, I try to stay away from that. So I try to either do like, I try to think cursive, I guess. So this here is more like a W, like the Washington Nationals logo. You know what I mean? Like that, like a swoop. I try to think that way when I'm doing the layout. It doesn't always turn out that way, but you can kind of see it here. Like if you actually follow, this pen is trying to eat my paper. If you actually follow the way it goes, it actually kind of comes up and then around. I guess it would be more like a squiggle.
Like Penny's signature.
Yeah, like the sperm. Didn't he sign his name in all caps? Like a giant P and then just Eddie?
Yeah, it was yeah, he had quite the John Hancock.
He did have quite the John Hancock. What is this? Oh, Joe, check this out. This is my denied cover. They submitted it too late. This was for Rascal Randy.
Yeah, you showed that on the last stream, and I wanted to ask, like, why did they reject it? Because it's a really cool piece.
I had no direction on it either. They told me the wrong date, so I gave it to them a week after cutoff is what happened. I would what pissed me off. Oh well, not pissed me off. I could care less, to be honest. But what kind of got under my skin about it is that I had the pencils for this done 2 weeks ahead of time. I just waited till the last minute, like, okay, I had to get this done tonight because I have to get it done by the weekend.
Ah, typical artist.
I put it so if I got it done, I'd be out here pimping a Rascal Randy variant. Yeah, but whatever.
Well, they can use it as a variant for the next issue, right?
Hmm. They could do all sorts of stuff. What do you use for when you're doing line breakers like this? What do you use? Do you use paint or do you just use liners, like line breakers, like this type shit, like that, or like that?
I just leave the negative. I spot around it.
You don't do white?
The goal is to never use whiteout, but I mean there are times where it's a necessity. But in those times, yeah, I've got two
If
different types of white. I've got the Konor Universal White ink
hmm
that comes in the same little bottles that all the little Konors come in, the Ultra Draws, the
Right.
Universals, etc. Right? Those little like rectangular bottles with the slant on the top. Um, so I'll use that with a quill because it's a thin ink, so it flows nicely. And then I recently saw one of those Proco videos that Finch was doing,
Hmm.
and he was using this Posca whiteout
Is it this?
pen. Yeah, yeah, that one. And I was like, okay. And he was like inking over, like he was putting that down and then inking over it. And I was like, huh, all right, I'll pick up one of those and give it a try. Because I would use that more for like if I spilled or smeared and I needed to do a correction.
Yeah. So whenever you do, Joe, get the L3.
Hold on, let me check which one I have. Right now, it's right here. I'm sitting
Yeah.
next to my
This is
table.
the fine tip. So
I've got,
L3.1
I've got the,
right here.
I've got the. Hold on, I gotta look. Oh my god, hold on. I gotta look at this. I got white, blanc, Weiss, Blanco, Blanco. It just says 1 PC-1M, bullet shaped, zero point
You
0.7
got
millimeter.
you got the fat one, dude. Check is the tip skinny?
Yeah, the tip is pretty skinny.
Interesting. So this one here is like it's like between a 3 and a 5. If you were to gauge it millimeter, it's like a 3 and a 5.
Open the cap again so I can see the tip. Just the tip. Actually, the tip on mine looks finer than on yours. Yours is probably just used though. So I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah, I
This is
use it to use mine.
yeah, this is literally exactly what he was using. So,
Okay.
but it says 0.7 millimeter. So I don't know what yours says, but anyways, I picked it up to give it a try. I've used it a couple times. It does seem to hold. It seems to be pretty opaque, which is nice, easy to
Mhm.
use, and seems to hold ink on top of it really well. So no
Nice.
problems there.
Nice, nice.
Nice, nice.
That's right. All right. I'm going to end this because it's given me a 6-minute warning because it's been six. Dude, I've been on here for 6 freaking hours. These things should have been done, dude. All 3 of these should have been. That's very irresponsible of me. These should have been done.
Well, you got a lot done. They do look they're pretty they're looking pretty good.
Well, they got teeth.
They do have